that doesn't prove that the surface is curving. We need to know how the surface is curving. We need direct evidence that it is. So, anybody measured that thing? Curving.
So how do you think we
I'm
go
not-
from one continent to another?
I don't know. An airplane, a boat.
An
Yeah, but you can go around
airplane
the globe.
over a plane.
Huh?
You can go around
You
the
what?
with the ship
You
or
can
plane.
go around. Yeah,
The
but
globe.
like that, like I said, the globe. Yeah, I know you keep saying
Yeah.
globe. How have you measured it? Has anyone measured it?
Pretty sure some people measure this.
Well, don't just say it. Tell us.
I don't know. I just joined, man. I don't know what you're talking about. I had to ask what you're talking
We're
about.
talking about if anybody knows who measured the curvature. That's what we're asking.
Some nerd out there probably did.
Yeah, but isn't that like a blind belief, Ahmad?
I mean, yeah,
You don't know, you just believe.
sure.
Kind of like a religion.
Yeah, better men
You'll
have
find-
measured it, so it's good enough for me. I don't have to understand
How do
civil
you-
engineering to use a highway.
What's good enough for you? You haven't. Nothing's been presented. You haven't even presented us with the measurement. How can it be good for you? Just somebody saying that the Earth is a globe is good enough for you?
Yep, good enough for me. I don't have to worry about it. It's out of my mind.
That's exactly how they got you under the spell. Because they
Yeah,
make
why
it
you
convenient for you not to. No thinking required, huh, Ahmad?
Yeah, I don't have to think about it. It seems simple enough. I'm sure if I think about it, I'll understand
Really?
it, but I don't have to.
You can avoid the
try it.
social consequences of disagreeing with the general public on this.
No, I disagree
Let's
plenty. I live in the Middle East, man.
Ahmad, let's see. Ahmad,
Yeah.
let's see if you can think about it just one time. One time.
Okay.
All right. So, how have they measured the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know. Probably sunlight falling on one spot, and there's
what?
curvature on a different spot. I don't know the exact
Really?
equation. Yeah.
Well, I didn't kind of hear it correctly. What did you say? What do you have to do?
It's probably to do with the sunlight in one spot and how it curves in a different spot.
The sunlight curves?
Yeah, like if you have a pole in one spot, like in the northern hemisphere, it's different than a pole in the southern hemisphere.
Really?
You know? Yeah. That's what I
Who's
think.
done that?
I don't know, dude. I don't know everything. Not a walking
Well,
encyclopedia.
I know, but you don't know how they measured the Earth to be curving. So, I mean, you just believe it, don't you? It's just a belief.
Sure, I do, yeah. I've flown
Just
around
like
the globe,
you
so
can believe that. Huh? You what?
I've flown around the globe, so I know.
You didn't fly around the
You know
globe.
how on planes they show you where you are on the little screen? You are here. You are there. Yeah. It's a globe on that monitor, so that's good enough for me.
It's a globe on the monitor, so it's a globe in real life.
Yeah. That's good enough for me. I don't know why you find it hard to believe. I believe it.
Oh, I know you do. But you just don't know how they measured it. That's the problem. You think it's a globe. It's on a computer screen, but you don't know how they measured it.
Do you know how they measured it?
Yeah.
How did they measure it?
They didn't.
You said you know how they measured it.
Yeah. But it's not a measurement. It's a calculation.
Isn't that the same thing?
Nope. Measurement and calculation are two different things.
I don't know, man. I'm not a mathematician.
You're not?
No, I'm not. Fuck that. Seems like a waste of time.
A waste of time. Math is a waste of time. You're
Yeah.
funny, dude.
So
No,
like,
I
if,
work with my hands. I don't have time for that shit.
if it's a waste of
You
time,
what?
then why do you trust the mathematician to measure the Earth curve? The Earth
I'm
for
pretty
you?
sure better men have measured it. More dedicated
Better
men, I
men.
would say. Yeah.
Better than who?
Better than you and me.
better than you.
Better. What does that
It
mean? Better.
Better at their field. And like
automatic.
how
Listen,
they see
the
numbers.
automatic. Hold on,
Pretty
dude.
sure you don't
Hold
know
on.
shit.
You just finished saying. Hold on, dude. You just finished saying they're better than us and you, right?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
I mean, whoever specializes in a field by default knows more about it than the general public, which includes me and you,
Really?
don't you think? Yeah.
Yeah. Give me one person whom you speak of. Name me one of those guys.
The one that did the calculations.
Which one?
That one.
Which one?
You know, the guy with the calculator.
Which
And
guy?
the
I don't
him, you
know.
know?
What's his name? You got his email?
Let me check. Oh, wait, let me check. What's it called? Astrology? Astronomy? Astronomy.
I don't know. What do you call it?
Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's what I got on Google. There's your guy.
Neil deGrasse. Okay.
Yeah.
What did he say?
You
What did
said
he
you
say?
were a bitch?
I'm a
Ooh.
bitch.
Yeah.
Do you give up? You give up how much?
I mean, it's not my cause. Why would I
Because
give up?
that's
But yeah, sure.
yeah. You see,
Yeah.
that's all you got.
Yeah, it's a bailout.
A spiral. That's a bailout. That's your
What
spiral.
bailout?
That's your way out. Yeah, you don't have the mind for this, man. Go play video
I
games.
have the
Go do
mind.
something more.
I am currently playing video games. You think I'm wasting my time here?
I know.
Of course I'm playing video games.
Wait,
Yeah, I
you
don't
don't
think.
think playing video games is a way to waste time?
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
but
The dopamine I get, holy, better than drugs.
Ahmad, make like a
Yeah.
tree and leave, will you?
No. I'll just... If
Yeah, you're gonna stay silent. Yeah. Silent and probably bounce. So thanks
It's
for
really
nothing,
fun.
Ahmad.
I think it's really funny when Globers come in with the playground tactics. Like they are just not ready for this level of conversation. It's quite funny, I think. Yeah,
Yeah, their
because your
brain
mom,
is
you know,
a bowl of ramen soup.
yeah. But in what world? Only in the playground does a response like "Yeah, your mom" or "Cause you're a bitch." Does that carry any weight? Do you know what I mean? Online, it doesn't work in these places.
No. It sucks too, because you hold out hope for people to have some form of common sense, but I don't know. You get one out of like what 20. 1 out of 20 comes in there and can carry a conversation, and then you get this types coming in.
Poor form from the Globe team today. We'd like to speak to a credible Glober or someone who can hold a conversation. That'd be great.
Yeah, not somebody with an IQ of a road cone
Yeah,
like a
exactly.
mod. Fucking hell. I know you are, but what am I? Fucking third grade antics.
How do you know it's a Globe? I've been on a plane. Drops the mic and walks away.
Yep. That's the dumbest shit. Like, fuck, dude. Who's the guy? I don't know. The guy with the calculator. Like, what the fuck? I like it when I cut him off mid sentence too when he's talking. Just just cut him up.
Yeah, right before he was about to say your mum, you cut him off. Love it.
Yeah. I was holding the mute button. I was waiting for him to talk, and as soon as he started talking, bloop. That's always funny.
I did it to Jackal the other day. He was being an arsehole, and he was like, "Roots, you're the type of guy who," and I just muted him, and I says, "No, that's enough of that."
I find that, you know what, Geeks was in here saying we don't have fun. I beg to differ, man. We have fun, but that's not the kind of fun he thinks.
Oh hell yeah, yeah. That's what I was getting at. Like his idea of fun, like this guy who we just spoke to, is dopamine on the PlayStation. You know, so how can we measure up the same? You know, we're not the same.
Yeah, that guy's the bottom of the barrel, man. Like, he's one of those guys that all his slobbering buddies would think he's a cool dude. You know, the basement dwellers. Like that's this guy.
Yeah, I
Fucking
call him.
Cheeto dust on their shirts and shit.
Yeah, I call him the playground gang. With basic childish responses.
They're like secret kings. They think that they're important and shit, but they're not really.
Well, one thing I've noticed about video games is it's what kids who were considered geeks previously, they get good at a game and then they become respected within that community, and it gives them a false sense of confidence. And I find that, you know, a lot of these gamers, they're really out of touch with who they are. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I identify as a flying airplane.
Yeah, right.
They think the rest of society will respect them.
Yeah, because they can no scope on COD or something. Like we know what that is.
Yep.
But
They can battle the level 99 cave troll.
It is what it is. I think there's even worse things than that, how people profiling themselves. Way worse. I think the worst thing is when it comes to women these days, how they are, and it's really, most of it's not their fault, it's a social engineering, but how they are profiling themselves through social media. It's very sad. But not only women, same for guys too.
I was gonna say the men are just as bad now.
Yeah, we're really going into pure degeneracy, unfortunately.
There's very little men left in the world.
That's true, yeah.
Seen you for a while.
What's that, AJ?
Saying, how are you, Roots?
Hey,
Roots
AJ.
I haven't
Yes,
seen
mate.
you for a while.
I know you're always on when I'm off, and vice versa.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah, I know. Yeah, having a
Good
late
to
one tonight. I am.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it must be what time for you? 2 or 3 in the morning?
No, not quite. It's 11:30 at night.
Oh, I've gone the wrong way. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
How are you though? How's are you traveling around the outback, or you've been based at home lately?
No, based at home at the moment. Just trying to tidy some stuff up and sell some property, and then I'm out of here.
Where you going?
Up to North Queensland.
Ah, nice, mate. Nice.
Yeah,
You have a very busy life, AJ. I like it. You're always doing something, ain't you?
Man. Never stop.
Nah, that's brilliant, mate. I hope the kids and the missus are well as well.
Yeah,
For
no,
you.
everyone's good. Yeah, hope everyone's good on your side too, man. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant, mate. Yeah, everyone's really happy. Can't complain at all, mate. Can't complain. We were just complaining. Actually, I can complain. We were just complaining about these bloody globers and how the quality has massively dropped, and they're all rebels in their own paradigm now. It's getting weird.
Oh, and they got little gangs as well with little leaders.
Yeah, it's like it's like Globe has had an apocalypse, and now they're in a post-apocalyptic sort of world view. It's crazy. It's like every man for themselves now in the Globe camp.
I haven't watched anything on YouTube or anything, so I don't really know what's going on outside of here either. So
Well, I always find YouTube's like 6 months behind Discord. So whenever I see debates, they're just bringing up the arguments that have been going on in here for a few weeks. But I always find it takes a couple of weeks before it makes modern day debate or Jeranism, etc., etc.
yeah,
I'm hearing a lot of Shane's arguments on YouTube at the minute, which is good, but late.
Just another day on a spinning globe, as they're putting it.
Sure is, Dave. Hope you're well, mate.
Still exist in whatever this is. Y'all continue.
Hey, Dave, what's up, man?
What's up, Alpha Veritas?
Nothing much.
All is well in the heartland of the country, I hope.
Oh yeah, just been taking a drive in the rain. Got to my destination. I feel good. I was gonna tell you before I forget. You're still mining pi, right?
Yeah, I've got like 1,400 of it.
1,400. Have you seen how much the price of pi is right now?
Yeah, when's it going to market, though?
No idea, but it's like 160 or something like that.
Holy shit. Are you serious?
Yeah, for each pi. Yep.
If it comes out at that value, oh my God, I'm set.
Well, yeah. Let's see here. Let's do a little math. So you have 14,000 or 1,400.
1,400.
Yeah, times about 160. You'd have 224,000.
Holy shit.
Yep.
Well,
But you and me have been mining pi since it came out, so it's like what, 4 years, something like that.
yeah, you're actually the only one on my chain I started mining under you, and you're the only one I never even met anybody else. Holy shit.
Yeah, go look at you can go to what is it, Coin Market? You can go to Coin Market, CoinGecko, and look up the price of pi right
Yeah,
now.
my wallet has this same thing on it too. I'll look it up real quick.
Yep.
That's some good news, man. I can't wait till that starts getting traded.
I think it's
Damn.
gonna start getting traded this year, if I'm not mistaken, with all the talks. Set up your Pi wallet and all that stuff, so
Yeah,
don't forget.
I got that. Most of it's migrated to my main wallet right now.
Yep.
So
I got
yeah.
mine locked. I locked mine for like 3. You can lock yours for like 2 or 3 years more, and it'll accelerate how much you get.
Really? Okay, I'll look into that. Yeah, I mean, I know we're not supposed to talk about this stuff on here, but it seems like it has a lot of people on it. Last I heard, is like 40 million people are on it.
Yeah, but a lot of people are gonna sell it off, so it's gonna make it more rare.
Right.
Once it goes to
Right.
market, they're gonna sell it off. So it's gonna be like a huge red candle.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, won't it? Well, of course, I'm not going to count any chickens before they hatch, but that's good news. Thanks.
Yep. Yeah, I
Anyway,
got a
what
little.
about this?
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
on.
I was trying to get us back on subject. You go ahead.
Yeah, how's everything over there, man? I heard you guys were getting some real bad storms and whatnot.
Couple of severe ones come through, but nothing. Nobody I know was injured or no major damages or nothing. But
Okay.
it'll be like a perfect day, like 75 degrees, sunny, everything good, nothing in the sky, not even any lines, man-made or otherwise.
You ready for the Great American Eclipse?
Yeah, that's just north. Gonna be able to get up there, but supposedly up in Indiana is a good spot to see it. You might be able to see it though, or do you know?
So
Yeah, I'm 80%. I think I'm gonna have 80% coverage. So where I'm at.
so it's funny with the eclipse. It's supposed to be a school day, but up in Canada, we're worried that for the kids' safety, we don't want them in school during an eclipse. So we change the PD day so that the kids are at home and they're safe when the eclipse happens.
Why? What's this mythos of the eclipse? What is it gonna do to them?
This is what happens when you have retarded people in charge of education.
Oh, you guys
And
are.
not just that, but if you don't have all your school credits in high school to graduate and get your diploma, because you put in 4 years of hard work, we're going to let you walk across the stage and get a mock diploma.
Well, I don't know. That's just strange. I never heard of such a thing.
Exactly. But this is the world because everyone participated in school. Good job. Everybody gets a diploma. You got to stay indoors when the eclipse happens. Like,
That's
it's
weird.
Fucking dude, this is the education system in fucking Canada, dude. They're all
I mean,
fucking retarded.
People literally stare at the damn eclipse like, what the fuck?
Exactly.
What could possibly be the logic there? It's safer for kids to be at home inside during an eclipse.
There is no logic. Like it's the same thing because the people that voted for this stuff are a bunch of transgenders and people that don't know what the fuck their gender is. When you look at the school trustees, they're all non-binary retards.
Well, I don't know, man. We let's not go there in this channel because we're on YouTube.
No, let's. Oh fuck, we're in Flat Earth. Oh shit, I'm sorry, I'm in Flat Earth. Oh my god, I thought I was in the other channel. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, but we're live streaming to YouTube as well, so we don't want to get that.
Oh, okay, yeah, my bad. Sorry.
If you're accidentally in flat Earth, do you think the Earth's a spinning ball?
No, I just know I need to censor myself in this channel.
I mean, we just try to stay on top. So you don't think it's a globe?
He dipped out of here, Dave.
All right. It's okay if you think it's a globe. All of us used to think that too until we actually investigated it. But anyway. I try to look back at myself over almost 10 years ago now when I was a globe believer. How the hell did I believe that crap?
It's crazy stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Right there with you, Dave.
The only reason we believed it is because we didn't actually get down to the nitty gritty claims of it, obviously, right?
Yeah, in 2025, it'll be 10 years for me. Exactly.
Yeah, it was summer of 2015 when I went out to a lake here in Kentucky over 8.5 miles, and I saw a mirror flash like 2 foot above the water. I was like, I gave gravity its last chance to curve the water for me. You know what I mean? Didn't happen.
Did it take you? Are you counting in your years of cognitive dissonance? Because I'd probably say I had 2 full years of that before I actually. Yeah, and it wasn't like I became an anti-flat earther. It was I just avoided the topic at all costs for about 2 years. But that was like 2013, so this is well before the Black Swan. and it was just too much for me for
I
about
think
2
you know
years.
what's
Yeah.
Roots. You know what's weird? I think I remember you as someone who was on the fence.
Yeah, for years, for about 2 years, mate. I used to come in like once a month or something.
Yeah, and you were not really. You would get into a conversation, but you weren't really having it. So you were just like, I guess you can call it dipping your toe in the water, so to speak.
I would just listen, bro. I didn't actually. I think I engaged with you, and I engaged with Jedi once, and then I spent most of my time listening, to be honest. But I would come online when you guys, because I'm in the UK, I'd come on when you guys were probably not as busy. So I'd hear a lot of Dave. I would hear a lot of Dave when it was quiet, just dead air Dave throwing out a few globe proofs, flat Earth proofs, any globers. So I ended up learning quite a lot from Dave over the years. Early years.
There you go.
You never fell on deaf ears, Dave.
I'm just dead air Dave. I just chip in when I can. Thanks, though.
Yeah, I think my problem was I had people around me who were, they rejected the idea, like my brother. But I realized very quickly it's because their motivations were not focused on the truth. They were more focused on being sociable and being popular. And I had to figure that out. I had to figure out why they couldn't see what I could see. And I realized they wasn't actually operating in the spirit of truth. They were more conscious about, you can't say that, you can't say it. I can say what I want. Do you know what I mean? I had to work through that.
That's not easy, man.
Yeah, especially with an older brother who claims to know everything about science. And you're just a bit like, well, why can't you see the obvious then? But you learn that people's motivations are not as pure. I'm all about truth wherever it takes me. I don't care. If it disadvantages me, it is what it is.
Yeah, Roots, there's some people that if they're not even close to the mindset of trying to open their mind and actually think critically, there's not much you can do for them. I know what you mean.
Yeah, and it just makes me wonder how many other, people like me, in that position who just gave up because of the social pressures and didn't reclaim their own thought processes. And that's what makes me so eager to be here and be involved, because I know that it's a thin line. It's a thin line, and people who aren't educated formally, properly, like myself, we do lean on others to do our thinking for us, or I used to. So that empowerment was like, that was what Flat Earth has given me as a gift. And I just wonder how many people are just never going to get that gift of being able to think for themselves.
Yeah, the type of energy that people put out when they say things like, well, I'm not smart enough to do this, or, it's like a self-defeating kind of mantra that they keep saying over and over again. It's like, who taught you how to speak like that? Why do you talk like that? You don't need to. Like, you can do away with that and just say, you know what? I'm going to do the best I can. That's that easy. Just say that. When you speak, this defeatist mindset like takes over. Yeah. I always like, even like when the ballers come in here, I don't ever put them down, like say like you're an idiot outright. When they say like, I'm just too dumb to know any of this stuff, and it's like, no, don't think like that. Don't say that. That's, I think, by design, man. It's set up like that so that people won't look into it. They won't, they feel like there's a hierarchy that they're working with. They'll never be able to achieve the heights of knowledge like these other guys have.
Yeah, it's because they're not literate, and I understand it. I wasn't, and you do automatically think this is beyond me. I need other people to do the thinking for me. So I can relate. I didn't have that background, and I purposely learnt it. I had to go through all my GCSE crap again, figure it all out. But you know what? It was the best thing I ever did, because otherwise flat earth would be nagging at me and gnawing at me in the back of my mind, and I would be in the standpoint of, you can't prove anything, you can't know anything. You know, I don't want to be that person. I don't believe in that. Anyway, I'm not trying to make it about me. I'm just talking in general. I think that's a lot of people must be in that position and gave up.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're probably describing a large majority of people that they just don't want to go below the surface level because of fear, or, you know, they just figure smart people figured all this stuff out hundreds of years ago. So why waste my time on it? You know, they never get below the surface. They don't scratch below the surface, right?
That's why when people say, well, you know, how do you judge someone? Me personally, I judge people by how much they're willing to question. That's a good sign of someone who's able to work within truth. Are you willing to question all of your basic beliefs that you were taught from young, even your basic ideas? You know, we have ideas of what love is, we have ideas of what hate is, and this is taught from our parents. And when we decided that this behavior represents this, you know, this must be what love is, this must be what hate is. No, you need to be able to step back and question everything that you've assumed during your lifetime. And that's a measure of someone who seeks truth, you know, challenge everything, even your basic ideas. Like, if we do that, I believe we can identify where everybody got their globe idea from. Everybody got their globe idea from the same place, and the same kind of documentaries and films and movies have influenced us in the same ways. So when you hear people say, oh, well, we know it's a globe because of XYZ, we've heard the same arguments again and again and again, and you can kind of tell where these ideas have come from. You know, so when we can identify where the ideas are coming from, we can start to see deception in the patterning. It's all about patterns, in my opinion. But anyway, that's enough.
Good point. I mean, speaking of originating the globe idea, like, this is speculation, but even like Copernicus or whoever, they didn't walk outside and say, man, it looks like a globe today, you know? It's just an idea they made up, you know? So nobody goes outside and says, damn, it's looking kind of globish today. No.
Yeah, no one ever walked out and said that horizon looks bendizontal.
If I could go back to the first person that had the globe idea and just bitch slap them or whatever, you know, come on, man. Like, he walks up to you and says, you know, I think we're all standing on a spinning ball. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Come on, man.
Yeah, a lot of people go back to the Jesuits, don't they? But I like to go back to Ptolemy, because I feel like, and this is a feeling, but I just feel like from the research I'm doing, I'm starting to put a picture together that it wasn't just about the globe with those few Ptolemies, you know, the same line, their son Ptolemy the first, second, and third. They were working on reshaping everything, you know, the reshaping the borders, stealing land, identities, changing the globe. So I think it came as a package over a bigger period of time where everything changed, all of our understanding. So I see the globe as part of a reset. But I think Ptolemy's, the first person who made it mainstream.
Yeah, possibly, if we can believe the stories, but, who knows what happened in the past. But I hear you.
Well, I'm just because he also created the Septuagint Bible, which is the origins of, our modern religions. I actually don't believe we had religion before then. I think we just had spirituality, but I just put it down to this period where You know, they went round. Caesar went round. Yeah, Alexander the Great and Caesar trying to synchronize all of these flipping, countries that had the old world in them. They wanted to get that out of everyone and then introduce a new model, a new scientific method, delete alchemy, and just create what we have now as modern science. And I think that's the problem. They bastardized it from the beginning. And now we're not in tune.
It's kind of safe to speculate that the underlying assumption, but however this whole thing was created, it control, and making people think that smart people got it figured out and they don't have to worry about it was the main underlying thing of it. Control of the mind, right?
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. They get control of the religion, which wasn't even religion before. Then they get control of the identities of where the religion is built on. Then they can create new religions to control it all and give you a new cosmology to sever your tie with God. So simple, yet effective.
Yeah, looking back at the whole way this thing was constructed, you kind of got to tip your head to how they did it, but not really. You know what I mean? It wasn't elaborate, and
Yeah.
they had a patience. They what like put it in the textbooks. They manufactured the globes and just kind of slowly, by drip, indoctrinated people into this. It was actually easy after they got going to go.
And now we sit confused in Plato's cave.
Yep, and the minority people like us that are trying to point out truths to people are ridiculed and marginalized. While everybody else thinks that asteroids are flying around and we've got Johnny 5 on Mars, et cetera, et cetera. It's crazy. Everything's upside down.
Yeah, we're the last of a dying breed, potentially. I mean, I hope not, but we could be.
Could be. I mean, all we can do is try to speak our truth, and the ears that have the ability to listen will listen, and we just go from there and try to make each day a little better. Right? That's what I'm looking at. I'm in my 60s now, so I don't know how much time I got left here. I'm just trying to speak truth as much as I can while I'm here.
Right on, brother. And if any of the globers or people on the fence are unsure why flat Earth is the focus, it's because it's like a gateway. It opens your mind to logical thinking, and that's why we start with flat Earth and focus on flat Earth and stay on flat Earth, because it will lead to one place only. Can you prove the globe for yourself? If you can go out and prove to yourself it's a globe, you'll end up where we did, understanding that the globe can never be proven.
Exactly. I mean, the whole nuts and bolts of this thing is this is the one issue that you can actually prove for yourself. If you're honest with yourself. A lot of people don't get to that point,
Exactly.
You don't have to listen to other people. You can do that. You can go outside and figure this out for yourself.
Yeah. So if anything can break the matrix, we occasionally get people in here. Oh, why don't you care about the trafficking and this issue and that issue? Because this is the one you can prove to yourself and will have a lasting effect on how your mind works. Everything else is speculation.
There is another.
Are you going to say the forbidden word?
Well, which one's that?
The V word.
V? What's V?
What's the other one then? No, you're not.
Hive. Well, at the core of what you think of the logistics. Okay, suppose it's a flat Earth, and we've got all these academics and NASA and everyone else promoting the globe. Logistically, how would you assemble that many liars? It's quite a task, isn't it? Are they all bribed, all blackmailed, or what?
No, they're not liars. They believe that somebody else above them or somebody else understands it, and they will just believe that the math is there and that the model is correct.
No, well, I have a different theory that it's genetic, and that we are dealing with a group of people who are genetically able to lie without conscience, and they lie as a group, and that's what we call the hive. So that's they will actually be the globers, and they'll also be flat earthers, but trying to prove a flat Earth in a way that can't be proved. You know, they'll take the hive will actually be both sides of the issue, misdirecting.
Yeah, I get you. So more like an energy, and they stay in that spirit regardless of the choices they make of what to believe.
But it's not just flat Earth versus globe. They are both sides of absolutely every issue. They create the issues so that people are arguing, you know, what you might call kind of a false dichotomy. That is, you know, whichever side you're on is wrong, kind of thing. They've set up every issue like that, and I think until you expose the hive, because it can be exposed, but it requires logic, and you'll find that they're in the majority, so they will try and misdirect from it. It's genetic, and you can spot the genetic link. They all have a mismatch with their skeletal gender versus their apparent gender. That's why all the men are eggheads and all the women are boxheads with the big jaws. It's a genetic connection you can spot. And why is it there? It's because only the hive gets into positions of prominence. Only they have social proof. It is literally the Truman Show. So you can... until that is the matrix, is that they're all liars. That's the matrix. It's genetic.
The only thing I don't like, apart from the fact that that's speculation, but I already understand that. The only thing I don't like about that is it's kind of separating us a little bit, where I do see us as all one big human family, regardless of your race, gender, blah, 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 you know, and that everybody has the same potential. Because what we were saying earlier was some people come in here and say, I don't have the capacity to think this. We disagreed. Me and Alpha were talking earlier. We disagree. We think they do have the capacity. But what you're saying kind of leads down the path that they don't have the capacity. So they're actually right.
There's... If you look at people and you notice the men are eggheads with soft jaws, this is actually a female skeletal structure. Have you noticed all these supermodels with the long legs? The hips are actually widest higher up than a female with a female skeletal structure, and the wide shoulders and clavicles. This is a genetic connection. And I'm telling you, I know it sounds like phrenology, but it is actually true. They have different minds. They seem to be able to lie without conscience and betray without guilt. And that's why you don't see in any position of prominence, sport, politics, entertainment, media, a man with a box head or a woman with a soft jaw. They're basically being bred out into basically evolutionary dead end. There's another genetic side to it, and that is from what I call these lying hive families. It appears the whole neurodivergent narrative, that's Asperger's, ADHD, are non-hive from hive families. I put that in the side chat. They are the exception that proves the rule. That's why if you look at every prominent person that claims to have Asperger's, you'll notice they're all doing the finger gestures of the lying hive. They're all fake, and they're all there to cover up the fact, the glaring fact that if there were none, you'd have to ask why there's none. So you got Elon Musk. He doesn't have Asperger's, like he says. Neither does Greta Thunberg. And so that they are the exception that proves the rule, and they have a high suicide rate. And they go to the doctor with suicidal depression, and the doctor will touch their chin, do their finger gesture, and say, "Here, have some antidepressants." And that's why they've got a high suicide rate, because they're absolutely lied to. And in some cases, their families deliberately target them to try and induce them to commit suicide, which is attempted murder, and murder if successful. And this is what is the most massive cover-up. And the shape of the globe, this is a side issue for me, really, because exposing this genetic lying, I've got it in the side chat here, is the one thing they don't want, because it underpins everything. So if you have enough liars, well, you can have a whole fake war in Gaza, which is exactly what it is, same as the fake war in Ukraine. The military's hive. They're all lying hive. They're all faking it. They're all acting. They can do anything. It's like, arguing who shot JFK. Well, no one did. It was a hoax. Just like COVID, polio, AIDS, all hoax, all of them.
Well, I don't disagree with that, what you've just said, but yeah, it's a very deep topic you're talking about. I don't know enough of any of it, but I can't disagree with you, put it that way.
Are you, like, if you looked at yourself, do you have a male skull shape with a wide jaw and wide spaced eyes that are actually slightly in the upper half of your head, a male skull shape? Or are you an egghead, maybe with slightly wider hips, right? So if you are like an egghead, which is basically is a genetic marker for a female skeletal structure, you could well be from one of these hive families, and they could all be lying. I'm telling you, my family has lied to me all my life. It's incredible that the loyalty to this lies trumps everything. I don't know where to start. If you so who are you familiar with in any areas? Any particular person? I've covered an awful lot of them. So you're English. You would know Susan Boyle. Do you know that name?
Yeah, I know who she is.
So I'll put her in the side chat. Know how she became prominent, and then she comes out, she had Asperger's. Isn't that interesting? Asperger's don't recognise the finger gestures that they do to signal that they're hive and when they're lying. And there she is doing them all. In other words, she's fake. Fake. Did you know she came out? Oh, I've got Asperger's, right? This is the and the discrimination starts in school. So it's sporting team selection, the school musical, scholarships, you name it, and academia as well. You won't be a prominent academic or a published academic. So if you look at say, well, who have I got here? Who's famous? Oh, Richard Feynman. Richard Feynman. He's sort of famous and so well respected. There he is, yeah. No, so all his pictures will have the finger gestures in them. In other words, he can be counted on to lie and back up anything. Charles Darwin, same thing.
Yeah. That's my boy.
Who else have we got here? Oh, Einstein, of course, but they know as children. This is the scary thing. They genetically know that they are liars and they know to look out for other liars. And what they realise is that other liars are signalling their lies by doing a finger gesture. Now, you've probably heard of, cross your fingers behind your back if you tell a lie and it's okay, or something like that. That's one that they highlight, which kind of disguises the fact that it's actually any finger gesture. So here's Einstein, and you'll notice it's just, things like the hand rotated to the front, 2 fingers holding the hat, rotated to the front with the phalanges kind of more prominent. They know that there's always the fingers, and it's any gesture. The trick is they can see them real time. They can see them real time with just practice. It's like, you know that neurologically you're probably sensitive to eye contact. You can tell instantly when someone's looking at you. What happens is with practice, and I've done this myself because it was a shock. I was trying to figure out the truth of this, that, and the other conspiracy. We know the Freemasons and who's doing these one-eye gestures and that. So I started looking at the gestures and trying to note them down. And I noticed the children did them. And then I realised, a few things connected. So they know as children to do the gestures to enable them to have opportunity. And the crazy thing is they don't out each other. Some of them have mad success and others don't. So here's Jonas Salk. Same thing. You'll notice he'll be photographed with the fingers. But they can see them real time. So if you watch your news, especially a lot of the fake youth crime psyop they're running, I don't know if they're running that in England, they run it in Australia, they'll have the perpetrator sort of being marched around by the police. And the perpetrator will actually have the finger, do the finger gesture down to show it's a hoax. They literally show it's a hoax every time. So you can watch your news. Who have I got there? Jonas Salk.
George, I don't mean to interrupt, mate. Could you do us a favour? Would you mind deleting the polio vaccine post that you've put in there? Because people could cause a problem for us with that.
Yeah, right. Well, it's a bit like events between 1939 and 45. I don't debunk them. I just debunk everything up to 1938, and from 1945 onwards, you can fill in the gaps. Who I got here? Well, here's Edward Jenner. I don't know. I think I can. Edward Jenner. So that's published 1839, and for some reason his fingers are like that. It's very odd, isn't it? So it's every academic. Oh, Carl Gustav Jung. And he's a bit subtle, but you'll notice the fingers will be more, sort of prominently, it's very subtle. He's just holding his pipe, or he's just got his hands like that. You can just keep making up excuses until you realise that it's every one of them. I'll go over it. I've got a short video here of Oswald Mosley. And he's a bit clumsy. So if you watch that video there, he's obviously doing the gesture with his left hand on his hip. But it's any gesture, like the coat grab with the and the tie adjusts with the phalanges, well, the first knuckle sort of not bent very much, so it's sort of a claw-like grip. You'll see them do that and adjust their tie, and that's one of their gestures that they do. They sort of copy each other. Okay, here's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and his mother. So he was actually from a not affluent socio group. You look at his mother's hand on his shoulder. I mean, this is not an accidental gesture, right? She's basically very practiced at doing that one, isn't she? Very proud of it. But so it's basically like a separate species, effectively. They have no loyalty to the non-hive. That's Anthony Albanese. Look at the mother's finger gesture.
I mean, George, you could be right. And just to get back on topic a little bit here to the flat Earth, you did mention, you know, this is more important to you than the flat Earth. My only issue with these type of subjects is it is speculative, and it isn't something that you can confirm. So for me, in a room, you know, with a big audience, for me, it's always more beneficial to speak about what we can prove. And I'm not trying to shoot you down at all. You know, some of the things you've said are interesting, but at the same time, for those who are trying to wake up, I think the flat Earth is the basis that we can all agree on. Do you know what I mean? And truth.
Yeah.
We are still within the realm of truth. Then
it's a big thing. What I mean? I think there's a couple of hurdles though that you kind of keep running into. Is the question in the back of your mind is, how can they all be lying, right? Or how can they all be wrong? Or how can they all? And you can't fathom it until you actually see that only they are selected. So if you go to your job interview at NASA, it won't matter if you've managed to get a PhD. If you don't put your hand on the desk with a couple of knuckles out, you won't be getting the job, right? They filter like that. That's how it's done.
I agree, and we also have that in the mafia. You know, in the mafia, if you pour your drink in a certain way or if you do a certain gesture, it means something to that gang. I think all that proves is that, yes, we have a gang running the show.
Who have we got here? Yeah, who's that? Is that an Andrew Tate, someone or other like that?
He's left.
And I'm just
I think they are called sellouts.
Jake Paul. Yeah, Jake Paul. But it's all of them. You see, we call them the fascinators.
They're all sellouts, man. They're all little minions for the system. People with no honor for the truth.
Yeah, that's it.
All of them have sold out.
I'm from one of these families, and my brother once said to me, and he at that time I wasn't aware of what was going on. I thought the world was normal. He said to me, "It's not a lie if it's what they want to believe." So in their mind, if it's a flat Earth, if they're telling it's a globe, it's not a lie because people want to believe it's a globe. This is their morality. They are not interested in truth at all.
Well, this is why
indoctrinate that morality into the people for the education system to be okay.
Well, this is why truth being subjective is such a dangerous ideology, because you can end up here.
It's really sad. I understand there would be nothing in this world regarding money or fame for which I would ever refuse to say the truth, you know, for like to lay down and just lie for something. Like I would never do that.
This is
no money in this world could pay me.
I say back to the flat Earth. You could have an astronomer, you know, a thinker of you know cosmic things like you know the Big Bang and all this sort of stuff, and understand Einstein's theories and have theories of their own, and be really absolutely genius level. Yet these people, to them, the lie is better. It's what you've got to get your head around. The lie is better. You're not dealing with normal. Their minds are different. There's no point arguing with them. Sadly.
Well, no acknowledgement for sellouts.
Well, I was saying they're loyal to themselves, to themselves, so they're loyal to the lie.
To the money.
Yeah, it's more genetic. I'm saying that they are literally loyal to this genetic difference, and that's how they run things like the shape of the Earth. I sort of think it might be a big globe, so big that the bit we're allowed on looks flat, but who knows?
But inwardly, they're all just very poor people, probably abused in childhood and so forth. That's why they choose to go this path of fame and fortune.
Yeah.
Because they're empty inside.
That's true. But there's also a lot of garden variety suburban ones too with normal jobs, and they all keep the secret.
But if you deceive yourself so much so that you think the secret you're holding is true, or believe that, then yeah. I mean, you see it with the people, you know. I can't talk about it in here, unfortunately. I wanted to talk about the past 3 years, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll just say that a lot of people who you thought were your fellow citizens knew certain things were a pack of lies, and they all went along with it because they like to lie. They like to go along with, and they didn't seem upset that various doctors and companies were making loads of money all selling lies. I'm telling you, they have different minds to honest people, different minds.
Yep.
Anyway, in my profile, I've got a link to a server there, but as I say, the counter example is Asperger's, and I think ADHD as well. And this whole neurodiversity narrative is to basically sort of promote antipsychotics and all sorts of other drugs for them. Anyway, that's how they can lie about the shape of the Earth.
What I just find sad about most Globers is that they shoot the messenger, you know? They get angry at us for realizing that they have been lied to.
Yeah.
Like, why get angry at the one who is trying to help you?
Well, you mightn't realise the person you're talking to might know something's a lie, but they go along with it. It's this group lying. They're not interested in the truth. Even sports people who join in various psyops. That's why you see on the news you'll see some sports person's got something to say about racism, or some's got something to say about this and that. Every issue they're available, and even so, Muhammad Ali, he's prepared to have years of his boxing kind of put on hold to take part in a boycott. He didn't need to. Their actual sport is not as important to them as their role as a liar. They have a different mind.
But I don't know if you're a Bible guy, but the Bible talks about how man can be given over into a depraved mind. So that there is like into a mind where they have chosen to be in that mindset of deceiving themselves, so that they no longer can actually understand or see any truth.
Well,
it's very interesting.
Yeah.
So it's like everybody gets a chance, and at some point, if you just choose to be wicked and depraved, then it's not that you can't get out of it anymore. It's not saying that, but there's definitely saying something that you can be given over into a depraved mind.
Well, I just say Proverbs 6:12-14. A worthless man speaks with a lying mouth or something. Winks with his eye, gestures with his feet, points with his fingers. I think this has been going on a long time. I think that proverb is about them. It's about what they do. And because that's a story, I think, where someone was coordinating his lies with his friends. I think it's about how they do it. It's been going on a long time.
It says here, Romans 26, for the reason God gave them over to dishonorable passions. Even the woman exchanged natural relationships for unnatural ones. Likewise, the man abandoned natural relations with women and burned with lust for one another. Men committed indecent acts with other men and received in themselves the due penalty for their error. Furthermore, since they did not see fit to acknowledge God, he gave them up to the brave mind to do what ought not to be done. They have become filled with every kind of wickedness, evil, greed, and depravity. They're full of envy, murder, strife, deceit, and malice. They're gossips, slanderers, God-haters, insolent, arrogant, and boastful. They invent new forms of evil. They disobey their parents. They are senseless, faithless, heartless, merciless. Although they knew God's righteous decree that those who do such things are worthy of death, they not only continue to do these things, but also approve of those who practice them. And we see this going on very much in the streets nowadays, being celebrated.
Yeah.
This depravity.
I think it's very scary because there just seems to be so many of them.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're living in end times, right? There's a huge falling away.
What do you mean to say that we live in end times?
Like we live in a time where it is expected to be a cleansing. So like, I mean, in regards to the book of Revelation, I would say we are really in I'm not saying that we're living in end times, that the end is like near, maybe not even in my lifetime, but we're living in times where it's very hard to escape deception, like, because imagine all the kids that they're indoctrinating, getting very young, and they grow up, never listened or heard any real truth or so forth. So I think it has never been that extreme as it is now, like the tools of deception are very, very broad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if we take the notion of bread and circuses, which is what I was thinking about when the other gentleman was speaking, we've got these sort of constantly displayed these characters, especially with women's sports entering into the arena. It's the feminine entering into the masculine, and it's the inversion as a consequence. And how would you say? It's not to say that women shouldn't participate in any physical activity, but we seem to be dealing with an issue here where they're being propagated, and the television over here is just constantly pummeling everyone with this sort of victimization story, and
Yeah.
like a lot of sort of, particularly like sort of the female sports representative recently, like.
Okay, yeah. I know we've sort of digressed a bit from flat Earth there, but remember I said that the women have male skeletal structures, which you might notice once you start to realise that's what you're looking at with the wide-spaced eyes, and the men have the female skeletal structure, but grown with male hormones, so they're normal men, and they can be big and strong, but so people are starting to notice there's something a bit curious going on. I noticed this actually when I was very young. Why did all my female teachers have these big jaws? I should have twigged then. It took me a long time to wake up. There was actually a reason for it.
You should have worked it out when you were a kid, mate. You really should have.
So if you look at any prominent TRANZ, okay, I'm probably not allowed to say the word. If you look at them, you'll notice that their skeletal structure, remember they're going to be born the opposite of their skeletal structure. So you'll notice that, say, women like Miss Netherlands or whatever, she's come out transgender, she has a male skeletal structure. She was born female. And in fact, every prominent transgender is fake. It seems to be some sort of psyop to put a smokescreen over what people are seeing in front of their eyes. It's something like that. I actually do not know if there are any genuine transgender at all, because every prominent one's fake. From Dylan Mulvaney, the lot, all of them are fake.
Well, if I can put it to you that potentially it's a situation in which these people are sort of, what would it be, sort of like there's so much chemical going on during the course of one's childbirth between the mother and the vaccination program that they're turning everyone into a hermaphrodite of some sort.
Where are you from? Is it?
I'm Aussie, mate.
Oh, hang on. So you would know whistleblower David McBride, who was William McBride's son. Do you know William McBride?
No, I'm not familiar with him.
He was quite famous. Like, you know, the thalidomide deformities.
Very much so. Yeah.
Yep. So it was originally, I'll put it in a side chat, the first person to publish on it was some guy called Wiederkehr Lenz in Germany. And then in Australia, they made a hero out of William McBride and funded him for Foundation 41. And in America, there was someone called Kelsey who became famous and painted the FDA in such a good light because she wouldn't approve it. And they made a hero out of her. So it's sort of like a triple psyop. There's Wiederkehr Lenz. He's quite interesting. He was a member of the Hitler Youth, the SA, and he did his PhD in accelerated growth through nutrition. Oh, I can't do medical talk. Well, so there you go. I mean, this is just historical thing that he was. So you look at it and you see the sort of the fingerprints of how they do things. So sometimes I think something negative happens and they make a positive out of it. So because clearly the deformities were real, but I even wonder whether they were from thalidomide or from something else. I don't know. I do wonder. So I've got that one there as a mystery. But you'll see how the family becomes prominent. So William McBride's prominent in Australia, where he was funded to do this Foundation 41 for first 41 weeks of gestation. And then his son, David McBride, becomes famous as a whistleblower about war crimes in Afghanistan. They're all linked and, they're all in on it.
Yeah. So the way that I sort of see that is an aspect of once the dig is up, once they're caught out for the thalidomide scandal, they've already got people in positions ready to basically do damage control.
Yeah.
So they become
get
the
funding.
revealers.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So they've already sort of, this is the sort of thing is sort of, who would it be? Robert Malone. Do you know that name?
Yeah, he's another faker.
So exactly, he was in there ready to do damage control. At the point at which the sort of, the notion of the medical scam became revealed, which I was a big fan of Robert Malone at the time, and now I come to understand a deeper understanding. It's sort of
they're all controlled opposition.
Yeah,
because they're not telling you how it's done. We have an expression in the my conspiracy theory groups. It's everyone you see, hear, and read. Everyone you see, hear, and read, from Alex Jones to Jordan Peterson. It doesn't matter whether they sound sensible or not. It doesn't matter. It's all of them. It's every politician. You know, if you're in Australia, you got Pauline Hanson. You know.
Yeah. It presents a problem, doesn't it? As far as like, it's up to our own individual discernment. That's what I sort of discovered about this world. You can't trust anyone. They're all telling you.
I'll put Pauline in the side chat for you. We've renamed a party One Gender. And anyway, I've got links in my profile if you want to join the group there. But as I say, this Asperger's and ADHD are, I think, key counter examples.
That you mentioned Pauline Hanson, which I'm pretty sure a lot of the people in this group chat won't really know, but
yeah, well, she's every country has these controlled oppositions, like you know, like Nigel Farage or who's a controlled opposition in America. Well, I don't know if they did have Ross Perot for a while. You know, all these mavericks and outsiders.
This is the interesting thing, isn't it? They seem to like. I've seen Pauline Hanson do this. I've seen Nigel Farage, do this, where they sort of
they tickle your ears.
Really, well, they're very unique individuals, right, within the political sphere. They always seem to do this. They've got a jitter to them. There's a stutter, a jitter about the nature of the way that they talk. And I always perceive that as sort of maybe like a recognition of like, what would you say, like being politically sensitive and knowing that they're on stage and everything that they're everything that they said is being analysed. But you could theoretically sort of interpret that as actually
they're actors.
They're actors, but because they're right on the edge of truth and reason, that the answers that they need to provide are so they need to balance themselves on that sort of those slackliners that they're really trying to weave their way between sort of their truth and what they're trying to present and the truth. I don't know where I'm kind of going with that, but yeah.
They'll tickle your ears, but they'll never say watch their fingers. There's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's sort of a maverick outsider, isn't he?
Yeah, I've already sort of.
And yeah, it's
he's
the
in
whole
the doghouse as far as I'm concerned.
It's he tickles people's ears as well. It was sort of a wake up when I saw him in I think it was in Berlin, and the crowd he was talking to was like 500,000 people, and there was no mention of that on our news at all. And I thought that there's something going on here, because why would they not mention such a massive rally? And they tell you this is a big statement. It appears every movie based on a true story is about one of their lies or hoaxes, and the actual truth is in science fiction movies.
Yeah, for sure.
So you got the
Hollywood. Was it new? Truth in Hollywood, fiction in the news, in media.
The Truman Show. So what I'm describing is Truman. I was Truman. I was living in my own Truman Show. My own family was lying to me.
Mm-hmm.
But with Truman, his logic was good. He was quite sane, wasn't he? But everything he believed was wrong, because he's got no starting point of truth to begin with. until a light almost falls on him. He started to do odd things. You realise something's a bit odd here. But he had no starting point, so he was his best friend. And of course, they even tell you in the movie they're doing his fingers. So you got the Truman Show, the invention of lying with Ricky Gervais. I don't know if you know that one.
Yeah, I do.
He invented lying, like he was the first liar, and it was just some genetic mutation. And they made a comedy.
It's a power. It's a superpower, basically. In the world of truth telling, that one person can lie.
And in the end, he lived in a world where no one could lie, right? And he didn't even know he could lie, and he accidentally sort of figured out that he could lie. And he said, I've got all this money in my bank account. And the bank said, okay, it must be true. The computer must be wrong, because they had no concept that someone could ever lie. And he accidentally sort of created religion. And there's Lord. So you got the Truman Show. 1984 is not about a dystopian future. It's about what they do now. It's what they did back then. Hoax wars.
Yeah. It's revelation of the message to some extent, eh?
And what's the other one? Brave New World. It's the drugs and all that. Brave New World's actually about, sort of the world as it is now. There's a series from the 60s called The Invaders. And of course you got The Matrix. But there's one called Dinner for Schmucks. Have you seen that movie?
Yep.
Okay, you have seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in that movie, I'm saying that the target guy would have had Asperger's, and the coordinated lying would have been the hive, for hive, just having a bit of a joke. This has happened to me. I've realised a lot of my friends were fake, but they were basically using me as an exotic pet. Maybe they thought I was benefiting from it, but your relationships with them are hollow. So it's really at the personal level. This has actually happened. So I don't know if you've ever been targeted like that or not, or.
I wouldn't say so. No, I don't think so. Although I would say that, how would I say this? Like, there have been times where I felt like I was the schmuck, because I'm a bit of a sort of an eccentric in life. So
Would you
but that's not
Asperger's
that
or something like that?
No, not at all.
We could do the
I
AQ
wouldn't say
test.
so.
You might be surprised.
Yeah.
I put a picture in the side chat there. That's me,
Uh-huh.
aged about 2, and you see my brother just oddly got 2 knuckles and staring daggers at me. That's the family. I mean, it's my friends as well, fake friends.
I'm waiting for it to load.
So
What's with the fingers?
Okay, they have this thing that if they do the finger gesture and you don't see it, the blame's on you.
Okay.
So it's their way of saying we're putting a blame on you because you were not paying attention. It's your fault. We told you we were lying. We told you we hate you. But in fact, they have no conscience at all because if you ever call them out, they'll just deny, right? So that's why they're always doing those finger gestures. They're always saying who they are. Some of them are more subtle than others. And the trick is, if you practice watching for them, you'll see them getting done real time. For example, you could practice on charity workers. You know those charity workers in shopping malls that you sort of walk past and they try and get you to subscribe to this, that and the other? And they'll point at the pictures in front of them of the sick children and they'll point with 2 fingers or 1 finger or they'll do the gestures. So they're testing you. If you're not Hive, maybe the Hive even subscribes, I don't know. They're basically sort of saying we're lying and it's a con. If you could go to church and they'll say, oh, you think of becoming a new Christian, and they'll put their hand on you. If they'll ask permission, put their hand on you to pray, they'll actually put the finger out of alignment.
Well, I mean, do you think that this is subconscious on their part?
No, it's totally conscious. But another trap is the finger gesture things are copied subconsciously by non-Hive. It's absolutely conscious. Let's have a look here.
What about the middle finger? Oh,
well, that's another gesture, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Here's Albanese. You know they run this psyop about 28 protected pedophile Freemasons in Australia. They do these sort of things. Here he is. He's actually taking part in being confronted about it. Obviously, no one's going to get that close to him. And you see the yellow top starts with a gesture, and you can go through that video, and you'll actually spot them. And I've highlighted them. That's how they do it. They can spot these real time.
Man, you reckon Albanese's in the know, or he's just a useful idiot?
No, they know. Look, I showed you the picture of Albanese and his mother.
Mm-hmm.
Have a look. Here's Albo. He's Albo and his mother. It's all of them. And there you see that collar adjust. The one on the bottom left where he's adjusting his collar and tie with the finger gestures so that the first knuckle isn't bent as much as normal and it sort of forms a claw-like thing. And you got his mother there doing something really weird. Basically, they do it every picture. Finger out of alignment to show who they are. But here's some guy who's future Prime Minister of Australia. His name's Barclay McGain. Okay, so here's Barclay McGain, and here's the thing. He's at a fake protest. Yeah, that's just a hand. Yeah. Here's a fake protest. And he's at. The police are all Hive too. That's how they run these fakes. At a fake protest, the police will grab some piece of their equipment there on their belt or on their front, like they're looking down for checking for messages or something. That's actually a finger gesture. So the protester on the other side might flick his hair or touch his collar or something in reply to show, look, I know it's all bullshit. You know it's all bullshit. And so then the protester yells at him and calls him a corrupt pig or whatever, and the policeman goes, steady on there, steady. They know it's all freaking lies and hoax. But if it's someone real who believes, right, if someone who's not Hive has joined the protest and doesn't do the finger gestures, the police know we better watch out for this one.
Do you think any of these? Sorry to interrupt. It's quite interesting. Do you think do any of these resemble anything of actual sign language?
Well, obviously, finger gestures get used for multiple purposes. Tell you what's interesting. Those signers behind the politicians that you do in the morning briefings and all this sort of thing. Obviously, some of their stuff requires two hands, but what they'll actually do for the lies, like they'll be doing something with one hand up closer to their face, and they'll do the little point down with the index finger on the other hand. So they know to signal as well.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they use some form of signaling, as you sort of say, as to whether or not they're all in on it. I sort of struggle to kind of get a good grasp on it. I think it's too amorphous in order to sort of really nail down the specificity.
Well, that's kind of a postulate that you're not proving. It's an assumption you're not proving. I'm challenging it. I'm saying that the inconceivable is exactly what is happening. You can just look at Barclay McGain at the fake protest. You're obviously doing some sort of shits and giggles. Let's all do our gestures.
I guess to some extent it'd be like who's in, who's out of this crew, and the hand signals. It all starts getting a bit sort of too difficult to sort of actually sort of make any accusations.
Oh, here's the Bee Gees. I mean, were they all in D Malay? Were they all Freemasons? Were they?
Don't know, man, but don't tell me that, because my mum loves the Bee Gees, and
well,
tell you what, the Bee Gees is the one group I haven't been able to sort of nut out as far as like whether or not they happen to get popular. Of their own accord, and
you can find on YouTube. It's about from 1960 something. Time is passing by. They're on the Brian Henderson talent show. That's pretty old, isn't it? And you can actually see them do the gestures. Now, they wouldn't have actually got on the show in the first place. They know to do the gestures and keep the secret. It's their ticket to opportunity. I've highlighted them doing them. Morris does them, and Barry does them at the end. When at the end of a song, the guitar player, might put his hand on the strings to stop the note. Well, he's done that with two fingers doing a V, and then he's shoved them out again rather clumsily. It's very clear that they're signalling, and Morris is doing the collar adjust and the hem adjust, and or is it Robin, and the fingers behind the back and the one finger down. They can spot them real time. You can find that video on YouTube. Then that's how, as children, they know they get ahead or they get an opportunity. So it's massive discrimination. It means it's the same with sport. It means every prominent sports person is a cheat. Every last one of them. And they've got total social proof, total voice. You can have freedom of speech, but you can only talk to me. There's no way anyone.
To the notion of like the sporting aspect is kind of interesting, isn't it? As to whether or not these individuals are able to control the sort of outcome of the match. I think that's kind of interesting. I think the basketball supposedly got a little bit to be said for it as far as the rigging of the game.
Well, have a look at the last-minute try in the 2015 grand final where Hive agent Jonathan Thurston won. Come on. I mean, it's quite an effort what they did.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but why would they put that in the like? Okay, so they're in the
Why?
middle of the final match. Why would they do that? Why would they like? What would
I'm
be
saying
the
that
significance
the
of doing
lies
that?
are more important to them than the truth.
No.
Uh,
I think that this, like, we're all aware of the sort of covert signaling that goes on within the hierarchy, and look, sport has a lot to be said for its role as playing the circus of distraction for society.
There's Steve Bradbury, but just before his race, Steve Bradbury, just before he won that gold medal. Yes, Steve, we know. They threw the race to let him win. And the whole freaking stadium was probably full of hives. So if they stuffed it up, they could do a retake.
I think,
dude. I think too much hive in you there. But sorry, someone else wants to come in.
I just wanted to just give my 2 cents. I think some of this, I find it, I like what you're talking about. I think there is an element of this going on, but I don't think everything is. I think the main thing that they care about is that we're within context. I think when it comes to content, like who wins the election or who wins the game, I think that's actually fair game. I think the context is that everybody plays the game. So I think some of this stuff is just greed and people, who are corrupt within the sport itself, and politics itself. But I think from the overarching point of view, it doesn't matter who wins to them as long as we're all engaged and sucked into it.
Oh yeah. And they have social proof. So
I reckon there might have been something odd about Messi winning the World Cup. There's something odd about Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. I don't know what it is exactly, but given their positions within,
I don't follow the football much, but here's a picture of Real Madrid, and it's not the same picture with different colours. They put their hands exactly in the same place on both pictures. Very particular, aren't they? Nothing left to chance.
Yeah, it's only Marcelo, the guy with the afro. He looks like he's a bit. Apart from that, everybody else seems pretty normal.
Gary Lineker. And of course, after their sporting careers, they're available to run every psyop, like Gary Lineker there.
That's Gary Lineker. What's the hand signal? Is it the pinky being slightly sort of
one out of alignment?
Yeah.
But they'll always be photographed. Still photos don't prove anything because they are copied subconsciously. But you'll see enough of them to realise, hang on, there's something going on here. It's that they can see them real time. You look at any YouTuber with substantial number of subs, and you will find that they do the gestures, and the algorithms are clearly picking them up real time. So they're all doing them. Only they get sort of promoted and subs. So it's all your streamers, YouTubers, and whatnot. If you look at your YouTube, it'll be in the thumbnail or early on usually, but it can be anywhere. And they get picked up by the algorithms, and only they are promoted. So who does a huge amount is Tim Pool. I mean, you can just watch his videos and watch his fingers and the way he keeps adjusting the microphone.
Well, how are they supposed to hold their hands? I mean, come on, a lot of this is just random, and body language is affected by lies. So if you are a liar, your body language will change, but that doesn't mean you're in a cult. It just means that you when you tell lies, there are telltale signs. I mean, this is all very much like saying every single personality in the mainstream is involved, and I don't believe that one bit.
No, it's exactly what I'm saying. Everyone you see here and read, every last one of them, every reality TV show contestant even, every one of them.
I'm not sort of. I mean, why would they need to feel the need to okay, take someone like Tim Pool who does 8 hours of streaming a day or something ridiculous. Why would he feel the need to constantly signal the same thing over and over again?
I don't know. Other than it's in their nature, and they can, and they do, and they get away with it, and people are not connecting the dot.
Or perhaps this is just the body language of a liar, and it's built into the body.
Yeah, I was thinking it might be something that might be subconscious.
I've shown a couple of videos where they're clearly doing them deliberately in time with the camera watching them. You know?
Yeah. I don't know, when the camera's on me, I know I have a sense of sort of I'm being recorded, so my body language might start sort of.
Possibly, but I mean, I've shown a few videos there where it's very clear that they're doing them in time with
But do you know how many conspiracy theories will claim that a picture of a teenage guy or someone young making the devil horn sign, that means gnarly in skating, and a lot of young people don't know what these things mean, but it is cool for them and their community. So there's an element of these hand signs are just in fashion, bro.
But have a look. There's a YouTube video of Lord, age 12, and clearly she's the highlighted personality. But you'll see the other band members as well. Now, actually in the thumbnail, so this is from the time of the interview, which is at 7:58. She's doing the hair touch, and her friend is as well. The other three, the boys, they look a lot younger than her, but, she's pretty big for 12. They are doing them relentlessly on how they hold the guitar. It's very clear they're signalling, we're Hive, we can be trusted with the secrets.
I don't know, dude. Kids are influential. They're doing it. They're doing it, but they're doing it because they're people they look up to, and the pop stars they followed did it. It's more emulation, like they're emulating it.
The one with the purple blob thing and the white glasses, he's doing it in the thumbnail there. He does it right through the whole interview.
That's because the rockers did it for years before people knew what it meant. Look, I'm not trying to make excuses. I just think that I think some of these could easily be explained by human behaviour and body language behaviour.
Again, these young liberals worked for Andrew Laming as electoral officer. He's now got a job at the Institute of Public Affairs. He's been groomed for politics, and he's there at a fake protest. Come on. And everyone, they were all doing the chin touch, and the police were standing in front of these ridiculous fake protesters when everyone else is walking around the edges giggling. It was obviously all fake and hoax. There's the Bee Gees. You can look at and compare that with what I've shown, that they do those gestures.
I see what you're saying, and I can't prove you wrong. I'm just sceptical, mate. I think this is a very paranoid worldview, a little bit.
Are there any can we take photos, right? And I'm looking at what you're doing here as a technique, right, of analysis. Can you just can you scroll through almost any photos and pick this stuff up? Like you picked off your own childhood photographs there and indicated that your brother was also sort of giving that the sort of similar hand sign. So I'm just a little bit it would seem that you can perform this type of analysis upon almost any photos.
Well, that's another brother. That's another brother. Come on. Look at that. Doing some Vulcan symbol, and they've got him holding something there.
Dude, babies make the weirdest hand signs ever. Like, they just do things.
That was at a professional photographer. That's my mother. Look. All you got to do is look. I know this is a
Yeah,
hive.
I don't think a 3 or 4-year-old understands what they're doing,
Well,
though, dude.
No, they
Well,
don't.
they the adults do, and they know that we want any photographs to show the gestures so that it looks like they're part of the hive, whether they are or not. As I say, Asperger's a non-hive. Here's Hillary Clinton. Now, she's obviously grew up into a lying scumbag, but look at the same hand gesture. Why would you be photographed with your hand out the front like that? And in some sort of weird claw sort of thing. And if you look here at Maddie McCann, you'll see.
Just reminds me of the Wu-Tang Clan.
Maddie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got a funny meme for
Have a
this
look.
one.
So she's obviously very young. She's a baby here. I'm not saying she knows what's going on, but she's clearly got her eyes going to the side. She's being coached. They're saying, like this, Maddie. Why would you be photographed like that? And here she is, a bit older, doing the old grab of the scarf and the old hair touch. And Kate McCann, I mean, come on. Why do you never hear the end of them? You never hear the end of them, do you? They're fascinators. You put it all together, there they are. You watch some interviews with Kate McCann, you start to pick them up. And John Benet Ramsey. Have a look. This is not normal.
Well, that one's different.
That's
I think
John
some of the
Benet
other
Ramsey.
ones are stretching.
Always the fingers. Always the fingers. It's everyone you see here and read. Everyone. Here's the quarryman on a talent show. Yes, we know, John. Lying scumbags. I mean, all you got to do is look. And what about this bloke, Mark David Chapman, at the hoax John Lennon shooting? It's a hoax. Finger gestures. There's Mark. He knows what's going on.
I'm really worried about getting my photo taken at any point now.
Well, as I say, that they can see them real time.
Someone might accuse.
There's a couple of
Someone
other
might accuse
techniques
me of
they
being
use.
part of.
There's a couple of techniques they use in still photos.
What's the technique?
One is
there?
to have someone in the background staring directly at the camera doing a gesture. Okay, so
What's the point of actually sending these?
I don't know. It's some sort of moral code they have to signal every time. So this is a Kent State massacre, 4 dead in Ohio, and you'll find it every time. Doesn't that look an emotional thing? He looks like he's been shot dead there. There's someone staring at the camera in the background. Just turn that hand. Just make sure it's aimed directly at the camera. It's very subtle, but you'll find it every time. It's everyone you see, hear, and read. It's this mob of actors, the KKK.
Well, if it's everything, then it's nothing, right?
Well, can you find me a prominent person with a matching skeletal structure? They do still exist. You occasionally see them down the street, but you can't. So
What do
I'm
you,
saying it's
what do you mean?
falsifiable there. Yeah, it's also falsifiable by finding me someone who genuinely has Asperger's syndrome who actually has a public profile anywhere. And you won't find one.
So what's the hypothesis here? What's the Asperger's aspect got to do with it? I think I missed the start of this.
Oh. Okay, I'm saying that this ability to lie without conscience is genetic.
Uh-huh.
The ability to betray without feeling guilt is genetic. And I'm saying that Asperger's don't have that ability, but they are from these families. So they can't allow any of them to be prominent. Now, if there were no prominent Asperger's, someone might realise, well, there's got to be a reason for that. And the reason is that they don't lie, or they won't betray other people like that. So they have these fake ones like Greta Thunberg.
Can we diagnose this quickly? What does Asperger's mean? Like,
It seems to be they've got a conscience. That's what I think it means. That's what Hans Asperger was researching, is why some of the children weren't lying scumbags like the rest of his family. It's autism spectrum is sort of level 1 now, they call it. But you look at these fake ones. Do you know any names in that area, like Temple Grandin or anything like that? Or
no.
No, she's made a movie about her, the woman who thinks like a cow, supposed to have a high visual cortex and all this. She's from one of the wealthiest families in America, and her job's to go, oh, it's a spectrum, it's all lies. Here's Elon Musk's partner Grimes, and there it'll be with the finger gestures. Oh, she's neurodivergent too, yeah, and so's my dog. They've even got a dog. Holly Madison, the OnlyFans star, Holly Madison, porn star. Oh, I'm neurodivergent too. Yeah, I'm autistic too. Yeah, they're springing up like those crop of mushrooms in the backyard. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Why are they all over the place all of a sudden? All doing their finger gestures. And when I formed the group on Telegram and people were joining, I could tell from what they were saying that they had Asperger's, and others I got to do the AQ test, and a lot of them came in very high. And so it was sort of like 70-80% Asperger's joined a group. There's got to be a reason for that, given that they're the habitual loners. They're all. There's just.
Should we start coming up with like a flat Earth hand signal, guys? Like just hold your hand like this, like straight out flat. That's the way you avoid the algorithm.
Yeah. Well, as I say, they pick them up. Oh, the other thing is the other method of signalling they have is in a group photo. They'll all be looking in different directions. Here's one that's pretty ridiculous.
You mean like aloof? It's the aloof look, like off into the distance.
Well, yeah, aloof and off into the distance. Here's one from 1923. 1923, just after the beer hall putsch. Hitler was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Here's him in prison, Lansdowne prison, with the circular table and the tablecloth and the flower vase and the pictures on the back, and all his friends all looking in different directions, doing their little finger gestures. Yeah, it's all a psyop. Everything you see, hear and read, everyone you see, hear and read. No, and that was a 24-day trial, which received national publicity and international publicity, because the guy in the front, that's Ludendorff, he appears on Time magazine a week later. So it was all, the media is completely in on it. So everyone in the world now knows Hitler. in 1923, and it's all scripted, all controlled. It's the media. It's everyone you see, hear, and read.
But the
Look at
real
the photo
question is:
of our prison. That's not real.
is it a ball or is it a plane? That's the real question.
Well, people would have seen the coverage of the come on. Have a look at the one on the bottom right. The guy there holding his two friggin' come on. It's everyone you see, hear, and read.
This is like a very intense focus on like sign language with the hands through
El
photography.
Chapo there, doing two fingers. Who puts their fingers? Come on, that's El Chapo. Then he escaped by digging a tunnel under the toilet or something. You know, it's all lies. None of it's real. Why hasn't they made a movie about Frank Abagnale? Catch Me If You Can. Oh, based on a true story. Yes, Frank. Yes, sure, Frank. There's a pack of lies. They just create more and more of these fascinators to fill your head.
Well, yeah, I think you're a bit fascinated by it. I think Big Roots has actually said this to me before, is sometimes we can get sort of too dug in on the notion of the symbology and forget to sort of essentially live your life. These aspects.
Well, what we got with Asperger's is a very high suicide rate, and it's caused by the doctors telling them a pack of lies. And I think, and it's their friends betraying them and families betraying them. I think that high suicide rate, I think that represents really manslaughter. And in some cases, their families deliberately try and drive them to suicide. This is attempted murder and murder. And I think that's wrong.
You've got no battle with me on that front, my man. But
I think it's wrong. I think there's a difference between right and wrong. And I think turning a blind eye to manslaughter, attempted murder and murder, I don't think that's right. I don't think any amount of finger gestures can make that right. There's Vincent van Gogh, 71 self-portraits, no finger gestures. Isn't it amazing he sold so few photos? All his freaking relatives are hive. Let's call him a murder victim. That's what he was. There's no end to the evil.
That's a curious angle.
By the way, guys, for everybody who's listening, this is the Flat Earth chat room. If anybody has any questions on Flat Earth, feel free to jump in. But if nobody has any objections, guys, carry on.
Oh.
But obviously, Flat Earth questions take precedent.
Well, I got a question about Flat Earth. Is it possible that it's actually a very large globe, so large that the bit we're allowed on, surrounded by the ice wall called Antarctica, appears pretty much flat?
Whoa. Okay, so you're not hip to the topic. Is that
Well, I mean, is it possible that it's actually a globe, but an extremely large one that they're disguised?
Oh, man. I thought you were hip to what's going on in this room. Jeez. Okay, we've got stuff to talk about.
So you reckon?
Rick, I think he's hinting at the crater Earth theory. Have you heard the crater Earth theory before?
No, I haven't. Elaborate, guys.
Well, this is what I think tell me if I'm wrong, George, but the crater Earth theory is that we live all within a pond on a bigger Earth, and that this pond is, yes, demonstrably and obviously flat, but this pond could be on a bigger ball or a bigger something, anything else.
Yeah, it might have like it might be curved, but only by about 1 centimeter from one side to the other. Who knows? Universe could hold a pretty big planet. Yeah, I don't know. Is that possible? Then there's the other one, the inverted. But with flat Earth, I sort of got the idea that you'd have to be surrounded by something. So is there
ice wall, bro?
I sort of think
ice wall.
You got to have sort of some thickness somewhere, haven't you?
Yeah, we got an ice wall.
Hmm.
Holds everything in. Gets too cold out there. And what does water do? Solidifies. Makes walls.
But could it be a massive globe?
Why would it be a massive globe? How would you test that?
I don't know. I don't have the...
Tell me, dude, like, what part of Australia are you living in?
South of Brisbane.
Oh, man, you know exactly where we are. You can just go to Cleveland Point Lookout, and you look northwards. And I wouldn't do it at this time of year, mostly because it's you get a high refractive index. But go there during... Pardon?
I just say I live in Cleveland.
No way. Yeah, cool. Oh, yeah. You're about 20 minutes drive from me. So the aspect that we're sort of I'd like to point you at is, if you actually wanted to have a look into this for yourself, is you can go to either Cleveland Point Lookout or Vicky Point Lookout, and you can look north, and you can particularly during the cooler climate. So as winter approaches, you're going to see this more and more. You can see Moreton Island, 50 kilometers north.
Yeah.
You can see like the point of it. And when I did my calculations, according to the globe, it suggested that Moreton Island should be 200 meters below the horizon.
Yeah.
So not viewable, right? And I'll tell you that sucker, I could see right to the beach. I could off into the distance. I took my compass out. Sorry, not my compass. I took my phone out with the compass feature. Like, that's definitely north. Pulled out Google Maps, measured it, 50 kilometers away. At 50 kilometers, it's a 200-meter drop. And I could see the whole of Moreton Island. And Moreton Island itself, the highest point is 180 meters. But I could see right down to the bottom of it.
Yeah. There's a lot of... It does sort of make sense that I'm just sort of suggesting maybe it's a massive globe. Like, if you had a globe large enough, the curve would be much flatter. But you could have the curve. You can put any size in, so that the drop from Moreton Island, instead of being 200 meters, you could have it to like 1 centimeter or a millimeter. All you need is a big enough globe.
Sure. But then what's going on, like, when we look at those satellite footage and the images that are provided?
Well,
they don't suggest that it's any that much bigger.
Well, yeah, but they're from the hive. They lie.
Exactly.
I just say, I don't know the shape of the Earth. I only know I'm told lies.
Yeah, that's it's an interesting place, my man. It's not to say that we're not told lies, but it's also like it's not about working out what the lies are. It's about working out what the truth is, right? And so we're sort of proposing that you can use your own eyes and you can go out there for yourself and work out what's going on. So don't get stuck in all these photographs of like odd finger shapes and behaviors.
I'm
Um,
afraid. I'm afraid I've probably woken up more people than the flat earthers. I mean, once they see this, because this goes to the heart of everything. They are genetically different.
are you going like reptilians on me, or what's your game?
I'm saying they are genetically different, and so they act essentially as a different species, but not. They can
Your
still
brother?
breed with them, but they are effectively they act like a different species with no loyalty to the non-hive.
Well, I mean, why would it take a genetic difference? Why wouldn't it not take just a
Well, they're not
sort of?
bribed. They couldn't be bribed.
Well, no, but
They can't.
it's like. But you say that your brother is showing sort of similar hand gestures.
Yeah, he's hive. Yeah, I'm from a hive family, but not everyone from a hive family is hive. What I think is this neurodiversity is just a big catch-all for non-hive. That's why they want them drugged up. Asperger's is definitely non-hive, and I think ADHD as well, and schizoid. So there is this hive genetics doesn't seem to be consistent, and maybe I'd like to think maybe it's weakening.
Yeah, but you know that those are all just basically diagnoses as far as the sort of the health industry is concerned. Yeah, like.
Well, it's very clear that Asperger's is non-hive from hive families, and that's why they have to be applied to.
Okay, but you know, Asperger's, like, there are other alternative reasons why human beings could exhibit such. It's not genetic, what I'm implying, but there might be other, chemicals that are being sort of thrown into the situation that might cause a psychological.
Most likely, vaccines don't cause autism. In fact, what is most likely is autism caused the vaccines, and they created the vaccines as a cover for the rise in autism, probably from weakening hive genetics.
That's a very curious point of view, my man.
The vaccines don't cause autism. That's actually, I think, the truth there.
Do you believe in scientism, or science as a sort of the main means by which we sort of acquire knowledge? Like, what's your position?
Well, obviously, some of the things they're lying about. So, that's some things they're lying about.
Some things they are lying about, some things they're not lying about.
Yep.
Yeah, got that. But we've got to kind of try to work out what they are and are not lying about.
Well,
and your position seems to sort of support
What is the thing is, if you can show the logistics by which a large number of people can be lying in synchronization and not revealing the secret, that's the logistic hurdle that everything falls over on until you can see it. And then once you see it, you realize you're dealing with the key that the whole Jenga tower of lies falls down.
Yeah, but you've got a bit of a presupposition folded in there, is that these sort of psychologically divergent people, that you're sort of actually using clinical terms to diagnose them, so ADHD and Asperger's, which is actually no longer clinically recognized. If you sort of, how do I say this? You need to look at the causal agent of why that's occurring, and you can't just throw anything out. Sort of,
it's genetic. They're just not lying hive. That's all it is. That's what it is. It's very clear.
It's definitely something, my man. I'm just not quite sure. Like, I'm trying to pick where you're at, and sort of trying to suggest that, like, you seem to, what was it? Your presupposition is that these psychological states, which are decided by genetics, could not be actually dictated by the environmental causes that might cause them to occur.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be environmental. Like, this is wrong planet.
No, but why would you assume that it's not environmental?
It's such a massive operation around Asperger's and autism.
No, but why would you assume that it's not environmental?
Because it's very clear that it's genetic. I don't need any environment to prove anything.
But you do realize, like, toxicology causes.
This is what they are. The end result is that they don't recognise the finger gestures, and they don't perceive that other people are lying to them because they're not lying. So this is Wrong Planet. That's the earliest autism Asperger forum, created by this guy called Alex Plank, who now calls himself an actor. He consults on things like The Good Doctor and stuff like that. There he's clearly doing your finger gestures. So the whole website was set up to create disinfo and trust, and they are really doing a massive job on autism, Asperger's, ADHD. It's a massive hive operation to drug them up.
Do you know I use some of these hand gestures? I do it on purpose, but when I'm speaking in front of a large number of people and in my job, I could quite easily be snapped from a video and shown to be, showing a hand gesture.
Yep. This is how you need a bit more discernment, and so some of them have someone in the background staring directly at the camera. Other times they'll have a group photo all looking in different directions. Others that they can just see real time. It's like Crazy Plane Woman here. I mean, they even do it for a joke. Once you see it, you can see it.
I think we've hit the bottom of this rabbit hole, guys.
I mean, this is what they're doing.
I don't understand what the actual, like, the critical aspect of it is at this point either. Like, if they're all in on it, this is I don't know, crazy town. But yeah, I'm happy to move on. I tried to steer it towards flat Earth there for a bit, but you can only do so much with a soft touch.
It's interesting, and I don't think it's something we want to censor or anything like that. I just maybe, the convo maybe have run its course, but you've definitely given us a lot of food for thought, George. Appreciate you bringing.
Yeah, well, it's about getting pretty late here. I'm off then. Okay, see you.
See you, George.
All right, see you, George. Did he get offended? I hope not.
Oh, I hope not. But if he did, it's inconsequential. Yeah, that's just a local Aussie. 20 minutes drive from me, guys. So I hope you enjoyed.
It was interesting. It was interesting, and I don't want to sit and rubbish anything he said. I just felt like we'd reached the end of his points that he was trying to make. Do you know what I mean?
It was so inclusive that it became irrelevant. It's sort of there was no there. By the time he was done, everything was there, and that's not the way in which people can choose how to deliver their knowledge or information. But I wish him well.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a little off-topic subject, but it's been a few hours now, so just opening the floor. I hope I haven't killed the room. I'm just opening the floor to anybody else who wants to jump in.
you want to talk about Francis Bacon? I got to get my head around this.
Yeah,
The
yeah, we
whole
can.
Shakespeare conspiracy.
Yeah, what have you found? Have you found anything else interesting since our discussion yesterday?
What was it? Like, it would seem that the whole Gnosticism, which is embedded in the Freemasons, is the emergent sort of elitist religion, and that then they've sold us scientism to the lower classes, which is like their god that they can amorphously mold into anything they want it to say through the sort of the convention, like their conventional practice of science as they practice, which is this peer review system. And it all sort of emerged from a lot of Francis Bacon's sort of use of theatre. And what was it? The something organum, or Navu organum, which was, no, that's the wrong pronunciation, but it was called the new, like in Latin, it like translates into the new way, which could also be sort of connected with the notion of a new world order. So it's almost like the new world order is a sort of the next divination of what was Francis Bacon's original works, which is basically all of Shakespeare's plays. Because Hamlet, Romeo and Juliet, all of these sentiments all just lie within the creation of like creating the fabric of society, essentially. And all of these themes that were created within those plays have sort of defined pop culture, I guess you might put it. I don't know. I'll just land there.
Quick question, Rick. Has any? I know he's got a lot of publications, and I think it is interesting. I don't know what Nova Morganum is about, but I do know he has books on the New Atlantis, and the wisdom of the ancients. So he was very clearly interested and knew. He's got so many books on the old world that he clearly knew exactly how it was run. I believe he met John Dee as well, which I think is a really interesting character, and the fact that they met with what John Dee was up to definitely lets me know he was into the esoteric on a whole nother level. But was there any Shakespearean language in his writing? Like, where did the Shakespearean language come from? And if it came from Francis Bacon, can we find it in some of his own publications?
So Francis Bacon's publications, can we find crossover and lap over? I don't know if there's too much of that. Although it's Mark Twain, which is the famous American writer, kind of actually sort of started digging into this notion of who was this Shakespeare character, because Shakespeare, right? The person himself is very little known about him. There's no letters to or from Shakespeare.
Yeah, there's no record of him. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've forgotten what they did. Okay, this is the hypothetical. I'm not saying this is necessarily true. I'm just saying this is like what a speculation is, that Francis Bacon actually there was an actor, like a low rung actor, and the whole idea of Shakespeare was that Shakespeare came from the street. He wasn't an elite person himself. That he was a sort of an example of a lower class person rising to greatness, and the idea that it's actually that Shakespeare is a fictional person. Like, this is and they found this actor who was like a low end actor that could actually had trouble even reading and writing, but they just allocated the persona to this person, and it became like sort of the way that we would imagine Einstein, right? Einstein was not this great thinker. They manufactured this character out of thin air. Do you kind of get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I've heard a lot about it. There's a lot of people who would agree with that, and I don't see, being as Shakespeare, we don't have that account. I don't see why it wouldn't be Francis. You know, I don't have any challenge to that. Yeah.
But then the whole section of like Shakespeare's plays were actually a form of like colonization of the mind, just as the British Empire colonized the world at that time period. It was sort of this. It was devoid of like this notion of God and creator, and it was all personified. Like it was all aspects of the human experience. Not to say that they're not important, but that it got caught up in this nihilistic worldview, the Gnostic worldview, the demiurge kind of notion of the world as a prison, and this sort of vengeful aspect of the human experience. And that was then what was propagated to the world through the Shakespearean plays.
Well, my logic will tell me that if it was Francis Bacon, then the reason for the hiding of it is possibly because these stories that he created are old world stories with, you know, philosophy in them already. So do you think this could just be part of it, is repackaging old stories, editing and changing them slightly, but then giving it new authorship, you know, giving it the Enlightenment sort of feel to it?
But it's new authorship behind. It's like it's power. How would you describe this? From the shadows, like you've created a fictitious person writing fictitious plays about the nature of the world.
Well, it's like Hollywood, isn't it? It's the earliest Hollywood.
It's the occult within the occult. Like the whole idea of this fictitious person named Shakespeare, who's a fictitious person. It's very meta in its application.
He seemed to focus on Aristotle a lot as well, I believe, and he was challenging some of Aristotle's ideas. And what's interesting is I come across a video the other day talking about how Plato and Aristotle were actually from the 1500s, and that, you know, that would mean that Plato and Aristotle lived in the same days as Francis Bacon and John Dee. And I find it interesting how much Bacon was focused on Aristotle and challenged him.
He challenged Aristotle. What was Aristotle's like key points versus like Hermes or?
It was about deductive reasoning, I think. And basically, I have read some of Aristotle's stuff, but it's really hard to understand. But it seems to be very brutalistic, and it's all about sort of deductive reasoning. But I think they were challenging sort of. I think it was a way that they could challenge this brutal reality, brutalism of reality, which is, it is what it is, truth is truth, this is this, that is that. And it's kind of, you know, showing, I don't know, like some of the stories of Shakespeare are about the human condition and what happens when corruption sets in, and then how there's a moral dilemma when it comes to deductive reasoning and truth, and you know. And I think what it's doing, Shakespeare helps you to glorify bad decisions and basically sin.
It would seem so, yeah.
All in the pursuit of, you know, overcoming the human condition, But it
Well,
sounds like it's
yeah.
a direct challenge. Sorry, it's just like a direct challenge on some of Aristotle's ideas.
So this was another main aspect of what was sort of being hinted within the Shakespearean, like, or the Francis Bacon philosophy, or even the Gnostics for that matter. And it was that it's sort of, they're trying to keep death effectively. That it was something like they, I haven't got this worded quite right, but it doesn't matter how many humans they sacrifice, as long as the human project itself, the idea of overcoming the limitations of what it is to live in this world, is more a righteous activity than what it is to sort of continue existing in this perpetual world. So it's almost like they've made this executive decision of which they feel like it doesn't matter how much human suffering they create, if it's within the endeavor of completing the transhumanistic agenda, that they believe they are righteous in their activities, which is then where you sort of, it sets in these darker aspects of the human experience to sort of like inflict pain on one another, and to sort of even like bringing it back to the debate room, it's like they will alter the nature of our reality in order to sort of create an artificial world for us to live in, because in their artificial world they can potentially overcome. This is like maybe why they're sort of developing all this AI stuff and sort of the metaverse. They're trying to synthesize life. This is the baseline religion by which it all seems to be able to operate. I don't know. I'm musing a little bit at the moment about all of this.
Yeah, I take it as Shakespeare was the earliest version of Hollywood, and Hollywood is the most powerful and influential. Let's just say entertainment is the most powerful, influential. But I think what I personally believe what Francis Bacon was, or what Shakespeare was they knew how powerful the entertainment was, and it was their version of Hollywood, and it's so influential and it moves so many people that they knew already beforehand this is the way to get the ideas understood and obeyed. I don't think without Shakespeare or without some sort of medium to get this across in entertainment or in the, like movies or whatever,
Yeah.
I don't think these ideas stick without Shakespeare.
Okay. I guess the one thing I would add, or sort of say, I'm not contradicting your point, but it's, I feel like there lacks the intention. What's the big play? Why do they want to control everything? In the scope of what you're sort of suggesting, like sort of trying to create this idea of like, at least with the notion of the overcoming of like the human spirit, the human experience, they have a reason for doing all their dark deeds. And I don't know, I'm not trying to say that they're right. I'm just suggesting that I don't know, there needs to be some sort of justification for the craziness there.
Yeah, I wouldn't focus
just
on that though, because what if it's so wildly different to what we can even consider? I mean, what if the old world was destroyed for particular reasons, and then the people who are keeping that alive are actually keeping a satanic evil sort of idea alive? Or what if the people who were in charge and ultimately became the rulers, what if they they took over the old world and the world just exchanged hands? But in order to keep that, they realized they had to change the history. They had to remove spirituality, because in order to really, keep control of everything, you have to direct people's hearts. So maybe this is just the conclusion you get to. If you want to completely control someone, you need to take ownership of their land and their heritage. And in order to do that, you need to take control of their history, their religion, and their day-to-day activities and diet. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it could be as simple as they had to go this far in order to hide the history, because if the history was accessible, we would learn that these people aren't who they claim to be, and these people shouldn't even be in this area, and these people wiped out the original inhabitants and took their identity. Do you know what I mean? There's a whole lot of that going on. And if the truth
Yeah.
came out, they would no longer have a claim to that land or to that religion, for example.
Well, it's all through control of mind, isn't it? It's also like your perspective on your understanding of what ownership means. It's sort of what is it, like control of history? Like, what would it be, like control of spirit equals control of history, and then you just like then control of the body. Yeah, I don't know. It's all a bit dark at
Well,
that point, isn't it?
one thing I picked up on before Ptolemy was when Alexander the Great, Caesar, when they were going around trying to take over, they realized they had to synchronize their religion, their paganism, with their original local religions. Otherwise, their rule wasn't like strong enough when they left. When the actual army left the country, the people were uncontrollable. So they found out very quickly that if you don't control the heart and soul and mind, the heart and minds of these people, you can't control them and you can't keep the land. So I think we figured this out very early on, and it became part of the whole art of war conquering idea. Well understood.
Sure. And would you say then that the only way to control the entire world, like the flat plane we happen to inhabit, would be actually to invert it, to turn the straight line into a circular and have everyone thinking under those lines in order to control it? It'd be the only way you could do it, wouldn't it?
Yep. I always say this: what's the opposite of truth? Illusion. So if you want to control people, you have to have an illusion and you need to control it. It works with people, it works with everything.
But I guess the heart of what I'm trying to suggest is that the only way you one can actually exert control over something is to present it as it's like an inversion of it. That's when you have full control of it, is when you've inverted everyone's, well, not everyone, but when you've inverted what would it be, like everyone's experience.
The polarity.
Yeah.
But
The
that's
only
an
way you
illusion.
can control something is by creating the illusion.
Yeah.
That is actually like that's when you know you've got control of something, because you've inverted it in everyone's eyes. Everyone's not a good statement there, but interesting.
Yeah, and I just think that's necessary. It's all of this, why they doing it, why the lie, all of that, because they had to go this far, otherwise they already would have lost control by now. It only works because they have managed to take over the mind, body, and soul. Not soul, but the religion, the history, and the law, or whatever, the heritage.
What are the are you aware of any historical account of what would it be, like this sort of notion of complete control of the world that we happen to inhabit, like as far as like control through sort of the inversion? Or is that the right way to explain it? Like,
I don't think I get what you mean. What you mean?
well, there's like we've got, is it Babylon, like sort of the story of the tower as it rose up, was scattered to the winds by God. I'm not sure if like that whole aspect of the biblical story.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Some people say that the Sumerians became the Babylonians, became the Catholic Church, and ultimately became what are now considered the Jews or the Khazars. So I don't know. There's a lot of speculation there. I don't think you can pinpoint it because of what's happened in history, and with the Dark Ages, you really do have to put this together based on patterns rather than what's in the historical record. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want to speculate too much.
Yeah, there's a Slavic joke that I came across recently, and it was something to the effect of the hardest thing to predict is the past, because the Ministry of Truth will just come along and invert it.
The past is the hardest thing to predict.
Yeah, that's the sentiment.
How do you predict the past?
Yeah, that's the whole, like, it changes. What was it? The future is known. The hardest thing to predict is the past.
Okay, yeah, I
So
would agree with that.
it's dry
Yeah.
Russian humor, apparently.
Yeah, well, I've been diving into the Russian history books, bro, and there's a reason why they make those types of comments, because they have a completely different version of accounts than we do.
Yeah, right. Like what? Like, can you tell me anything about it's 1907 Russian Revolution?
Is that the Bolsheviks
Yeah.
movement?
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to give one more speculation, and I'm done speculating for the day. And if any mod wants to jump in and tell me off, that's fine, and I'll stop. But this is my last one. So I'm looking into at the moment the Israelites, and after Nebuchadnezzar, there was this what's the word, migration, whatever. But then we have all these lost tribes. Okay, now in Russian history, in the dark corners of Russian history, they claim the Kremlin is the new Jerusalem. The Kremlin fits the description in I can't remember which book it is, but in the Bible, there's a book that describes the building of the second temple, and it literally fits the description of the Kremlin, like, perfectly.
Yeah, right.
And then you have the story of the Bolsheviks, where all of these so-called Christians died, but we don't know who these people are. And then you get all these people turn up in Scotland and Ireland, claiming to be Christians. So I'm following that at the moment.
All right. I'll just give you a quick, 2-minute sort of autobiography of my grandfather. White Russian, about 8 years old. The Bolshevik Revolution occurs, and he's part of the White Russians, and they get chased out. This is the story anyway, and he's written it down in a book. And what commences is the ice marches, I think, across Siberia, and they landed in Harbin in China. So that was their escape route. But on their path there, as they were running away, they apparently got caught up by the Red Russians, the Bolsheviks, the revolutionists, and their whole, this is a horse and cart sort of expedition, and they all got slaughtered. And he ran off into the forest, where I think he spent the better part of 5 days after like the trauma of being attacked by the like his encampment, separated from his family at that point, and then he was adopted by some monks. Like it's really peculiar, and these monks, which were Asian monks because they'd made it that far east by that point, they found a white child in the forest, so they thought he was the chosen one for the better part of 6 months.
Dude, this sounds like a movie, a Disney movie or something.
Yeah, dude, I gotta read this book. Okay. Anyway, the monks, after sort of testing him for 6 months or so, decide no, he's got too much attitude. He's not the chosen one. So they drop him off at an orphanage where he gets bullied a bit because he's the odd one out within the orphanage. But there's this Japanese family which is traveling through the region of deep China, basically. Like it's far from the coast. This Japanese couple, they find this white child at the orphanage and adopt him. That's my grandfather. And they take him back to Japan. So he grows up learning Japanese for a little bit, and then goes back to China, where there's a whole bunch of Russian settlements all across the sort of the western aspects of China. And I think he was there for about 10 years or so, and had engineering skills and all the rest of it, and had developed he had a family by this point. And then all of a sudden, the Chinese Revolution occurs. The Chinese are like, no, China for Chinese people, and all the white guys would get out. So, and
Yeah, they killed millions of Christians, I heard.
Yeah, dude, gnarly stuff. I just can't imagine the world that these people would have been living in. What does it take to have a person do that to someone else? It's crazy, but
they were Jews.
Yeah, well, I mean, what was it? Also, the Japanese were attacking at the same time. So, I don't know what the hell's going on. Where did he go from there? He had to negotiate his way around, because he could speak about 5 languages by this point. He could speak Chinese to the Chinese. He could speak Russian. He could speak Japanese to the Japanese. And I believe that he had to, from what I've understood, it's not in the book, but he had to do some very dark sort of exchanges of information, let's say, in order to sort of guarantee safety out of there. Crazy story, anyway. I've talked too long.
No, that was a really cool story, actually. Your granddad sounds epic, like a man of all seasons.
Epic, dude. And when I saw him about 2 or 3 days before he died, before he passed away, and I don't know. I kind of wish I'd known a bit more about the world like I do now, and been able to sort of ask him a bit more questions there. It's been really interesting.
Yeah, like a few flat Earth questions. I wish I'd have asked my grandparents them.
For sure, dude. When I walked into that room 3 days before he died, he asked if I was an angel, and I was just sort of atheistic at that point, and not aware of the greater world. And I just sort of I don't know, I was pretty humble about it. I didn't sort of make much of it, but it was just kind of interesting. Obviously, I think he might have been sort of, in the sort of the halfway point at that point, between here and there, wherever there is.
Yeah, whenever I've spoke to the older generation, they tend to be quite open to alternate history, and but I didn't really pick up on that until later in my life. So I missed my opportunity with my grandparents. But I'm sure there's plenty of people here who could ask their grandparents and would be surprised by their responses.
For sure. Okay, I'm going to mic down. Get ready for bed. Clean up the work site.
All right, mate. Good to see you as always.
Pleasure, bro. All the best.
Well, I enjoyed that little conversation. Please don't stop talking about history. Keep going.
Larry, you got to be my favorite guy talking about science stuff, man.
Appreciate
love the
that,
way you
bro.
break down problems.
I learned a lot from a lot of people. I don't always give people credit for it. I just woke up, so I'm kind of foggy. It's the history lesson over.
I can tell you the second part to that story if you like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, the grandfather in China, China's going through its revolution. I think that, what is it, 1937 or 47? I can't remember. I think it was 47. So by that time, he must have been about 30. He's got a family, and China's gone dark. China's a really bad place. This is whatever that revolution is, which is not what I think it is anymore. At least what we are told. They came up with, it might have been a part of the white Australia policy that was occurring at the same time. Anyway, there's a lot of refugees, and grandfather and his family and my grandmother and my father are all sort of part of that. And so this is a really screwed up thing, is they separated them. My grandfather came here to Australia, and his wife, my grandmother, and my father and his brother, my uncle, got pushed over to Chile. So the family got split because of, don't know, like Australia wasn't willing to take a family on. I don't know. As far as that sort of laid out, is my grandfather went and worked in the Mount Isa mine, which I can't imagine would have been too pleasant. It's in outback Australia, basically, in the middle of Queensland. And he worked away there for a while, and I think at some point they realised that he wasn't sort of like just a pusher and a shover. He had engineering experience. That was his background. What he was doing in sort of Harbin in China was building and engineering. So with his engineering skills, he sort of worked his way up inside the company at Mount Isa in the mine. And at some point, I think after that, like he'd worked away for 3 or 4 years solidly, and then they gave him the opportunity to allow his wife and children to join him, and they'd been sent money from him back to Chile, where they had to hide out for 3 years, basically. Dad was jumping on the back of rail, like those tram carts, like in order to get around. By this point, he must have been about sort of five or six. So he was born in China, gets deported over to Chile, and he's growing up on the streets of Chile. And I don't know too much about the world of Chile at that point. I've seen a couple of photos, so I can only assume. But they were not well-to-do. They had no sort of male figure within the household. It was all up to the mother to raise these two children in the streets of Chile. And I think they were receiving a bit of money from my grandfather back from here in Australia. But yeah, eventually they got the go to finally join the family back together. And by this point, they're all so screwed up. But anyway, I think it was about 3 months or so before they were due to jump on the ship, to board the ship and come over to Australia. My uncle came down with like a bad case of influenza and actually passed away about 2 months before they were supposed to board the ship. So yeah. Anyway, they finally came over here. I think my father was raised in Mount Isa Mines for a little bit, and then they moved the family here to Brisbane, which is where I am. My grandfather went and taught at the university. He taught languages at UQ University. He got a little book on all the sort of Chinese and Japanese symbols and their origins. Would have been great to speak to him about that stuff, given what I've come to understand about it all. And then, yeah, the story continues. Building camp events.
I woke up to you guys talking
So
about mind
crazy,
control.
though. What's it?
I woke up to you guys talking about mind control, and you guys were talking about some of the things that I've been thinking about recently, and how you have to,
Well, like hand symbols? Yeah.
well, how you have to take over the religion and integrate the religion with paganism, and you have to take over their culture and make people, how to enslave people, basically. And how none of it's possible if everybody's mind is right. That's what I woke up to you guys talking about.
Well, yeah, so my proposition was that the only way that they can truly control anything is actually through the inversion of the thing that they're actually controlling. That was my sort of big scope picture from what I was thinking about.
Inversion of the truth.
Yeah. But that's the only way that you can control it. You can't tell people what the truth is in order to control the truth. That you've got to invert the truth in order to control the artifact that you want to, which I guess to some extent would be the human imagination, which is done through theatre. And these are the superheroes that are plastered all over the place, and we're taught to, like, celebrity worship. Yeah. All done through the theatre and Hollywood and the magician, Francis Bacon and Shakespeare.
So they control us with the TV, and they control us with the lawyers and the cops.
Well, they're all forms of theatre, so far as I can tell, like, especially with the words, like, looking into the legal aspect of this. You have to consent to everything, sort of. It's through the psychological aspect of consent that they've actually gained control. Sense and version of reality.
Silence is acquiescence. So they want you to be silent. They want you to have a lawyer because he's a legal fiction. The lawyer doesn't really exist. He's just part of the court, officer of the court. think we're under occupation. Like I don't think we actually have our country. I don't know if we ever did, but I think we're under occupation. It was also interesting. Somebody was saying that the Kremlin was the new temple in Revelation. Thought that was interesting too. I'd like to see more about that. I'm gonna see if I can find something on that. I'm gonna be back later if I can't find anything.
Looks like it's just us girls in here right now. What's going on, guys?
Hey, ladies.
A lot of interesting stuff happening. We have that double-tailed comet that they call the Devil Comet coming. What I find fascinating about that is the double-tailed comet is something that you see in medieval paintings and tapestries, often associated with unexplained lights in the sky and fire and brimstone.
The time draweth nearer. That's what I think.
I don't believe like this is going to be it, but it is just kind of fascinating. We have that and this screwy eclipse coming. You know, and this is maybe what, the third one in the series that forms some interesting patterns over the Earth.
Yep.
And it's coming at a very interesting time.
Yeah, and there's been some warnings or prophecy, if you will, about, look towards the heavens for the signs. There's been some really interesting stuff happening above us, especially lately.
Yeah, like it's hard to make sense of it all, but I mean, we know generally what this is about, but it's hard to get any specific.
Yeah, we can speculate, we can have speculations. Definitely not easy to get the specifics, but it's like, wow, there's just so many things that seem to be lining up,
Yeah, like maybe Jesus is coming soon and the governments of the world wants us to think it's aliens and shoot at him.
Oh, that'd be crazy. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's not going to be Jesus, or maybe they'll Project Bluebeam the second coming into the sky.
Yeah, or of the Antichrist too. They could be doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's almost like there's two timelines going on at the same time and that they're about to converge.
Funny you should say that. This has been something I've been thinking about off and on over the years, just looking at things. It's almost like we do have concurrent timelines of history and of the present moment, and almost like alternate dimensions that are coinciding.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Also, I'm kind of wondering if, Jesus already came and went, because I've got some interesting research that shows that our timeline has been completely changed. I mean, that's actually kind of a no-brainer when you start looking at the Gregorian calendar and you start really looking at all these things. The dates on buildings were changed. They slapped a 1 in front of some things, in front of some dates. And, I mean, that's what makes me think that the rain already came and went,
Yeah, it's neat. I took some art history courses in college and learned some interesting things about this. Was a long time ago. And back then I was learning about the I's and the J's on buildings and slapping a 1 on there. Stories about buildings being abandoned and nobody knowing when they were truly built, and then seeing numbers on there like 445 and people slapping in an I on there for Jesus and saying, yay, it's the year 1000 millennial reign, Christ reigning and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, coins too. Like that is taught in art history about the I's and the J's and the 1s on all these buildings. So to see it come up again more recently here with people's research into timelines, it just resonates well with me. I'd already been pre-exposed to this information, but not in this same way. I wasn't viewing it with the same perspective.
Yeah. Yeah. The whole thing about that like really perked my ears to it when I was doing all this timeline research was the whole talk about how Rome's allegedly sat abandoned for 1,000 years. And I'm like, whoa. There's no way that it sat abandoned and undiscovered for 1,000 years unless our timeline was messed with. And we've been
Yeah,
thrown 1,000
officially, the
years into a
Roman
fictitious
Empire moved
future.
east.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, Constantine and company, they abandoned Rome and moved everything to Constantinople to put the center of culture and society further eastward, in accordance with their aspirations to expand the empire that way.
Yep.
Yeah, it started happening under Diocletian's rule, and then Constantine, I guess, christened Constantinople when it was done.
And
And
that's
then
some crazy
Rome was
stuff.
this backwater town ever since, and for a long time after that. And the Roman bishop was one of like 5 bishops of Christianity at the time, and they're the ones that went apostate and broke off and did their own thing. And then
Yep,
the
I
Eastern
learned
Church
about that.
collapsed under barbarian invasions and then fled north to Moscow. The end.
Yep, dun dun dun, the end. Yeah. So the timeline as we know it is not the correct timeline. Like this year, the date is not, in my opinion, it's not even the right year. Like the year's not actually 2024 because of like how screwed up the timeline is.
Yeah, I don't buy it either that it's 2024.
Yeah.
I read a really good book called The Phantom Guide to the Dark Ages by Emmett Scott. Worth it. It's on Amazon in digital form only, and it seems like a book that hardly anybody's ever read. But it is very scholarly. It has citations and references galore, and the author's very careful to make claims.
That's pretty cool. And what's it called?
A Phantom Guide to the Dark Ages. He contests that 300 years have been added, and possibly more. You know, we've heard this before too. He cites Herbert Illig and Gunnar Heinsohn and Antony Fomenko and some of these other bigwigs in that field, and also has his own thoughts added to the mix.
Isn't that like a serious like mind fuck? Pardon my language, but to really just convince people otherwise of the place that they live, change the timeline on them, and I mean here we are, generations later, believing this false history, believing in a false timeline, and I'm like, well, yeah, what a way to like really mind fuck people is to just lie about them, about the place that they live, and the timeline. Like, what freaking year is it?
I know. It's like, how much at fault can we really be held ourselves? I mean, I get it. I kind of subscribe to our original sin or original propensity to sin and stuff. But as far as where we are in the biblical timeline, like you mentioned, if we're on the backside of it, then it's like we were born inside a movie theater after the movie ended and most of the people are gone. And we're like, what the hell? We don't really know what to do.
It's like waking up in a post-apocalyptic, like dystopian, really weird world. You're like, whoa, man. Like, I mean, it's different for some people. Like, like I woke up, if you will, in that terminology, and I'm like, dude, the year isn't even 2024. Like, that's a huge slap in the face. To find out that all of this stuff that we're taught to believe is pretty much wrong.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, imagine people who were born maybe 1,000 years after the flood.
Yeah.
And they're looking around like, things look like they were reset around here, guys. What's going on?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Plenty of evidence of a worldwide flood. Plenty of evidence of a liquefaction or a mud flood, and it would appear to me that it happened not too long ago, from what I can tell. I don't know what your take is on that, but that's my take on it.
Yeah, I subscribe to the notion that there was a worldwide flood a long time ago.
Mhm.
And I don't know what to make about this liquefaction event for which there's massive evidence that was more recent.
Right. That's
I mean,
what I'm talking about.
It's screwed up. Like, I don't believe that the Bible story and recounting of Noah is more modern than we give it credit, like written within the past few hundred years. So
Right.
that's out. I mean, we've got the Sumerian originals about Gilgamesh and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the Creator did promise to only wipe out Earth once with a flood.
Yeah, the next time it's going to be fire.
Yeah, but we have evidence that happened too, right?
Well, he did it with Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, and all over the world, there's evidence of massive fervent heat that has roasted things.
Yeah, I've seen that. Things that look like melted castles.
Yeah. Yeah, from Europe to the Middle East to Asia and Africa and America.
And that's what makes me wonder if all of these things have already come to pass. We're not even waiting on these things because these things already happened. You know, the flooding it with water and then flooding it, if you will, with fire, and I'm just like, these things seem like they've already happened, because you look around and you see what looks like, all across the earth, they look like massive castles, these ancient architectures that just look melted and buried in mud. And it's like, what? I mean, it really makes you scratch your head and wonder what happened. Did the fire already happen? Did we already get the flood and the fire? We're not waiting for either of those anymore, within the timeline. So, some things to contemplate.
Yeah, it's screwed up. Right? It's like, so what are we supposed to be doing now? We've got the Bible. Is this thing now outmoded?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't really want to go there. I'm still clinging to it.
Well, I believe the Bible, as far as it is translated correctly, and that's the big issue, is that it has been translated and retranslated and translated and translated, and there are missing books and missing verses and missing chapters, and it's why would they take these things out?
So going back to what you mentioned about the twin timelines, it seems the Eastern Orthodox Church has always had these books in their Bibles and have always translated Bibles into the common language.
Mm-hmm.
And there are just as many of them as there were Roman Catholics. And nobody in the West knows about this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like the Book of Enoch was like discovered in Qumran or something back in the 1970s. And meanwhile, the Eastern Orthodox Church was like, guys, we've had Enoch this entire time.
Yeah.
Hello. It's been a non-canonical book, but it's been available to us.
Yeah.
So, quick question, guys. What do you think the chances of the prophecy of the Bible and Revelation, the end times? What do you think the chances are those times could have already happened?
Yes, that's
50-50.
exactly what I'm talking about. If, with the exception of a few things, I'd say, but most of these big major events that are prophesied in the Bible, I do think have already happened, with the exception of a few, because I've seen some things that have gone down that are like right there in Revelations, but it would appear that the flood of water and the baptism by fire, if you will, has already happened. So yeah, that's I do
Yeah,
think
because
that.
I'm under the impression that we may have had that fire event.
Yes.
And I have seen the melted buildings,
Yeah.
and I don't know if you've seen the Great Wall of China, but it looks like there's like pockets of survival all through it. But then that leads me, to ask, well, what are mountain ranges? And obviously, we don't believe in the tectonic plates. So how did those mountain ranges come about? Could they all be melted buildings with cave structures, cave sort of things in?
I think that they
Could all mountains be buildings, melted buildings?
Well, I think that they could be like a multitude of things. I think that they are um, melted, probably like melted cities on hills. They are probably the mounds of like giants, if I dare go there. Burial mounds. Some of these mountains are um, giant mycelium or slime mold. Like that's what Devil's Tower is in Wyoming. Everybody thinks that it's like a really old petrified tree stump, but it's actually, if you look at it, it's a petrified mycelium. But all of these huge things, I really think that they're like a combination of things like that. You know, melted castles, the buried uh, bodies of large, you know, beings, giants, and things like that. So yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag.
That's what I go with. It's a mixed bag. I mean, there may be some of that going on, and big trees too, but not all of it.
Right. Right. Yep. I've seen some interesting things though, like, you know, there are like petrified bodies of giants, and there are what look to be melted buildings, cities, castles, things like that. So
And the strange connection between American Indians and Judaism. That's a weird one that's hard for me to wrap my brain around. We've
oh,
got
isn't it though? Oh,
yeah.
isn't it though? Oh man, I figured that out probably. That was something I caught on to when I was about 16 years old. I was like, what?
That like Yahweh in Cherokee means the creator.
Yeah.
And they've got
Yeah.
rituals. I read this crazy article. I was in the Times of Israel about these rabbis that used some North American native rituals to fill in the gaps of old rituals that they themselves have from the Old Testament days, because those aspects of those rituals were lost in time, but seem to have been preserved in Native American customs.
Not pretty
I could
wild.
probably dig this up somewhere, but it blew my mind. Between that and the genetic links and the language links, there's just something weird happening.
Yep. Yep. So I'm like, well, anybody who has any kind of like Native American, they probably have a bit of Jewish blood, you know, because there was some breeding that went on too, you know, between them.
Yeah, and maybe it's as simple as like the Hyksos, like the lost tribes who went in the boats and went everywhere and became the Phoenicians. Maybe they came to America like 3,000 years ago or whatever, and maybe they interbred, and then that was it. Like their people were integrated into this other society, and some of those cultural norms remain as memories today. And that's it. Like it could be that simple.
Yeah, like
Or it could have been. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, you know about the Akashic records, right? It's just like ancestral memory. It's like in your DNA. When you said it could be a memory, that's
Yeah,
what that made me think of. Yeah.
cultural as well. Yeah. But what if
Hmm.
it was the other way around, Amish? What if the original so-called Israelite understandings or teachings came from the Americas? And if you've heard the story of the Sea People, the invasion of the Sea People, what if that was them coming from the Americas, bringing all of this culture with them?
Yeah. Yeah, I've held that in the back of my mind. I mean, what if that happened, right? What if there was a great cataclysm, they had to leave the Americas? Suddenly the Atlantis story doesn't sound too crazy.
Right. And what if those people eventually became the Phoenicians, or an offshoot of those people became the Phoenicians and would explain the mysterious origins of the Phoenicians?
Yep. Yep. And they settled in Canaan and Egypt.
Yep. Set up all the trade routes. Yep. And then we got Egypt at the back end of it.
Yeah, we got the fake Egypt and then the real Egypt.
What do you guys make of the African Americans claiming that they are the original American Indians?
There might be some merit to some of this, and potentially, gosh, I mean, yeah. There are, if you visit like Indian reservations today, there are a lot of what appears to be black folks running around them. And, you can read old accounts, like how much of actual slavery happened taking people from Africa and bringing them here versus how much of them were enslaved here, having been here all along.
Yeah, well, I've looked into it, and I can't find a slave ship, and there doesn't seem to be any traditional stories of Africans on the slave coast, with oral history of, okay, this has been happening for a long time. Watch out for, pale skinned guys on boats. They're capturing people. None of this seems to have been in the lore or the history of the people. And the same on the other side, there isn't stories or there isn't culture or African culture in these African Americans.
Yep. And there have been mass migrations of people in the past, which is not controversial. I mean, look at the Celts, right? You've got Celtic influence in Asia and Africa.
Yep.
So yeah, just the Celts alone provide good, I guess, a good story for some of this. And then you have forced migrations of people too throughout the ages, where emperors would take entire races of people and dislocate them and relocate them elsewhere.
But whenever that happened, these people still would keep their traditions and their culture. But that doesn't seem to have happened with the slave trade story. These people don't have African culture.
Yeah.
From what I can tell.
And we have plenty of Moorish influence throughout the southern states in the United States. Alabama, Islamorada, Florida.
Well,
I'm sure a lot of that came over in the 1500s and 1600s under the Spanish Empire.
Yes, it's definitely. Well, remember, Spain was Moorish back then anyway.
Yeah.
And parts of Italy and Portugal, and there's an argument to say, a lot of the Moors say this, that the reason why those countries are olive skinned and not white skinned is because they've mixed over years with the Moors, because the Moors ruled southern Europe at that time.
Yeah, and the patron saint of Germany is a black guy named Maurice.
Right. Have you heard the claims of King James being black and King Charles of Spain?
Oh yeah, I do recall that. Yep. Good. That's funny. I think the ancient world was a lot more international than we give it credit for today. And this is one of the things that I think the controllers of the realm don't really want us to find out.
No, I think it's part of it. I mean, imagine finding out that all of the ancient Greece that we've been taught, that everything they learned came from what we're now calling today Africa and black people. That would be shattering, do you know what I mean, to our understanding, especially when you bring in Darwinism and stuff like that.
Right. We're not supposed to think about, black scholars from Babylon being exiled and occupying places in Greece and starting philosophy clubs.
Right, the mystery schools, yeah. That was a real thing, and that was where all the great scholars of so-called ancient Greece went to, to study.
Yeah, a lot of them were descendants of the high priests of the first temple. That's
Right.
another gravy train to go down.
Yeah, I've not heard that. Say that again.
Yes. A lot of them are descendants of the high priests of Israel's first temple, which was collapsed under Babylonian captivity.
Right, interesting. Okay.
Yep, so when that happened, when the temple collapsed, there were 72 high priests, and they fled. They and their families fled, and a lot of them went to Greece. Where did they flee from, and who were they originally? I don't know, but they got all these bloodlines within them.
We talk about this history like it's so old, but like we're talking 5 or 6 generations ago here, guys. Like it wasn't that long ago.
Is it really that recent?
Maybe, because the Dark Ages seems like an absolute copy and paste job to me.
Yeah, like they took 500 BC and called it 500 AD. That's another weird thing. When you look on either side of 0 AD, you've got that mirroring effect. I already saw this myself, and then I came across this guy, Archaics, who I don't really subscribe to very much, but he had been pointing this out, Archaics. He's done a lot of research into timelines, by the way.
It intrigues me, the timeline shit, because like I say, it's not that long ago, really, right? Like if we live 100 years each person, like, really not that far back.
But what's screwed up is we can find really good archaeological evidence and geographical, literary, anthropological evidence that's dated much earlier than just a few hundred years ago. Like we can find references to materials that were written before that say that these materials that they are currently writing from are even older. So you can just leapfrog back further and further and further in time and get a more precise date. And that's a part that doesn't make sense to me. We've got all these extant materials documenting historical timelines pretty well, but then you have other events happening throughout the world that make you think, well, hold on a second. This is like a copy and paste job. They say history repeats itself, or rhymes at least, but how much of that is really just the same event being copied and pasted? I don't know. This topic is so screwy. I tell people it messed me up more than Flat Earth did.
Oh yeah, bro. Did you check out or read Fomenko's books?
Yeah, I read about, man, a long time ago I sat down and said, I'm going to get through this. And I read like 1,100 or 1,200 pages, and I gave up. Because like the whole tome that he wrote is like 7,000 pages.
Yeah, that first book, it starts off quite, philosophical and like the storytelling, but then it gets very mathematical and very it's data basically, the second half of that book. And I didn't bother with the second book because at that point I was fairly convinced. I'd already looked into. Did you look into Hubert Illig?
Yes, I did. Most of his stuff is in German.
Yeah. I when I say looked into, I just heard about him, watched some, videos about what his findings were, and just started to see and find, I suppose, more people and more documents that were coming up that just completely blew the narrative apart. We can talk about etymology, we can talk about astronomical observances, we can talk about, cross-referencing events, cross borders, and the whole thing just sort of, you can start from anywhere, but eventually you'll just find it just all unravels itself to, well, everything between I know you mentioned, I know the whole BC AD AC BC thing is a whole rabbit hole in itself, but even just after that, the Dark Ages itself, that whole area has absolutely no consensus, and the continuity actually picks up if you just remove 1,000 years and just recognize that a lot of these events that we've been told are just copy and paste jobs and have a source, an original story. And we can do that with religion, we can do that with historical events, and just cross-reference everything, and we see the same picture. You know, at least 1,000 years, maybe 2,000, but ancient Greece just seems to be as just like the Dark Ages. There's no consensus, there's no continuity, there's nothing there. It's a bunch of stories retold from older sources that you can find in Egypt.
And then parallels to North American natives. It's all so bizarre. I almost don't like talking about it because I can't articulate what I'm thinking without sounding like a complete baffling fool.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, like how do you explain towns in Europe attributed to Anglo-Saxon settlements in the 500s and 600s that have Roman roof tiles from like 40 AD?
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah. Like who's using 500-year-old roof tiles? No.
Well, even worse than that, how do you validate the story of Romulus and Regus? You know, the founding of so-called Rome.
Yeah, Romulus and Remus, that story was founded at the same time that Babylon was invaded by Persia and the Babylonians had to flee. So they fled west, it seems, some of them did, into Rome and set up shop. And others fled to Greece. But who were they? Who were these people? I mean, were they Jewish from the high priest bloodlines? And were they fundamentally from North America in the beginning? I don't know, man. It is so weird.
Well, I think what they're missing out is that, you know, this whole fall of Babylon, they're not actually giving the proper account of how much Babylon controlled, you know, and
did they have North America and South America too?
Yeah, it seems to me that Babylon built Europe in the very first, you know, cities of Europe, and that these were Babylonian cities to begin with. I mean, that's what it seems like.
Yeah, and they were built so well. Like that's what's interesting. Like the Roman cement with the lime deposits that self-heals. So it always looks fresh and sharp and crisp, and it's always filled in and doesn't erode or weather as much. That's just utterly fascinating.
Yeah, and they're ginormous. It's crazy. And it also explains why we have so many obelisks in the, you know, in like even in the UK where I live, we have so many in all the big cities.
And America's got these old Babylonian and Hebrew town, village, and place names. Yeah, things are so screwed up right now. It almost leads one towards nihilism, which is a bad place to be in mentally.
Maybe, but then maybe not. You know, I don't know. I do find it exciting in a way. I'm interested in, you know, just at least understanding where these ideas are coming from and stuff. Not taking it too hard.
Yeah, personally, I adopt the same, man. I go with a traditional faith background in Christianity, and I say, you know what? The creator can judge me wrong if this is wrong. So what? I did my best because I have no idea what's going on in this place.
Exactly, man. And at the end of the day, like all we can do is look at and analyze where our ideas come from, and then judge ourselves. Like all we can do is try and improve. So to me, as long as you're trying to improve in the right spirit, how can you be hard on yourself, you know?
Right. Right. If the very things that are left to us to seek salvation are corrupt, then it's not our fault for using what was corrupted before we got to it, and we tried our best. I mean, in my mind, this is another reason, at least theologically, to embrace Christ. But I won't make this a religious discussion and leave it there. And the reason is all hope is lost without him.
You make a brilliant point, and as a non-Christian, you know, I'm a big believer. I agree wholeheartedly with what you said, and I do look to Christ or the idea and see that as a form of salvation, because I do believe that if you live right and you live good and you live truthfully, then you'll receive an element of peace, and I think that to me is close to the message of the scripture.
Yeah, I mean, just look at how much Christ, the thought, the idea itself, sends bad guys into a tailspin. I mean, they lose their freaking minds. So there's
Not all of
something
them.
alone just with that that's worth considering.
I think the choice is whether you're good or evil, though, right? And whether you make your decisions on being good or on being evil, right?
I
say that's part of it, but ultimately your actions come from your relationship that you've created with yourself and the divine.
I don't know, man. I'm not right into the religious stuff, but I do believe in good and evil, right?
Oh yeah, that exists. This whole world is a duality machine. Big duality nightmare machine.
I think it's clear, though, in nature that good is our energy. Like, evil is not what we inherently are and what we inherently should vibrate with. So I think that gives us we have a clear polarity inside of us, and we are good, or we should be good, or we should strive to be. I don't even think that's debatable. I think we can justify that with nature.
Yeah, fundamentally, I believe that we are striving towards good, and this means we're battling against evil, and we're prone to temptation and failing.
It's just like when I make a choice, I know what the right choice should be, and I know that I could make a bad one, right? Like it's up to the person, I guess, right? And every person kind of has that in them where they know which way is the right way. We don't always take it, but
right.
I guess
we know
not
it.
every person, right? I guess there are like some psychotics that don't understand.
There's a lot of normies that don't understand. I think that's what this is all about. Like, there's levels of understanding, and we won't be judged if we're at a lower level of understanding. But if you do get to a higher level of understanding and then you choose to be evil, that's a conscious decision. And that's where, there may be some judgment. Maybe it's yourself, I don't know, but that's where the karmic laws come into play.
I've seen this very closely with our topic that we get into here with Flat Earth. It seems to me like this is such an important topic that those who develop huge egos about themselves regarding this, even on our side, seem to encounter problems in life and troubles, and they get taken down a peg or two. It's almost like there's a built-in mechanism, perhaps driven by the creator, to make sure that those representing this topic are doing so in a manner that is consistent with what he wants us to know.
It's like karma, eh?
Yep.
It's so fucked up. It's everywhere, man.
And I do tell people, if you get into this topic, make sure you're open to being wrong all the time. Admit when you don't know something and don't lie. The second you start doing this and you start getting arrogance about yourself is the second that at some point, I think the creator steps in and knocks you on the head with a hammer.
I think that's true with almost everything, though, right? Not just this subject, right?
Yeah, it may be. The first time I've seen it with this subject.
Right? Like something knocks you down, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But here it seems very sensitive.
Well, we're in a time of deception now, aren't we? So there's a level of like, half of it is not, most of us are not conscious enough to understand it. And there's going to be, I believe, a cutoff point where the majority don't have an opportunity to even understand it anymore. So if there is a drawing to the end of this chapter, it's going to be at that tipping point. Once the deception is so deep that there is no longer a way out. I think there still is. Look at us. Look at here now. There's plenty of us.
I don't really think of it as a deception, more of an awakening. Like people are coming to see what it really is, right? How things really are. Like we are slaves and we are being controlled, and you know, like this is all becoming. Everybody's becoming aware of this fact, right? I don't know if it's internet
Together.
or our understanding of things, but like it seems like now more than ever people are more aware of what's going on.
No, but also at the same time, there's more and more people at the other end of the scale. So the extremes are more loaded now.
I agree.
So I feel like we're reaching a point now where, you know, there's something, it's got to go either way, but once it does, the momentum will just take over at some point.
But like you're saying, history repeats itself. So if we were alive during Hitler, I think we'd have the same kind of thoughts, right? That the end was coming and that, you know, there's going to be a battle and that kind of thing, right? Maybe not the end, but
Yep.
But that's why you had a lot of the people going through, well, like the JW cult. They were talking about the end is near, and it was like 1900 something. And he kept pushing it out next year. And if you think about the time, they was going through the world wars. And then that was also right after allegedly the Albert Pike wrote that letter saying
you broke up on that last part, Kiko.
That was also at the same time we had Pike write the letter about the three world wars, and after that would be the New World Order.
Yep.
Right.
I don't buy that letter one bit. The guy who was advancing it was Leo Taxel, who's a cultist and a known scam artist.
Yeah.
A lot of these weird things, like that story of Trump, like that was written a long time ago, and all this stuff's coming up. This like foreseeing of the future shit. I think it's more foreshadowing. Like I said this before.
I think it's just pattern recognition. I think all prophecy can be achieved through understanding of like the fractal nature of just behavior and energy and stuff.
I don't think it's prophecy though. I think they're just kind of telling us what's coming.
We don't have any evidence that we've lived through anything like this, though. Like the level of technology we have is not found in any of this stratigraphy.
What do you mean?
Sorry, Kiko, you are roboting something hard. But what I mean is nobody's dug down deep and found like a superhighway or a junkyard full of cars or anything like that.
How about now? Am I still good?
You're better.
Better.
I don't remember the name of that.
We lost your brother.
Oh yeah, you're gone.
Yeah, you're gone. What do you mean we haven't dug down and found like a scrapyard or something? Like we do find underground cities and underwater cities, etc.
Yeah, we do. But what I'm saying is like nobody's dug deep and found found like massive citywide infrastructure that resembles anything like the technology that we have today.
Modern technology.
Modern technology, that's right. Like nobody's dug deep and found a freaking earth mover or bulldozer that's 2,000 years old.
But we do have these pyramids that are pretty fucking fascinating, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but all this to say, we could be living in a time that is unlike any time in the past. It might be different from any cycle that has happened before. And therefore, this might be a time that is truly momentous in the age of our existence.
Interesting.
How is my signal now? I'm at the top of a hill, so hopefully good.
30% better.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, check this out. Dead satellites falling to Earth could weaken its magnetic field. Frontline on the Drudge Report. I don't know why I brought that up. I hate that site now. Top headline. Under a worst case scenario, these satellites could even strip away part of our planet's atmosphere. Oh. The paper argues that spacecraft dust from defunct satellites that burn up in the atmosphere may create enough magnetic dust to cut out our planet's protective shield in half.
You mean the geoengineering cover-up
That
story?
good old
Yeah.
field we got up there.
Yeah, freaking smart
Protecting us
dust
from
and other
everything.
crap. More fear, guys. Be afraid. Be afraid of
I know.
everything because everything from space is real and everything from space is going to kill you.
This fucking imaginary force field.
The paper argues that 500,000 to 1 million private satellites could orbit the planet in coming decades with the primary aim of building mega constellations to provide internet. And if you heard that they're putting up wooden satellites right now, like, come on.
Wooden satellites in a thermosphere. How the fuck does that work?
Bro, that was my first thought. I mean, you need some serious shielding, allegedly, based on their own claims of all the telemetry hardware and everything else, sensors and stuff. Like all the computer and electronic components in satellites interfere with the magnetosphere and plasmasphere. And so they're always trying to come up with ways to shield and protect those. And they're always looking at the magnetosphere at like its flux over time. And they can actually steer satellites away from problem areas, allegedly. So you got this on one hand, and on the other hand, they're like, yeah, we can send up wooden boxes with cell phones in them.
They're traveling at 18,000 kilometers an hour, right? Or miles an hour.
Well, what I was trying to get at earlier, while we were still on the prophecy topic, and the organizations working together, there was a gentleman, I don't remember his name, but he was talking about how he looked into this woman who was trying to figure out how to secret societies create themselves. And she ended up speaking with the Ouija board and was talking to demonic entity to create an occult system. So if that's the case, then how they keep their structure and planning so organized is it's not on the human level.
I believe that Masonry and other occult organizations like it are controlled at the top fundamentally by metaphysical entities. and not a single human being understands and can unravel the entire maze.
Could
They,
very
they
well be,
call
man.
they call the elite at the top different names, like the circle of unknown philosophers, and the unknown kings, the secret kings, all these people that you cannot ever see or ever know or ever touch or feel or directly hear from. It's these unknown superiors.
They're always unknown too, dude.
Yeah.
It's always them, right? Like, nobody knows who the fuck they are. But there's somebody controlling all this shit.
Yeah, like when you reach the third degree of Martinism, which is like an offshoot of Masonry, you're called an unknown superior.
That's so fucked up, eh?
Yeah. You get a special name called a nomen mysticum.
Like, whoever thought of all this construct and everything, dude, fuck me, man.
We've told people in the past, and I don't hear it so much anymore, that flat Earth is really just the beginning of your journey. And it truly is. I mean, once you get into this topic, you start developing a nose for other things, and you can discern better between what you're being told is true and what is actually real. And what you'll find out is pretty much everything's fucked up beyond recognition.
And you so see it when you see guys come in here and they're all appealing to some higher fucking thing. Like there's somebody out there that knows the information, right? At least they believe that.
Yeah, it's always somebody else has the answer. Oh, another department. It's truly an interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary effort. It's like, let's say you're a surveyor and you're interested in geodesy, and you're like, okay, how did we get Earth's radius? Oh, you might have to check with the astronomy department. So you go to the astronomy department. And they say, oh, you might have to check with the geology department. So you go to the geology department. No, you might have to go talk to whoever. And they just keep passing the buck around.
Geodetic surveyors can measure the curvature of the Earth
with math.
Go away, dude.
With math and a view of the stars.
They measure straight lines, man. They don't measure curvature.
Did I just hear who I think I heard?
Yeah, I was watching a video. I can't remember the name of the scientist, but they were talking about that, how when you're coming up as a scientist, you're always looking at that guy at the top. There's always some great intelligence at the top. And the guy said when he got there was nobody there, right? Like he was the guy that was giving out the information now, right?
When you're coming up as a scientist, you do experiments.
I get it, but you do appeal to some higher learning, right? Like you're being taught by, you think that there's some guy at the top that's really smart, right?
Wise old elder.
It's not how education works.
Why don't you tell me
You're
how
right.
it
You
works?
got to
then?
kiss someone's ass, Brenda.
No, you don't have to.
Uh-huh.
So then who gives the authority?
Nature does.
So nature is the one that signs the paper saying I'm qualified to give explanation on X subject.
Nature
And
is the authority.
Nature gives grant money.
Wow.
Yeah, I never said that.
I do.
So the ultimate authority in science is nature. It's the experiment, experimental results. You conduct an experiment that disproves some long-standing theory, then you win.
How do you prove or disprove which
You may win, and the rest of academia thinks you're crazy.
No, because they are also committed to the results of experiments. So over time, some might disagree with you, right? And they might do an experiment, and oh, it failed. I guess he was right after all, right? So
The
that's
only
how it
commitment
works.
I've seen is a long-term commitment to winning government grant money and university grant money.
Well, that's because you have a narrow vision. When you
And the
when you
information
learn,
is controlled as
I got
well.
a broad
dude.
vision, Brenda. I know how this really works.
so you say, but how it really works is that in science, the experiment is king.
Unless
We're
fucking
not
somebody
talking about
doesn't want
science
that
anymore.
science to come out, right? Like I know electric cars have been around for hundreds of years, but we're just seeing them now, right?
Electric cars aren't new science.
No, they're not. But fucking, they're the people who discovered this shit got jumped on by other people and
That's-
taken up and hidden, right? Like
That's not a scientific discovery.
science is whoever controls it, right? Like
Electric cars aren't a scientific discovery.
I'm not claiming that, dude. I'm just trying to get my point across, right? And I know you're not understanding it.
Well, because I'm saying that's engineering. That's not science.
Okay, that's not my argument, man.
Well, my argument is that in science, the experiment is what determines, what's true or not.
Ideally, yes, and in reality, we've long sailed past that port.
No, I don't think so.
I know you don't.
Right. I think that experiment is what
naive,
determines.
dude. It's okay, man.
Right. When the experimenters in Italy thought that they had discovered faster than light neutrinos, right? People checked on it. They double checked on it, and they found, it's a loose cable. They were wrong. But if it had turned out correct, then everybody would have refuted. Those people would have refuted Einstein.
We're thinking on the workers level. You're thinking on the OSHA level. You think that the business operates on this structure and then everything will be A-okay. But at the workers level, that's not how it works. It only works that way when OSHA shows up.
Yeah. In the end, though, science isn't a business. Science is an activity that you can do at home. You can prove that the Earth is a globe at home. You can measure the distance to the sun and the distance to the moon at home.
Dude, we're talking theory and reality here, okay? That's the difference in your brain, man.
Theories are based on
Measure
experiments.
the Earth. Why wouldn't you just measure the Earth? Why are you always measuring stuff in the sky?
So these are things that you can do. So it's not a big business thing. You're not helpless. You can go and you can test it for yourself.
Thank you for that lesson.
Yeah. You can test a lot of these things from electricity, physics, chemistry, biology.
You can test that the sun is 93 billion miles away.
A good chunk of those things are things that you can do on your own. A lot of them on a kitchen table. Not all of them, of course. And yes, you can measure the distance to the moon.
Good stuff.
Yeah, you can do those things.
In theory, bro. In theory.
Not
In
in theory.
reality, you can't.
I've known people who
In
have done it.
reality, Brendan, in reality, you can't do these things.
But you totally can.
No, you can't. You can't get in a fucking ship and fly off to the moon and measure the distance, dude.
But you don't need a ship.
I get it. You got theory, man. I understand that part.
It's not a theory. It's an experiment.
Yeah, it is a theory, man.
No, I know a guy who bounced radio waves off of the moon, measured how
Great.
far it was. Right? So you can do it. You don't have to build a spaceship. You can just build a very strong radio transmitter, bounce those radios off the moon. You get them back.
Went there and verified. He went there and verified that they were bouncing off the moon.
When you point the antenna elsewhere, you don't get anything back. So that says there's something out there. Just like a radar gun that the police use, right? If there's no cars on the road, he doesn't get anybody speeding.
Yeah,
Car
we're not
goes
talking
by.
about down here on Earth, dude. You're talking about way off in space, like 250,000 or who knows how fucking far away it is, because fucking nobody's been there, man.
You don't have to have been there to know how far away it was.
Yeah,
I
you're
just
making
told you how.
extraordinary claims and you're comparing them to ordinary claims, and that's
It's
not the
not
way it works, man.
extraordinary. It's not
It is,
extraordinary.
dude. Fuck.
It's not extraordinary to build a radio transmitter.
No,
That's
it's
not
not.
extraordinary.
But to say that fucking you know how far away the moon is.
No, it isn't. You just pointed at the moon, and you
I get
time
it
how.
sounds so simple. I understand in your brain how it works, bro.
Yeah, it's basically like.
You're assuming.
What assumptions am I making?
You assume you know the
that anything's bouncing off the moon at all.
No, I get it back. That's a bounce. Just like in radar. I'm not making any assumptions when I point a gun at a car and I get the radar back.
They point stuff at the center of the earth. They think they're pointing at the center of the earth, and they get stuff back, and they go, "Oh, that's bouncing off of magma."
How much beam diversion is there?
It's
Nobody's
liquid
doing
magma. Oh, what?
How much beam diversion is there?
Right. So you point a radar gun at a car. I'm not making any assumptions, right? The radar gun times how long it gets to return back, and you know how far it is. You don't have to get a tape measure to figure out how far a car is with a radar.
We get that part, dude.
Right,
We
the
understand
radar-
ordinary claim, man, but the extraordinary claim is a leap.
It's not extraordinary to just turn that radar gun on the moon.
Right, you
No,
got a
it's
500,000 mile propagation path, right? How much does the beam diverge?
How fast is the moon
you
fucking
get a
going?
return.
How-
You
like,
get a
there's so
return
many
back.
other variables there that you don't know, dude, that you're just assuming, right?
No,
Yeah, what do you do with the long delay echoes that come seconds later? Do you count those too, or do you throw them out?
So the same thing you do with any kind of junk echoes you get with a radar gun.
How do you know these are junk? You can't test for junk.
Yes, you can.
How do you know they're the real echoes and not fake echoes? And vice versa.
Right.
Yeah, how do you know the difference?
The primary echo is going to be the one from the object.
How do you know it's the one from the object?
Yeah, that's just common sense.
How do you know?
Right? It's
Is
common
it?
sense.
I mean, what if there's something in the medium between us and the object you don't know about?
Oh, you can't see anything. There's nothing there.
Well, the radar's obviously bouncing off of it. So what if it is?
Well, you would
You can't see the
that would
curve
be
either, Brandon, but fucking you know it's there, right?
Oh, you can
And
totally
then
see
also, I'm curious about beam divergence and like electron density at the location of the moon and then back at Earth. I mean,
What
all of
about
this is crazy. Well, yeah. What is it?
Yeah, what about it?
How big of an area are we talking about?
Like you were talking about experiment and fucking confirming your science, but how do you confirm any of this shit that you're talking about, right?
Especially when you're talking about C and relativity and relativistic reference frames. I mean, now you got a problem.
I'm not talking about that. I'm simply pointing a radar gun at the moon.
I wish it was that easy, Brenda. I really do.
It is that easy.
You live in a nice little easy fantasy world.
It's not about whether or not it's factual. It's about what the audience thinks after you've said it, right, Brenda?
It's a simple experiment that's simply understood, right? You take a powerful radar source.
We understand the experiment, brother. It's just a claim, okay?
It's not just a claim, and it's an
No,
experiment.
it's a claim that we have a problem with.
Nobody cares about your problem with it, though. It's an experiment that you
Okay.
can do. You can do it.
I get it. You can do it.
Ever
Now
talked to
prove it.
someone who tried it and failed? There are plenty more people that tried it and failed than there are that tried it and claimed to succeed. Have you ever talked to those that failed?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
And why would that be important?
Compare their stories to those that claim they succeeded and see who's
Yeah.
full of crap.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see what they did wrong.
All right, off you go.
No, and then we got the distance to the sun, and the distance to Jupiter, and the distance to Saturn, and the distance to fucking Alpha, Omega, and fucking whatever, dude. Like, all these things are in your imagination, for fuck's sakes, man.
Well,
you can't prove any of it.
I just did.
No, you
point
didn't.
a gun. You point a radar gun at the moon, right? And you get the distance.
So you just say that, and it equals out, right?
Yeah.
Everything's
It's very
good in your
simple.
brain. I get it, man.
We've gotten radar returns from the sun, radar returns from, I think, Venus, and certainly the moon. So the fact that other people might have conducted it wrong, that doesn't mean that people who did it right didn't measure the distance to the moon.
It's not a real experiment anyway. You're not
Of course it
observing
is.
anything in
So how do you know the people
You're
who
not
got it wrong
observing
were
anything in
right
nature.
and
You're
we're
not
wrong?
observing anything in nature.
Exactly.
The moon is in nature. All of this is in nature.
No, all this is in your imagination, dude. It all comes
you
from
say
this
that?
Big Bang that fucking, who the fuck knows where that came from, right?
Right, so you say it's in my imagination, but it's an experiment that people do.
Where did everything come from, Brenda?
We're talking about measuring the distance.
This
to the
nature.
moon.
Where did it all come from?
I'm not
Where'd all
going to.
those things in space come from, Brenda?
Doesn't matter where they came from.
Doesn't matter. So
Right.
your whole story that fucking this is all based on doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Nigga.
It doesn't change the
That's
truth.
all imagination shit, nigga.
Like your story starts halfway through. You don't have a fucking beginning. You understand that, right?
Yeah, you're just
can't
committing the
go and
genetic
verify-
fallacy again.
You can't go and verify that things are bouncing off the moon. You can't go and touch it.
You don't have
You're not
to.
verifying it. You're assuming because you pointed it towards it, it's bouncing off it. That's an assumption.
No, verificationism, right, is a fallacy.
In your mind it is, not in mine,
No,
okay?
in logic it is. In logic.
In
it is.
logic it is, and not my logic.
How
dude.
did you verify the verification?
Yeah, so what's your question mean, man? That it's fucking
Yeah.
false?
How did you verify the verification?
I didn't say I verified anything. You're the one that's saying you
No,
verified it.
somebody, maybe not you, but somebody said you have to verify it. Well, if you have, how do you verify the verification?
You tell me, man.
No, it's
Yeah,
your
it's your claim
objection.
in the first instance. It's your claim. So
No,
yeah,
I'm not claiming.
Go
I'm
present
claiming
whatever evidence you need.
That's our argument, isn't it? How you verifying everything here, dude?
No, I'm not claiming verification. I don't
Well,
believe
you
in the
are. You're saying
No,
that's
I'm
the
not.
way it is, and this is the distance that it's at, and
No.
we've done this, and this is easy to do.
Yeah, that's an experiment. I'm not claiming that the verification principle needs to be invoked. I don't believe that.
What's your basis of acceptance?
If the experiment checks out and it's done according to all
Checks out, that's verification, Brenda. Checks out is literally verification.
No, that's not what the verification
That's
is.
what checks out means, dude.
No, according to the current praxis, that's right.
Okay, well then what did you mean by
check
checking
out
it,
to?
not checking it out? Like, do you check it out by not checking it out? I mean, hello.
All right, so all you have is your word salad and your sophistry.
Word
Same as
salad.
you, dude.
You're using this phrase "check out," and I'm saying,
Yeah,
okay,
that's
how do
not
you check
word
it
salad.
out? How do you verify without checking it out? How do you check something out without verifying?
You submit it to peer review.
That's verification, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Yeah, because in peer review, they often try to replicate what was done.
No,
And we have a
peer review-
replication crisis. Nobody's doing the replication experiments.
Checking it out isn't verifying. Holy shit.
It isn't the verificationist principle, right? According
And
to
whatever, you're
logical,
matching it
it's
to a
not.
story that you have, Brendan, right? Like it's
Oh,
not even the story isn't even verified, right? Like
the story is verified,
no, it's
right?
who verified it, dude?
The experiments have been done. They've been
What
conducted.
experiments, man?
Yeah,
Have we been out
bouncing,
there? Have we been up in there? Like fuck,
bouncing.
man. Were we there when the fucking all exploded?
That doesn't. I'm not talking about the Big Bang.
But that's exactly what we're talking about when we're
No, we're not talking about the Big Bang. We're talking
Big
about.
Bang fucking attributes gravity, a trajectory, like all this other stuff, man. These orbits, everything. You all attribute that to this fucking Big Bang that you fucking have no fucking proof for.
We have plenty of proof for that, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about measuring the distance to the moon with simple equipment that anybody can do.
And you claim that your ultimate authority for truth was the reality. And so you're
Yes.
asserting that the story you have for reality is verified by this method that you use in reality, and you don't know how to verify it.
I don't believe in the verificationist principle. I'm not a logical positivist.
He does, but he doesn't.
Right.
I'm not a logical positivist. You are.
So then you deny verification.
I deny the verificationist principle. Yes.
Okay, so then you
He
can't
has
validate.
to make it make sense.
That's
Sorry.
a logic. That's
Making sure shit's there, making sure stuff's real. Deny that.
we can't hear. We can't
Basically what you're
understand
saying.
you. Right. So the verificationist principle is a principle from logical positivism. Right. That's not what I'm claiming for. I'm claiming that experiments determine what facts are. The fact is that the moon is approximately 240,000 miles away. We measured it.
You don't use the verification process because that's a fallacy. I
No,
get it.
the verificationist principle is itself a fallacy. Karl Popper showed it was a fallacy. Right?
All right.
You just go by the standard praxis of your field.
So now I have to be in a field to understand something.
Well, that's what astronomy is, a field of study. You wouldn't use biology to study astronomy. You wouldn't use chemistry to study planetary motions.
Because astrology is a pseudoscience.
Did I say astrology? I meant astronomy.
Well, astronomy, same shit, man.
They're not the same. One is a science.
The fuck?
You can verify through falsification, Brenda.
Falsification is not verification.
You can verify through falsification, Brenda.
That's not how verification works.
You can verify through falsification.
No, you can't.
Yeah, when you set up the
can't.
null hypothesis, you can verify if the original experiment worked out the same way or not.
Right? Falsification isn't verification.
I know, but I'm telling you that you can verify through falsification.
You can't.
Yeah, I just told you how, and you said you can't. So keep up.
Because that's not how logic works.
Yeah, well, we're past logic. We're in the realm of empiricism now. You find that funny? Yeah, you can verify that a previous experiment was in fact true when you attempt to falsify it.
No, you can't.
Yeah, through null hypothesis. Yep.
No, the fact that doesn't make a positive claim.
No, it makes a false, a negative claim. That's what a null
right.
hypothesis test.
That's right. And a negative claim isn't a positive claim.
And you can verify what happened previously through setting up an experiment that falsifies that claim and carrying it out.
So
You're
saying
making it as an
something-
empirical claim, though, right, Brenda?
So saying what something is not doesn't say what it is.
But you're saying it's empirical that we know the distance, right?
Yes, because we use empirical methods. We pointed a radar gun at the moon, and you get a distance.
But you didn't verify that because it would be a fallacy.
Yeah, we could make up other reasons why you got a signal back, right?
You could, but you would
So-
have to test for those.
Well, how are you testing for yours?
By pointing the gun at the moon and timing the return.
But what if it wasn't?
Shouldn't you be trying to falsify it, Brenda? That's verification. That's a fallacy.
Oh, how would you falsify
Oh,
it? Go ahead. That would be
not my claim.
That would be a hypothesis. It's a separate claim.
It's your claim. Go.
No, it's not my claim.
So you don't want to falsify your claim? Oh, okay.
It's not my
Let's move on
claim.
to somebody else.
It's not my claim that Rahu is in between us and the moon. That's not my claim.
What the heck are you talking about? We're talking about bouncing radars off the moon, as your claim was.
You said that there could be something in between. It's typically posed to be Rahu, is what people say.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm not suggesting anything like that.
Well, what are you suggesting?
That there's a medium.
Yeah, maybe the moon's
What
not
medium?
exactly where you think it is when you point your fucking thing at it, and you're pointing at something else.
There's no medium. What are you talking about?
Okay, no medium.
Yeah.
So it's a vacuum, huh?
Light doesn't need a medium.
Oh shit!
I didn't say light needs a medium. I just said there's a medium. Keep up.
Yeah, light doesn't need one.
Yeah, there's no
Okay.
medium.
Why don't you keep up with the discussion?
Right? So there's no medium. So what are you talking about?
There is a medium.
No, there
They are
isn't.
it's in the literature that the moon exists within the atmosphere now. That's a medium,
doesn't.
Brenda.
No, it doesn't.
Well, okay, you don't have to believe your own side on this. I get it.
No, that's not what they say. You're mischaracterizing what they say.
Well, you're mischaracterizing what a medium is and isn't.
No, there's no medium.
There is a medium. It's called an atmosphere, isn't it?
No, the atmosphere is not all the way out to the moon.
Okay, but there is an atmosphere between us and the moon in your worldview,
No,
is there not?
No, there isn't an atmosphere between us and the moon.
How do you know?
There is.
Because
there
you
are
read
maybe there are maybe a few molecules per cubic meter out
How do you
by
know?
the moon. Out by the moon. Which
How do you know?
That is called a medium, Brenda. GG.
No, that's called a vacuum.
You can't verify it. It would be a fallacy.
It's not a vacuum. You define there existing matter within it. That is by definition not a vacuum.
That's wrong.
I quote.
I banned Brenda.
I quote. Yes, Earth's atmosphere extends beyond the moon's orbit. So,
I've seen them quote that it
that's
goes up to
exactly-
600,000 miles out past the Earth, man, our atmosphere.
Run
Elijah, I'm
themselves
sorry
on the
if I
gear.
talked over you. You're really low, bro. Yeah, a simple Google search. I searched how far our atmosphere extends. It says it extends 630,000 kilometers.
Tired of talking to people bringing their same arguments day after day, year after year. We need some new people.
Yo. Yo.
Nah.
That's not doesn't work. It's correct. It's correct. All right.
Yo, people.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Oh, it's this guy.
Wait, why are you so hostile, man?
Why are you so chill, bro?
I'm always chill.
Yeah. What's wrong with you?
I'm here to learn. or
Too cool
teach
for
other
school. That's
people.
your problem.
One of the two. I don't go to
Did
school.
I said you're too cool for school.
Oh.
Chill out, bro.
Yeah. Did Cret tell anyone what he saw?
What did he see?
I'll let him tell that.
Yo, hey, Crit, what did you see, man? I'm a bit sick today, so my voice might be off, but I'll listen.
He might be lying down. Come back in a little bit.
Can I ask, what's like the latest point, I would say, for flat Earth? Like, what is the latest discovery that you guys are giving credit? So it could be something like, if you think about the black swan, or if you think about like second law of thermodynamics, something like that. What's the most recent one for you guys? Nothing? Do I have somebody muted, or is nobody talking?
I can hear you. I'm thinking, but I'm about to be home and I won't be available.
Yeah, no,
So there's
I won't debate because I gotta go to the gym as well. I just want to hear like if there's been any like maybe this year or last year like a big event that I'm unaware of.
I haven't tried to follow any conventions in a long time.
Yeah, that's fair. What do you guys maybe think about like the moon mission, the new one? I think it's 2026, something like that, right?
Well, I remember way back in the day they put out in the news or in the newspaper that they would have places to live on the moon, and they diverted that like another 40 plus years so far. So
What do you think about the moon mission, the moon thing that just happened, the probe there? You think that happened?
Can you be more specific, Subdude?
What was it called? This mission that just happened like a month ago here, that they just landed on the moon again, right?
I know there is like Artemis 2 for the one that I'm talking about, which is like 2026 or something.
Yeah, but the
27
one
maybe?
that was just in the news here like a month ago, man, they just showed it. They showed the little CGI on TV and everything.
Oh, that was the one from China, right? Or something?
No, I don't think it was. I can't remember the name of the site that was posting it.
India posted their CGI like
Yeah.
sometime last year.
Yeah, they had some Indian nonsense, but then NASA just did some nonsense also.
Yeah,
And
that's the one.
it was all. It wasn't. It wasn't even as good as the 1969 freaking fake landing.
So they just landed a probe on the moon, and this guy doesn't know anything about it, right? Like, what the fuck?
I mean, I'm trying to ask, like, do you know the name of the program or the company? Was
All
it
right, check
NASA?
this out. Do you know that Richard Branson was talking about how we would be sending people, like normal citizens to the moon? Like, I think he started that crap in about 1987 or something, and he started taking people's money, selling them tickets, to go to space, and that never happened. And so he did like a second round. And that was the whole time. And at the same time, they're talking about how they're going to, have colonies on the moon. That was what, 50 years ago almost? We're going to colonize the moon, man. Now they can't even freaking low Earth orbit. It's like, oh no, what are we gonna do?
Kiko,
You're
breaking
gone,
up
Kiko.
quite a lot.
Yeah, we can hear you. Whoever was speaking.
It was Kiko.
But if I
Yeah,
can respond to whatever this guy was saying, the reality is that most technology, when it comes to this space, has been evolving pretty rapidly across the world. Between nations, people are getting more cost effective when it comes to launching lunar missions or lunar exploration missions and establishing contact that way. I think for you to suggest that it's becoming more or like costlier now or more like or less cost effective now
Cost
to launch
effective? What are you
those.
talking about? We supposedly already went in 1969.
Yeah, and those missions are getting more effective. And what does that say to you?
What are you talking about? If we already set foot on the moon, how the hell could you not do it 50 years later when freaking technology has advanced?
They can do it. They don't have to.
They can do it. Gee, that's odd.
They don't
he
have
just
to
said
because the
it's getting advanced, man. That's what he just
Yeah,
said.
technology is getting so advanced that we can't even go back with the 1969 technology because they never.
Mr. Chicken, the latest
would be
the latest
comparable
robotic
to
vehicle.
say, like, we could build the pyramids again if we wanted to, but it would be so costly and ineffective that that amount of resources doesn't make sense, right? Because they're already there, and we don't really use pyramids for anything now other than looking at them, right? And in the same sort of way, you could say, well, we could land on the moon again. It would cost a lot of money, but it wouldn't really have any utility.
Right.
You know, it's about the money and being able to do it more, right?
Or we never.
Hey, one second.
Or we
One
never
second.
went.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is discussing whether or not the moon landing happened, right? But the ability to land on the moon now is certainly there, right? That is unquestionable.
Hey, listen.
Unquestionable. Are you
Listen.
cleasy?
No, I'm not.
Clear your mind.
I want to real quick. I want to just ask a question to
I don't
Mr.
understand, like,
Mr.
this room,
Chicken.
right?
Now, wait,
It's
AT,
not
you
just for flat earthers. Otherwise, you would have
Bro.
your own server, right? So
AT.
I'm assuming you guys want to talk to people who aren't flat earthers deep down, right? Or is
Hey.
it just to clown on people and mute them?
Has this guy
I'm assuming
muted
there's
me?
good intent here.
Bro, relax. Let somebody answer you, man. Fuck.
Okay, so the chicken guy just said they advanced with space technology and so forth. Okay, if they have advanced, my question to you would be, why is it that the first Apollo mission, Apollo 11, took 3 days, 3 hours, and 49 minutes, and the latest run to the moon that failed with the thing, not even giving us any footage where they used a SpaceX rocket for the launch, took almost 7 days.
Who was the first person who stepped foot on the moon?
Is that advancement?
Who was the first?
Hey, listen,
who was the first
answer my
person?
question. Answer my question.
Your
Answer my
question is irrelevant.
No, it
because it can be
isn't.
answered. It can be answered
isn't.
by my next question.
It
Right.
isn't.
The next question, which I'm gonna ask you, is who was the first person to ever set foot on the
You're
moon?
whack,
Because
dude.
your entire line of questioning
Oh,
goes
relax,
out the
man,
window.
relax.
It goes out the window. It goes out the window because none of
Spiral, dude.
Calm down, okay? I moderated you because you're spiraling hard. If you can
That
calm
hit him
down,
hard.
I'll unmute.
That hit him hard, man. So you don't want to answer the question, right? Because it's obvious that they didn't advance, that it got way worse. That they take almost 7 days to get a non-occupied vehicle to the moon that is just a piece of robot
I mean,
tech.
you can
and that
talk about the
fails.
stages of
And
development, but
it
right
take
now,
3 days and 3 hours and 49 minutes to get a
you
few
think in
people playing golf on the moon.
Wait, you think in
You're funny,
2024
man.
the U.S. you think the U.S. space capacity is as much as the Russian space capacity in 2024?
What does that have to do with the price
Apollo
of
11
rice?
was U.S. rocket technique. Same
Yeah.
with SpaceX. And you made the claim they advanced. So, dude, just be intellectually honest. Say, okay, you know what? You're right.
You can compare
Actually, they did
reusable.
not
Yeah,
really
you can compare
advance.
reusable
You always
You
have
can
a
compare
fucked up
reusable
argument, eh? Who
rocket
gives a fuck
technology.
about the tech, dude? We
You
never
can
went, man.
compare. Yeah, you can compare the specific technologies between the U.S. and the USSR, and you can
That's
then
not what I
tell
asked.
by that. What the fuck else did you ask then?
That's the only thing he can prove. That's why he wants to talk about it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
How
You're not asking anything. You're not asking anything which can lead to anything else but your direct confrontation. The problem is that in terms of actual development in aeronautical science and space exploration, the U.S. is far miles beyond the USSR. That's just always been the case. You
Great,
can
man.
cope,
Good
and
point, dude.
you
Okay.
can cope.
You can yell about it
You
all you
can
like,
cope with
man. Who
the
gives a
fact.
fuck?
Listen, you can cope with that fact all you want. But the reality is that the U.S. will always be far beyond Russia when it comes
Great.
to space
U.S. is
exploration.
fucking awesome, bro. Fucking on your way, man. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm not a U.S. dick sucker,
Man,
anyways.
so
I'm just not
Sounds
gonna
like
sit
you
here
are.
and suck the dick. I'm not just gonna
So
sit here and suck the dick of
triggered.
the fucking Russian dipshits
Fake
just because they're
space
anti-United
triggered.
States. I'm sorry.
Dude, you can suck whoever's dick you like, man. I don't give a shit.
No, you're the one
So
who's sucking the dick
triggered.
because you have no clear agenda. You're the one who's sucking dick right now.
Hey, Gregor, you know why the guy is so triggered? I asked. He said space
just
has
about to ask
gotten
that.
advanced. Space technology has gotten advanced. And I asked him
I
why is it
asked
that the
you.
Apollo
I
11
asked you
mission.
why. I
He
asked
doesn't
you
want
what
to. He doesn't
metrics.
want me to
Does,
say it.
I asked you what metrics does Russia have over the United States
This
when it
is so
comes to?
funny, man. This is like
So is this
I
going
asked
to
you
be moderated or what?
He's just political.
You're not
this guy.
answering the
He's all
question.
fucked up, man.
Hey, Gregory, I asked
Answer me
him
what
why
what Russia has
doesn't
over
want me
the
to say
United
it.
States
Dude, we don't
when
care,
it comes
man.
to this area.
It has
You
nothing
can't.
to do. It's a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with what I said.
It's not a non sequitur. It's a direct question.
It's a non sequitur. What I stated.
Okay,
You're in the
whatever.
wrong room,
Whatever.
brother. Go down to the Russian room or the fucking United States room
Listen,
or
bro.
something, man.
If you wanna suck Putin off,
Oh,
just go to a different
golly.
room. There are rooms for that. There are rooms for that. You can go there.
He's trying
Wow,
to
Guy,
divert.
can you at least
he's
let
hurt.
Clay finish his sentence to me?
Okay, Gregory. So let me finish. So the not you, Gregory. I mean the chicken guy.
Yeah.
So he claimed that space technology has advanced and they're still advancing with all that stuff, right? And you have here the recent thing with the mission that has failed, right? With the flat Earth table in the middle. I forgot what the mission was called again because it's so insignificant.
Yeah, but Russia's missions have failed as well
Dude,
in the recent past.
He doesn't want to let me finish.
Wait,
So
no, you don't want to call.
Can you
You don't want to
stop
talk about the
interrupting,
Russian
please?
failures. You don't want to talk about
Guys,
the
why
Russian
are you
failures.
mute him until I don't get it. Like he's spiraling. Anyways, I asked him why did the Apollo 11 mission just took 3 days and 3 hours and 49 minutes to get some people playing golf on the moon, and these remote, high technological SpaceX rockets take almost 1 week to get a piece of junk that fails to land on the moon, and then he started spiraling. That's
No,
the
my
advancement.
question is very simple. If your standards, your metrics for evaluating U.S. failure in terms of aeronautical and spatial technology is the same, then why aren't you applying those same standards of failure towards like the Russian authority, right? Like the Russian authority in terms of space travel and space exploration has failed twice as many times as the American authorities. I don't know why you failed to mention that. Like,
Okay, so that's all the more to Clay's point, is it not?
you think that the Russian cosmonautical adventure has been full of nothing but successes?
Okay, so is that not to Clay's point?
It's not
Okay.
my point, bro.
No, but the thing is, like every state that goes into research when it comes to aeronautical stuff or space stuff is going to encounter failures. I don't know what this has anything to
Okay,
do
we
with.
get it. So that's all the more to Clay's point.
Yeah, it's a non sequitur.
It doesn't
have
prove
anything
anybody's
to do with-
point.
Bro, it's just a diversion tactic. It has nothing to do with what I stated, man. This is not about comparing anyone. This is actually, well, it is about comparing. It is actually putting in question your statement of saying space technology has advanced And I just see fundamental
How is
things
it
that
not
don't.
advanced though? Like you think
I
that we
just
have
told you.
regressed?
I ask you. I ask you, and you started spiraling. I asked you, why did it just took like 3 days and 3 hours and 49 minutes to get a few people playing golf on the moon? But
You
it
think-
takes almost
okay,
a full
okay,
week.
let me
But
ask
it
you a
takes
question.
almost a full week with
Okay,
our modern technology to get a piece of junk
Okay.
that failed to get on the moon.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. When do you think
Wow.
everybody in the world start to re-examine the status of Pluto as a planet in the solar system? When do you think that started?
Dude, can you repeat it? I don't even get that question. Can you repeat it?
So it's discovered.
You know Pluto? Pluto?
You mean the guy? This dog from a comic series?
Okay, I'm not talking about Mickey Mouse. I'm not talking about Mickey Mouse, even though you might, think of Mickey Mouse when I talk about Pluto, the dog. That's understandable because of American influence. But Pluto used to be a planet, okay? Pluto used to be a part of our solar system not too long ago. It used to be classified as a planet among the category of astronomical entities that we used to classify as planets, okay? Now, recently, the classification for planets has undergone much more specific scrutiny in terms of classification as planets, and this scrutiny was not met by Pluto, in terms of its characteristics, and so Pluto was left out of the set of planets when it comes to evaluating what planets constitute our solar system and whatnot. So I want to ask you a question, right? What was it about the physical, like moral, physical, whatever components of Pluto, which led it to be no longer a part of our solar system, which the other stuff that you plan or you determine are based on religious stuff is actually based on factual reality. I just don't seem to.
Yeah, can I answer that?
This difference. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. I would love to hear it.
Okay. With all due to respect, sir, you might be confused. That is okay, but you haven't answered my question. So why would you expect me to answer something, first of all, that is diverting away from what I initially asked you in the first place? Why would I do that? Like, am I stupid or something?
What did you ask me? What did you ask me in the first place?
Well, I've been asking you this 3 times in a row now. Even Gregory knows what I asked you, right? Gregory, you also know what I asked him.
Okay, you can ask me.
I actually forgot because this dialogue is being delayed so long by
whatever. You can ask it again.
That right there is exactly why we cannot make progress, because you keep doing that. Just stop that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's confused or something. Maybe I need to say it simpler, okay? Apollo 11, 3 days, 3 hours, 49 minutes, people playing golf on moon, no problem, done. Bueno, okay? Then today, nowadays, 2024, SpaceX rocket technology, a piece of junk where no people are inside of it.
No. Yeah, this is not an accurate representation.
Don't forget the Jeep. They took a Jeep. They took a Jeep too in 1969.
The Jeep too. Yeah, I forgot
They took
the
a Jeep.
Yeah, not only golf but also a Jeep. Yeah, and they just took 3 days, and now we take almost a whole week to get a piece of junk that fails the mission to get to the moon. That literally failed. So where's the advancement?
Wait, so you're suggesting that because Israel was a failure when it comes to you think that do you think that human civilization ever managed to land on the moon?
I disengage.
I'll
You
step in
disengage?
real quick.
What do you disengage with?
Here, but before we talk about Pluto, we need to talk about the solar system itself, right?
I can't even talk about these fucking dipshits, dude. I don't even think he knows what I'm talking about.
You know, there is a philosophical preference regarding the solar system. You know that, right? Between Copernican and Ptolemaic. Okay.
Yeah. I get that, but the thing is, I'm not gonna sit here and coddle the feelings of people who
all right. No one's asking you to coddle.
You just have Because that's what he's asking me to do. Like, listen, man, I try to be sympathetic towards like the Jewish people's feelings and stuff.
Bro,
Like,
What are you talking
dude,
about?
What are you
what
talking
are you
about?
talking about, man?
I'm
Just
talking
go
about this
back up to
dude
the
right here,
kitty room
bro.
at the top, dude. The kitty room's up at the top. You can go up there and fucking do your thing, man.
Yeah, if you're going to start talking racial stuff, I mean, that's not really the point of this place.
Yeah, it really isn't, man. And especially because he made the claim space technology advanced. I showed him how it doesn't, and then he started spiraling. And since then, he's doing this weird, deceptive
my
things
bad.
of going
If
into
I
other
if I
topics.
if I
We should probably
misunderstood you,
try a
if I
different
Hey, who's
route.
doing that again? Are we gonna moderate
You
this
need
or
a
what?
different
Like, this is not a
argumentation
dialogue.
path.
It's not that difficult.
Talking about technology isn't going to cut to the root.
what is the
Well, he-
root according to you?
Well, he
Well,
just
we
needs to
kind of
say
begin
he's
with our
wrong.
lived experience. What do we experience empirically? And how do we test? How do we test for the nature of Earth and the stars in the sky?
Mm-hmm.
So you can begin right with your senses and take in what you see, and you see a sun that moves from east to west, right? It appears to be small in the sky and very intense and hot, and when it goes away, it gets dark.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know Earth is rotating instead?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a question for you. How do you differentiate? How do you differentiate Earth rotating from the sun moving?
How do I differentiate between the Earth rotating and the Earth moving? I mean,
The
you can just describe
and the
that.
sun moving in the sky.
Yeah. I can go through that in very simple meanings. For example, if you were to divide your 12-hour, for example, half day, right? I assume you live somewhere close to the equator, where this type of differentiation would be somewhat valid, right? Is that you experience a division of day and night, right, as comported by your location close to the equator. This is how most people view day and night as experienced due to their relative position to the sun in respect to their tilt and the location of their landmass in terms of their equator or latitude or longitude towards the sun. Right. That's how most people answer that question when
Right,
it
you know
comes
how
to
most
their
people throughout
specific.
all of human history thought of it? Most people throughout human history were flat Earth civilizations.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
the
It
same
doesn't
thing.
matter what most
Well,
people. It
it
doesn't
does.
matter what most people. No, it
Because,
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
yeah, and
Actually,
I'll tell you why. Their conception of the sun was that the sun remains above the realm always at all
if their
times.
conception,
And
if their conception of
My
everything
God, there it
mattered,
goes
because
again
the
with
we would
that.
not
sun
be
goes
talking about any
away,
of this.
the sun's light is too distant and too weak to push through the medium to reach your eyes because it's too far away.
Yeah, but that's just factually inaccurate. The
How
sun's light
so?
is
Now
not
we're
too
back to
weak.
the original question I asked you, which you have not answered.
Yeah, then I ask you.
You
Then
have
I
not
ask you.
answered.
Prove to me that the sun's light is weaker.
You don't get to ask me a question until you're done answering mine. And my question was, how do you differentiate the Earth rotating from the sun moving in the sky? We're back to that because what you provided was not exclusive proof of the Earth rotating, because we can easily point out that an alternate explanation exists that is equally verifiable.
Explanation is true.
Your turn.
No, I asked you a question. Answer me.
I muted you because you were over talking me, and I explained my question.
I asked you a simple question. You said.
All right, he's on mute. Anybody else want to have a real conversation?
You know, because you mentioned this, I wanted to mention this here in the open chat. It's very interesting you just said this. I was just browsing through the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and the article is about absolute space and time and motion. And in the introduction, it says this. For instance, it seems that it makes sense to ask whether the Earth rotates about its axis, west-east diurnally, or whether it is instead the heavens that rotate east-west. But if all motions are to be reckoned relative to the Earth, then its rotation seems impossible. Now, that wasn't the main point of the article, but it's very interesting that this is mentioned here in this article. when trying to engage in a meditation about absoluteness, especially as it concerns space, time, and motion.
Seems
And
like a
so,
question
especially
for
given that this is
those.
already, a philosophical discussion, because cosmology is categorically a metaphysical question, and metaphysics is a
Mm,
basic subcategory of philosophy.
yeah,
This is a
that
profound
question.
and can I finish the
Yeah,
sentence, please?
you go for it. Go for it.
So this is a poignant and profound philosophical cosmological question. And so when we go with our everyday experience, anecdotally and uh, together, all humans put together, we all empirically detect the Earth is not moving and the heavens are. That's what we see. That's what we empirically detect. But of course, the logically cogent but not empirically verified alternative is to say the Earth is spinning, and therefore it makes it seem that the heavens are either fixed or are also moving while the Earth is spinning.
Very interesting perspective. And what I would like to add to that perspective is the remaining discussion that we've been having so far, right? Like, if we're having it about the prescriptive epistemological reality of the world, or when it comes to normative ethics, right? Or what we ought to do or what we ought to maximize in the society, right? I think everyone ought to have that specific grounding, which Gregory mentioned, right? It doesn't have to be epistemological in nature, it doesn't have to be um, philosophical or moral in nature, right? You just have to understand where these types of beliefs stem from, right?
That wasn't
What
my
these
point.
conversations exactly, you know.
So if you say
And
exactly, then you have to reiterate my point.
yeah, and yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. If it seemed like I was disagreeing with you, I might be dumb as fuck because I'm not as rhetorically equipped as you. Maybe that's the case. I'm just dumb as fuck. So
Well, you're kind
I'm
of
just
making it more difficult than it needs to be. You just failed to reiterate
maybe
my point.
perhaps that's the case, but I'm just trying to say what Gregory said. It doesn't really matter what you perceive other people's intentions to be. You just need to
That wasn't my
understand.
point.
I'm not trying to expand on your point. I'm trying to make my own point, right? What I'm saying is
You just
that it
began
doesn't
your
matter.
sentence with Gregory was saying.
say a 6-foot observer or any measurable height above mean sea level. So when we look to the horizon, if atmospheric conditions are good enough, like a nice clear day, and your optics are good, we can see a horizon well.
The opposite of testing, making a mathematical equation to make a prediction would be the opposite of testing, because you would make the mathematical model to test it, and then you would, actually look, like, perhaps go into space and look down. Oh, you don't believe in space, do you?
Well, we're
No,
talking about
it's
room.
just funny you've made a leap to space from what.
Well, I'm just saying a
It's
way
as
to
if you didn't
observe,
listen
a way
to the
test.
last 2 minutes.
Well, the point wasn't space. The point was a way to test, like actually verifiably test if the Earth is round.
Yeah, we do that on the surface, though.
That's what we have.
So you're saying a calculation that can be very prone to user error is what you're going to trust over, I don't know, like, because I don't know if you believe it's possible. Cause I don't know.
That's you trusting the calculation, bro.
Well, it's not trusting the calculation. It's trusting the visual evidence.
This is just a geometric claim in the first instance. The object being a sphere of a known radius, and where the geometric horizon would appear to be for an observer standing at altitude on that radius of a known size. So at this moment, it's just geometry, and and because the Earth is a sphere, it makes that geometric claim. That geometric claim comes in the form of, I can't see the bottom of that boat because the Earth curves in the way. What if that claim comes around and that's a geometric claim? The physical Earth physically obstructing the bottom of that physical object, the boat.
Yeah, the reason I don't want to fight you on this is because it can be very subjective from person to person, whether you believe it's usually there or not. Because a lot of, in my personal anecdotal experience, because it's anecdotal, it's not kind of real data, right?
No,
when I look, more often than not, the horizon is where it should be. More often than not.
And where's that?
Yeah. What standard do you hold to that?
There is a standard.
Because that standard is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, like we're pointing out. If you're saying it appears to be where it should be, then again, that's a claim to geometry. So what the standard is the thing that we're pointing out. So we hold that standard when we make the long distance observations.
Sorry.
No, you're fine, buddy. What do you want to say?
I'm not trying to like interrupt because
No, you're good.
But my issue is there's not real hard, like I know I don't have hard data really presented at the moment, but there's no real hard data that most people observing it's the horizon. It's not at that distance because you can't really measure the distance of how far something is without a reference. And then again, objects at sea, it's very rare there are stationary objects at sea. Very extremely rare.
This is why I pointed out things like lighthouses and oil rigs, which are static, and wind turbine, wind farms, that's static too. They don't move. So we know where they are, and if we know where we are, say, on a pier or on a beach, and obviously we know our locations, it's not hard to use Google Maps to figure out how far away that static object is.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is, more often than not, going by that, it shows. Well, this is like not a real test thing. More often than not, in my personal experience, because like you'd have to do a real consensus to get like a real data on that one. Whether or not most people actually see things, at the wrong distance.
Okay, so what form would that take to you? Do you think? When you say real data, what would you mean without the consensus?
What I mean, like a consensus of that would mean like any form of study done with any substantial sample size, say 100 to 1,000 people, random from probably coastlines, right?
Yeah. So lots of long distance observations.
But it would have to be in one cumulative report. You can't just take a bunch of different people saying it randomly and put it together, because that's not really how data works.
this is just a pool of knowledge, isn't it? Lots of people at different places on the Earth in different atmospheric conditions because of seasons and so on, taking observations across water using known landmarks to see if they can measure a distance to the horizon, as in referentially where the horizon appears to be in relation to those objects.
Yes, but my issue with other than a study from gathering other people saying that they don't see it or do see it, is that well, you're inclined to report on it if you feel that something's wrong. You're less likely to say something if you just, oh, that's normal, that's right. You're not really looking for anything.
Okay, well, you're the one that's claiming you've made all these observations. And hold on, you said it's my duty to report when something's wrong.
I never said it's your duty.
Okay, well, I'm taking it upon myself as my duty because you told us 3 minutes ago that every time you make an observation, the horizon is where it's supposed to be, where you would expect it to be.
In relation to the distance a boat would need to be to not.
In relation, listen, you need to be making this in relation to what the 3959 water ball would say.
Why don't you say that in more words?
In more words?
Yeah, add more words. 5939 water ball. Add more
He's
words.
talking about the radius. That's why the radius part I asked in the very beginning is important, because we can determine how much drop over distance there's supposed to be. Simple as that.
All right. Well, when I mean in reference to like a boat at the distance, I mean like according to that rule, that would be my point of reference would be a boat at the distance where it would not shore itself.
What?
I'm not like when you say I'm not referencing it to a boat being far enough to see if the horizon's far enough. No, I'm referencing it to the.
You said the horizon is where you expect it to be.
Yeah, 2.4 mile expectation area, right? I would compare that to.
I saw far further than 2.4 miles this morning.
Well, listen, you go ahead and believe that.
Just to be clear,
there's a different way to test it, right? Because that's not.
You're the one talking out of your ass, pal.
Sorry,
it's not really a thing.
I want to be clear on something. Sorry. So you're just making these observations with your own eyesight. You're not using any optics.
I was about to get there.
Okay, cool. So you're using optics as well, yeah?
Well, let me get to my point. I was saying, like, just seeing and measuring a distance by seeing. It doesn't matter, like, camera, vision, telescope, none of that to just see. It would be more accurate to use such a laser, perhaps, or a light, which these tests have been done repeatedly.
Yes, they have.
And they've shown that the Earth is round.
No.
Multiple flat earthers trying to prove the Earth is flat have failed.
Okay, yeah, you're exposing the fact that you've been duped by damage control propaganda on Netflix.
Not damage control propaganda. It takes multiple sources for me to understand one thing. I don't just have to look at one person doing it.
Okay, well, stop taking Netflix. Stop taking Netflix's word for it, pal.
No Netflix here. Multiple people. I got interested in the topic a little bit to see multiple different groups.
Okay, so where have you seen all these flat earthers flat smacking themselves?
Well, there's a few different cases of just
where? Name the video.
Man, do I have to go pull into my search history? Because there's many of these videos.
Man.
Okay, I'll go pull into my search history and get you a few because there's multiple.
Yeah,
do that. I mean, fuck, you made a claim. You need to provide evidence, man.
Oh, yeah, man. That's
I'm
definitely
sorry.
how it works right now because everyone's providing so much evidence.
Yeah, you never asked one.
I got you. Hey, I'm working on it right now.
Okay, let's look at the claim that's on the table about lasers proving that the Earth is curved.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah, I posted 2 videos right now of laser tests. There's 2. There's more coming. Right in the voice text.
Well, if you're fast, I'll check
You can give him FE core as well. That's more official as well.
Yeah, he needs
from the government.
We can give him.
No, it doesn't need to be official or government.
We can give him We can give him University of Kentucky in the U.S. military. We can do that. Yeah, that's fine.
Appeals to authority don't really matter to me.
Dude, you know what a laser targeting system is, don't you?
I'm aware of what a laser targeting system is.
Good. Why is it so useful?
Because you can kind of just make a straight line.
Bingo. So laser targeting systems are used by the military to target things at distance so they can blow things up, primarily on vessels at sea. Now, these are land-based targets, these are air-based targets, but ultimately these are laser targeting systems that work on a direct line of sight. Now, the studies have clearly been done into the refraction values of light, especially laser light, and especially how different wavelengths of light refract in different mediums. The infrared part is really important because it's the least refractable wavelength of light that we can use to target things with. Now, when the military use these infrared line of sight laser targeting systems, they're not encumbered by the curvature of the Earth. Some are reported to be able to shine on targets up to a distance of 150 kilometers away. Now that's from a vessel at sea targeting a ground-based target. Now, if the surface was curved, then the interruption will be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, still giving you... we're still going to be having a horizon less than 10 miles away, 15 miles away, depending on the height of the targeting system. But
hold on, I'm going to need a source for that one now.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's something that you can easily reference. It's infrared laser targeting systems. Not a problem. I'll dig it up for you. I can dig up also the university and military references to the refraction values taken into account because, one, they aren't obstructed by curvature because they try to figure out if they would be, obviously, because they think the Earth's a ball. But it's not. It's just refraction of light gently through the atmosphere. The deviation of that light doesn't bend it around the curvature of the Earth. We have to understand that primarily we have a lot of technology that requires a direct line of sight. Visual, infrared visuals, my friend, for example, radar tracking systems, early warning systems require a direct line of sight. So these military kind of technologies rely on the Earth being flat, even the navigation systems.
The thing is, I'm looking for these such readily available sources. You put it like as we speak, because from the second you said it, it sounded off. Because 100 miles with laser targeting is a little
150
ridiculous.
kilometers. Yeah, sorry, I should.
Yeah, I did the translation.
Yeah, I dig it for you. I'll find it.
Well, it's approximately 100 miles, not 100 miles exactly, but yeah. But no, there's nothing there. I switched it back into kilometers, back and forth. I'm gonna need some sources for that one.
Yeah, no, I'll dig them up for you now. You understand that at 100 miles, the curve of the Earth from point A to point B is an ascension of 1 mile.
Yes, that's my contention.
Yeah, no worries.
Isn't it a nautical mile, not a mile?
We're just doing kilometers miles, so I don't think it's an important distinction.
No, it is, because nautical takes into account the curvature of the Earth, so...
Oh, that's interesting.
Nautical miles take into the curvature of the celestial sphere.
If it's in nautical miles, that would make a lot more sense then.
Curve
That's why I
of the
need
sky,
like the
and that's the
specific
curve
source.
of the Earth. Dummies. Curve of the sky is nautical miles.
Oh, sure. I'm just gonna need that source now.
Listen to Drawn Mouth.
I'm going to need a source for the fact that nautical miles and
Listen, I'm just saying, if you're gonna pull me on a source, I'm
not
gonna
360
like,
degrees.
your claim is much more outrageous than mine.
Huh.
You're funny.
Not so.
Yeah, still waiting for the laser test that proves the curve, man. Where is it?
Oh man, I'm sorry. Let me go get that.
Yeah, I don't think you can run away from that. Come on.
Oh, I can get it. I mean, he dropped some links. I was gonna check those out, but I didn't actually see them in chat.
He thought he proved it
you were
with
too
a
busy
nautical
not knowing.
He thought he proved the curve with a nautical mile, dude. Right?
He posted it just now.
Yeah, he was Johnny on the spot to hop onto that train.
Yeah, nautical mile dude staying quiet now.
Well, it does take some effort to Google.
You'll be fine, Drawn Mouth.
Casey Jones taught us we shouldn't get high on cocaine then drive a train, right?
Why not?
Because you probably wreck it.
Trouble behind.
Because you probably wreck it.
Why would you wreck it? It's just a train. Come on.
You don't
watch your
speed.
Watch your speed. Back on the flat Earth.
Yeah, why would you have to watch your speed on a train? It's pretty constant. What do you mean?
He's the conductor, bro.
Are you really this obtuse? You think the average
No, it's
person
sarcasm, buddy. It's sarcasm.
It's actually not.
Oh no, you're right. I'm 100%
It's more
sincere.
like,
I mean, don't stop that train. That speed can go however fast you want. It's not going to derail or anything.
oh, it sounded like ignorance, not sarcasm to me. I
Oh
really
no,
think
it's just pure pure ignorance right there.
my ignorance of you.
No, I was being sarcastic again.
No, all he was trying to do was reference the Grateful Dead. Goodness.
Right. I just think you're just going the wrong way with this.
I didn't say you were ignorant. I was being sarcastic when you were saying it. It sounded like ignorance. So I was like, "Yep, pure ignorance." It's common sarcasm.
I sounded like ignorance. That's not even a properly formed sentence. It's neither coherent or cohesive. What the hell are you on about, kid?
Listen, I was reflecting your sentence back at you. I don't even want to.
Reflecting. Oh my
Yes.
God. Is English not your first language?
It's called quoting, Nick. It's called quoting. Is English not yours if you can't understand basic sarcasm?
I can when it's given coherently and cohesively.
All right, so are you just here to be sarcastic then?
Is that globe proof? Is sarcasm globe proof?
He
I was
gone.
gonna be facetious next. Fuck.
Oh, he left.
They're both
Sound
gone.
is out.
Out of his league, man. Way out of his league.
Hey, chalk another one up for the Grateful Dead.
I knew he was talking out of his ass. Didn't provide anything.
He thought he proved the curvature with a nautical mile, which could just be a 360-degree radius split up into degrees, which actually that's what a nautical mile is. It's a circle based on azimuth. It's not a sphere.
It's a presupposed circle, though.
360 degrees doesn't equal a spherical nature. It's just a circle centered on R.
That's true.
So a nautical mile doesn't prove a sphere, and it doesn't have anything to do with a sphere. It's just a circle of degrees.
Exactly. But when the Globers are talking about it, they're trying to transmute that to the ground and say that this is what
I
the
know.
curvature-
Listen, what I'd like to point out is they always attempt to use something as a proof that the mainstream and experts in that field would never give it to you as a proof of anything. They would say it's based on the assumption we got NASA, we got NASA, we got pictures, we've been there, so we know it's a sphere. That's what they would say. They wouldn't say this proves it's a sphere because it's just a man-made construct.
Yeah,
based
you're right.
on the fact that they believe it's a sphere.
They act as if it's a man. They act as if it's a concrete object, though. They act as if like
right. And a nautical mile is just an SI unit. Keep us going in a certain heading in a 360-degree nature with a height ceiling. You can have things above that, like the stars. And since all our maps are based off celestial positions, and obviously they're going to match ground position to a star because that's how we mapped them.
Yep, that's the beauty of a flat horizontal plane.
God, these kids, man. I come from an era where they slapped you if you was talking stupid shit. Nobody argued with you.
I know. Meanwhile, while he was talking out of his ass, like from the very beginning, I was posting like Black Swan, the darkened one, so you can see the horizon.
You know what I'm
way
talking
out there.
about. Sonny, you're old enough to know that. You probably was slapped a couple times for going on about dumb shit.
Or nearly slapped, yeah, totally. Especially,
Yeah, they draw that hand back and give you that look.
especially from my dad, yeah.
They just give you that look, like, boy, I'm about to slap the shit out of you. You don't
Yeah,
like
exactly.
dumb shit.
I got put in my place for sure.
And then you got told that that's your mama donated the genes that made you think like that.
Well, I suppose sometimes, maybe.
It's like common sense is lost nowadays, and then people actually quote it like where it's like as if all people ever had common sense. But the ratio nowadays is dumbfounding. We'll never breed out stupidity. You know that.
Idiocy 1000, common sense zero or nearly. No, we can't say zero, but nearly zero.
The
We're looking
greatest
for.
difference
We should start asking for any intelligent life out there.
Well, the biggest difference between a globe earther and a flat earther is their thought process and their ability to look outside of what's been said or what's been stated.
Yeah, we learn.
So some people just like to repeat what they learn, and they don't care who proved it or how we know it's true. So when other people who actually are deep thinkers want an answer to a question that becomes a paradox, all of a sudden this moron, because they don't want to do any more thinking past somebody said this is true, is ridiculing a person who actually understands it. It can't be. You'll never breed out stupidity. Quit waiting for that day. It's never going to happen. Two smart people will get together tomorrow and they'll have 4 dumb kids, and that's just the way it is. It's a luck of the draw.
And when the spark will start in someone that was previously like that, that's a mystery to me. But it does happen. So from time to time.
Well, there's a lot of people that like to take those offhand, ridiculous arguments just so they can lead a person into something. But not all men can be reached, and I think that's my point. You can't reach all people.
Yeah, I see your point. Definitely.
Don't wear yourself out trying, guys. You can only do your best. Nobody's perfect.
Sometimes you have to realise that you're casting your pearls before swines. So just clean off your feet, walk away.
That's right, Jedi. When you've been in the pig waller too long, you have to get out for a minute and scrape the shit off your boots so you feel a little lighter and you're carrying less of a load.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Don't take it to the next place. That's really hard to do, isn't it? Take it on into the next conversation. You build up some resentment after a while. So try and kick that resentment off and go to the next place as best you can.
Yeah. Just realize you're not perfect, man. No one was made perfect.
Fucking hell.
Any globers?
I hear you guys get frustrated every day, man. You got no reason to be frustrated. You're doing the best you can. It's not you. Somebody needs to say that to you people sometimes. And now I'll let you go back to top.
Does anyone have proof of the spinning ball space monkey religion, or any fans? Any fans of the globe in here?
He lowered his standards. I'll take a fan.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a pro glober. We just need somebody to talk to.
All right, who wants to pretend to be a globe earther, since there's nobody. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just say we won. Since there's no globe earther who wants to stand up, that's a victory for us.
Well, if you start doing that, then Scott Mackey might have to bring his people off a strike, like, oh no, they're claiming they're won. We got to go back now. That's how you kill a glober strike. You just declare victory.
Yeah, I mean, I see them in the chat right now. They're typing stuff in the chat, but they're not actually. I think he left a.
What's funny? Listen, I came in yesterday and they was all bitching Scott Mackey shut the damn BC down. Before I left, there was like 30 people in it, and I come back today and it's full. So I guess Scott didn't do anything, did he?
Yeah. What was his what was Scott even arguing? Like, what was his evidence?
I not to listen to Scott too much, but all I heard was strike. They're protesting this server.
What?
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, they're trying to silence it.
I came back in today, I smiled and rolled up a joint. I said, yeah, that strike didn't last long.
Did they form a union?
Well, listen, they came into 24/7 one time, long time ago, and we were having like a Flat Earth Debate 101, teaching people how to use the Socratic method in debate. And they thought, man, we got to get organized because these guys are organized. So, yes, they do have a Globe Earth Union of anti-flatties, not just your normal, oh, really? You think the Earth's flat? But the guys who are in the argument every day and attacking your children and your character every time you got a good point. You know the guys. Believe me, they do get together and have meetings. They're organized. How do you think you get? Do you think it's just happenstance that 6 people coming in one day, right after another on the exact same point? You think that's coincidence?
We used to have running commentaries on other servers of people that are watching 24/7 on the YouTube. They used to do that on Gem Panda server. So they're always watching. They've all got their little communities paying attention to what we say.
Yeah, see, Jedi knows.
Sitting here quietly taking fucking notes.
Yeah, they take notes. They come. Like, listen, when we first started this, I used to sit down with a notepad and ink pen every day before I even get on, and I take notes, PowerPoint, and then I'd research stuff. So you got to understand the level of game that the people are willing to play. It's like chess. The more you know, the higher the level of the game is.
Look at this Look at the celestial navigation argument that exploded over the last few years. Nobody really knew much about it, but you see the argument still taking place now of people who've now got, well, I'm not going to say Dunning-Kruger, but have done the research, been in groups, listened to each other, found out, what can be said about this, that, and the other to try and, put a spanner or wrench, if you're American, in the works. So yeah, it's crazy. What we're paid attention a lot. They listen to it in their little groups, writing notes.
They come in and they say, I just enjoy to listen, and they wait for you to have those conversations where nobody's debating a Glober. You're just talking about the newest or latest argument.
We got to get you guys on Concave Earth, bro. Concave Earth.
All right, let's see that evidence.
I'll agree with you on one thing. All glory to the Most High, brother.
We got to get you guys onto Concave Earth. Realize flat Earth is a stepping stone. It's a necessary step.
Well, see, well, how do you get past that? The same problem the globe has, like curvature, reverse curvature.
Hard, bro. It's
concavity.
It's a hard pill to swallow, as they say.
So is that still 8 inches per mile squared? Concavity?
That's right.
But if there was a mountain on the inside of a ball, it would reach higher to the sky than it would if it was on the outside of a ball.
Hard pill to swallow, bro. But my purpose here is just to help those transition onto Concave Earth, for that is the next step.
I agree with the name.
Cam, what evidence do you help people with our stepping stones?
Here we go.
Honestly, there's nothing to say. There is no evidence that'll work. If you're already convinced the Earth is flat, there's nothing I could say or do or anything that'll convince another person. The only way one may potentially stumble upon Concave Earth is by a
someone chanting to you that it's a jagged pill.
No, it's just by necessity. The individual has to get involved with modeling.
Model.
Scary word. I know. It's a big.
You don't live on a model.
Modeling.
Yeah, it's very.
You live on a model.
Do you believe that all 3 models, concave, flat, and convex, all could comport with simulation?
No.
You think your concave Earth is a simulation?
I'm not worried about what my concave Earth is. Those questions are not going to help you. You see?
We are.
You live on a model.
Sorry, gatekeep. What questions would? I want to cross this bridge. So how do I do it? What questions do I need to ask?
Right.
What questions did you ask? Actually, what the fuck? I'm trying to help. Ah, dear.
Well, for you, none, because it's a comical topic for you. For you, there are no questions because you would be the one where there are no words I can give you.
Listen, it's not comical us, even though we seemed jovial at the time. It's what is comical is the lack of evidence for it, or any propositions that, or any positive claims that can be made by the people who purport it. So, like he said, build that bridge because I want to cross it. I would really love to cross that bridge, but I just don't see the first rail.
Yeah, you're gonna have to take the steps. So that's the thing. I can't move the legs. I can't take the steps.
Well, the very fact
You
that
don't have any
can't
evidence.
even describe the steps, the rails, or the legs to me is the problem here, not the concavity.
Yeah, you're right. It's not for everyone.
No, I'm saying that I could believe in a concave Earth, like Picard said, upturned edges. So I could get on that boat, but I haven't seen any evidence of it. And the people who actually are in love with it, well, they offer nothing that leads me down their path. So I'm just stuck in the woods, not knowing which way to go.
You don't know which way to go because you think where you're at is where you're supposed to be. So you're not.
No, I don't.
I don't mean you. Let's take you out of it because I know what that does.
No. Listen, I don't think where I'm at is.
I was in the middle of explaining your previous statement. Let me go ahead and do that. Yeah.
Yeah, but this isn't home, brother. We're not where we're supposed to be.
It's a good thing that your livelihood doesn't depend on selling Concave Earth because you'd be broke.
I mean, yeah, sell me the pin. There you go. He said it. Sell me the damn pin, man. What? I'll buy a pin. I need a pin. But why should I buy your pin?
Nothing for sale, bro. It's just the truth.
Nothing for sale. It's just the truth. How ambiguous do you want to make this conversation, dude?
Can the truth be articulated? Here's the question.
You have to engage in modeling to start putting the pieces together to realize.
Can you articulate it? Can you articulate?
Sure. Something, for example, the southern hemisphere, circles of latitude south of the equator. On the globe and on concave, they get smaller south of the equator, smaller and smaller and smaller circles of latitude. On flat Earth, it's the opposite. It's bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So one has to engage in modeling, looking at models, imagining models, looking at data projected in different ways, and get to the bottom of which one. Well, that's it. Then you're good where you're at.
I mean, I understand the equidistant tropics and equator.
I can't help you, bro. I'm literally just here to tell you that concave Earth is the next step. Flat Earth's the stepping stone. The reason why for that is because flat Earth has major problems that cannot be solved.
Like what?
There are
I've already
problems with the
explained it.
model in the south,
And so
when
as-
you go to a globe, but actually flat Earth corrects 90% of those problems, other than if you're worried about the equidistant circles.
It's a big problem.
So it isn't, because they match the paths of the stars, those circles.
The problem I see with this, you globies and concavers, you talk about the sky only. That's the problem. That's not hard proof of anything of that.
Nothing actually works on flat Earth once one gets to the bottom.
Yeah, but you
of
talk
it.
about the sky. That's not fucking hard proof, man. Come on, you gotta drop that shit. Sorry,
but I recommend you take a breath.
sorry.
You're getting a little worked up.
I'm sorry. Surface. We need the surface.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because modeling doesn't really work out. All the models.
Just know, your bigger cousins over at Concave
Every
Earth.
model has a problem. All models have an issue.
We've got a model. It contorts to reality. There is curvature. NASA does lie. It's just a superior model,
You got a model? Hold on.
absolutely.
We've been trying to get to the beans. Where's this model? Here's
Absolutely,
the bridge,
there's a
Jedi.
model.
Jedi, we're at the bridge.
There we go.
Absolutely, there is a model, but based on the crowd's reaction not 5 minutes ago, the model is not going to be discussed because we don't live on a model. We don't live on a model, unfortunately. But there is one.
Sure.
There is one if we wanted to verify. You know,
There's
with
going to be
things
a
like
crystal at the center projecting everything.
things
isn't
like distances.
Really, I'd love to see that model. I'd love to see the concave Earth model.
Sure. Can you imagine the globe?
I'd like to see how it corrects all the problems in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah,
That's what I'd like to see. Yeah.
So I understand the conceptualization of the convex Earth, where we are on the interior of a sphere and we all point upwards into the universe.
Yeah.
So me in the UK, I would be pointing up to somebody who would, for want of a better location, Australia, would both be pointing towards each other. I get it. Some moon and stars are contained within the Earth. Without this imaginary thing in my mind, you said you had a model. Have you got like a model? With distance?
Got a model.
Sounds like you
model. The model is for those that engage in modeling in the act of thinking and looking at models. So I don't think it's a single person in here. But there is a model.
That's casting aspersions. I'm actually genuinely interested.
Okay, well, just search Concave Earth in YouTube, and it might be the first video that pops up.
He ran with "as above, so below" could only be true on a concave Earth. That's what they ran with.
Is it similar to Halo 2 Combat Evolved, where you're looking, in Halo when you're on the ring and you're looking up at the sky?
Kinda, yeah.
And you kind of see the Earth go upwards, like in Halo.
Yeah. Actually, I know what you're. Yeah, that's kind of what he's saying. Yeah. But it's a pretty bad view too for a video game.
It's the Earth in motion. Does anybody know if the Earth is in motion within the concave idea?
Yeah, how would that work?
Stationary.
Pardon me?
Stationary.
What causes gravity? How can I walk on the top of a fucking concave inside of a ball? How can rain fall down inside a ball, outward in every direction? And where does it come from, this rain?
Oh yeah, you still believe in? Wait, so do you still need gravity then?
Gravity's
I'm
real.
just asking questions.
You don't need to tell us what you're doing. We inherently can sense. We have inner discernment. We know what you're doing.
So how does the rain cycle work on a concave Earth then? I could tell you on a flat Earth how it works, and you told me yours has a better model than flat Earth. I mean, if it evaporates, cool. That's one explanation, but it doesn't explain how it rains the opposite way all the way around the inside of a ball, or even in different spots. It's raining up in one spot and down in the other. Is it all electric in nature, or what? Dielectric concave Earth? Are we inside a big spherical magnet?
These are all legit.
Those are all great questions.
Yeah, they are. I'd like to know the answer, please.
He believes in
because
gravity.
I know Jedi's wanting to talk. I got thousands of them, man. Shit. Let me finish this hooter, man. Hold on. We'll get to the nut.
Wait, so gravity is part of concave Earth?
I don't know yet. He
That's
hasn't
right.
answered.
That's
according
right.
to him, yes. Yes, according to the guy.
Interesting. Okay.
So if you was at the very center of the concave Earth universe, and you dropped a ball, which way would it go up? And why?
How does a telescope point away from the Earth?
I got a real good one. How does Polaris and how we view it 4 degrees off the horizon from the equator, how does that fucking work on a concave Earth? Because you'd actually be closer to Polaris if it curved upward. So it'd never be 4 degrees off the horizon, so the concave is dead.
Well, dead for you because you already like where you're at. You've already have all the answers and everything already works for you.
Observation
So
defies the fact that we're raising in altitude or elevation as we move from one to the other. We would notice that, and we would notice it in the view to the star. So I put it in a manner that you guys.
I'm well aware of the flat Earth argument, and based on my experience for myself, it falls short badly in the beginning stages of modeling.
Hold on. Is that an explanation for how we're going to see Polaris 4 degrees off the horizon?
No, that was my opinion.
Equator?
No, that was my opinion based on what you said.
Because it can't happen on a concave Earth. It would increase, not decrease. Because you're raising up in altitude. At some point, you would become Polaris, so it would always be at zenith for you in a concave Earth, if you could see it. It would never dip to the horizon or seem to be close to the surface of Earth in view.
So what you need is a salient rebuttal to that point. Explanation to how that
it's not a rebuttal that's required. It's actually a lesson in education and delivering information that is missing in the recipient. So I'm not sure if I'm ready to volunteer doing that right now.
Okay, so that's your problem, you see. You come in here and say concave Earth is the next best thing, but I'm not willing to do anything about it for you. So you're just a waste of everyone's time, dude.
If you say so.
You owe me $5. Listen, you just wasted my dime bag. You owe me $5. That's a joke.
If the Earth is concave, how does this work? Oh, I'm not going to bother telling you. Couldn't be bothered.
But it's that new. That new and improved.
Remember, it's the next step. So before the next step is taken,
Alanis Morissette, everyone.
Before the next step is taken, the user has to have a reason for it, right? So
there's the reason, Holmes.
We haven't taken the first step, and you can't lead us on the path. We've yet to see this bridge that Jedi and myself are waiting for. Where's the bridge? I want to be where you are.
Yeah, dude, you're literally a waste of time. So option 1, go make your own concave Earth channel and see if anybody gives a crap. Or option 2, start talking about the merits of the points concerning your position. Or option 3, stay on mute indefinitely. There you go. Not going to listen to your self-righteous ass come in here and say concave Earth this, concave Earth that. Anybody asks you a question, it's like, oh, I can't be bothered. Waste my time on you lesser life forms. Take your pompous ass over to Bev's server and talk about how the Earth's not flat all day. Oh, I'm going to give you one chance to reprieve yourself by admitting to us that you're willing to actually answer questions fielded about the topic, or you can just sit there and listen. Unmute your mic and see how this goes. Okay? Start talking a bunch of nonsense, just go right back on mute.
Yeah,
mute
me again so you could suck each other off. Go for it.
Yeah, well, dude, you're not offering nothing else, bro.
He left.
Useless dude. Of course he left. Freaking dude's useless, bro.
Yeah. I don't know why he wouldn't even engage in. I don't know why he wouldn't even try to talk about what you guys said. That's weird.
It makes me want to rap.
I mean, it would even if he.
I ain't playing though. If you violate off the top trick, you gotta go.
Yeah.
It's more productive. At least I got to borrow that. And I could build you a bridge where you'd follow my bars. You'd be like, yeah, I'm feeling that. I'm agreeing with this motherfucker. I've been quiet for a long time, and I got a lot to say. So you motherfuckers got hell to pay.
That was like the same attitude that Bev gave me when I cornered him on his point about the foundation of where he went, on his not flat endeavor. And he was basically focusing on, okay, there's a particular measurements that's done before they start surveying a whole country or something. I'm like, oh, why don't you tell us what it is? He's like, oh, no, that's a journey that you have to go on yourself. I can't give you that journey. Us higher life forms can't interfere with you earthlings.
Yeah, you wasn't playing when you went to bed, bro, and I'm with you. Like, ground position is divine and holy on a concave Earth, is it? Right? I'm with you. How many years and how many different profile names that dude? I just want one step. Keep talking about the next step, but I can't even get the first step in that journey to realize why I should even consider it. I mean, there's a lot of valid questions, and Polaris and how the relationship to the star changes as you go out towards the equator literally can't be answered on a concave Earth. It can on a flat Earth. You could attempt to with the same premise on a concave Earth, but that's if you were serious about what you were saying. Then you would say, well, we only see an apparent position. There's a refractive nature to the atmosphere. It moves.
I always thought they had it in like a three-dimensional. The sky is on a three-dimensional object. So obviously, if you keep going underneath it, eventually you're not going to be able to see through that object that's floating in the center. And so that's why you would no longer be able to see Polaris. At least that's what I thought. That wouldn't have been that hard for him to articulate.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I found out.
back.
So would that mean it's closer to the ground than it would be in the model for the globe? Isn't it?
The articulation is not difficult. It's like what I've actually done for you guys. I've created forget concave Earth. I've created even a better, a legitimately literal better flat Earth model that contours to reality better. And you guys don't even like that one. So it's like I can answer these concave Earth questions. They're not going to do anything for you. But I do want to let you know that there are steps to take ahead from where you guys are right now.
You said you showed us a model, but I haven't seen your model. So what do you mean by?
I did what he suggested, so I looked at it onto YouTube. That's the only. There's quite a lot of videos. This is the first one that come along. I'm watching it at the moment. It's interesting. I'm not going to lie. I like watching these types of things just from an interested point of view. But this isn't the only. Yeah. There's lots of information with regards to it. I don't think so.
That dual pole model. Where'd you get the model from?
Sorry.
It's been around for many years. I don't think anyone in these communities, including myself, made it up.
Yeah, that model's been around for a while. You didn't create it. That's my point. And don't say people haven't considered it, because quite a few people have considered it. It's a strong talking point, and so now your entire thing is based on dichotomy that we don't do that, and we
talk about information. I don't care how people feel about things. People's feelings.
Cool. If you got a video of your concave model, or the one you prefer, can I get that?
It's too far ahead. We could do the.
Is that a yes or no?
It's a no, but with the caveat if you're interested.
Well, I've already listen. I've already spent hours watching a bunch of concave videos. I'm just wondering what model you prefer, because I have questions about every concave model I've ever seen. So the false dichotomy that I don't go into this is the first
Why do you want to know what I prefer personally? Aren't you a truth seeker? Don't you want to potentially get to the step if it is the truth?
Well, when you're
if it is the truth, I'm telling you right now, if it is the truth, you are unable to get it.
I want to know your truth.
I'm not interested in telling you my truth. The fuck would I want to do that for? So you could ridicule. Why would I want to tell you my truth?
Listen, if asking you specific questions about your model is a ridicule,
Here you go, telling me your feelings again. You're telling me your feelings.
Why
Stick
even
to the
fucking
facts.
bother modeling it or talking to people that are going to want answers? Why be a
Because
childish little bitch?
Because there's levels to this shit, and once you get high enough level, you'll realize models do matter, and we do live in a model, and it can represent our reality. And
Then
it can
tell
also
me which one you rep. What model do you rep then,
for you,
child?
when it comes to flat Earth, it's the dual pole model.
It's like talking to a fucking 8-year-old.
Here, I'm giving you the answer, and you're tuning out. That's too bad, bud.
I'm not tuning out. You're going to talk to me like that, I'm going to return it. Listen, don't act like a child, and you won't be treated like one.
I am the teacher here.
My
I'm the
fucking
boss.
grandchild
Outside of the
is
mute button, I'm the boss.
coherent than you.
I am the boss.
What? What?
Boss concave.
Listen, the boss can't even give me a work order for the day. Hold on, then give me my work orders. I need that fucking model so I can study it, boss. Fucking punk.
Oh my goodness! Now you know what appeals. Now you know what appeals to the other niche earthers. Same with the not flat earthers. They come in here with their moralizing. I'm better than you. I'm more advanced than you. I'm more truth seeker than you. Freaking pathetic, dude.
He said I'm the boss, bro. Did anybody miss that? Listen, I'm the owner. I'm the boss every day, man. But I don't talk to you people like that. I don't even talk to my own workers like that. Treat them like men. They're not slaves. They're working for their fucking money. Nobody in here is an idiot, dude. You just can't listen. You can't make any positive claims. You can't present any model. You can't represent it, and you can't back it up. Now, you're talking to people who actually do modeling, get intricate on the model that we actually have, fastidious even, and we can explain it. And we want you to explain and back your model, and you're getting upset because you can't. So don't take a higher moral ground because you can't articulate. You got a belief that you can't tell to others and you can't defend. That's why you're offended. It's why you're arguing back because you don't know why you believe it. It's all eloquent to you and you accept it as given. And talk to me about discernment. You're a fucking idiot. Just be a big boy and back up your belief system. Why do you believe this? Don't take some moral ground. I don't like them questions either, but you know what? If a person presses me enough, I'll tell you exactly why I believe something. And we can get fastidious together about it, and I won't get offended.
And that's one of the questions that we like on servers when we talk about flat Earth is people that are new to the topic. We want them to ask us, why do you think the Earth is flat? What evidence have you got? So when we turn around and ask Globers the same question, it's the same thing that we're going to ask concavers. Why have you come to the conclusion that this is our reality? And how do I gain that knowledge and how do I demonstrate it to myself?
Yeah, that's a ground level starting point, right?
Yep.
Exactly. And so we're just trying to have a conversation among men about belief systems. There should be no problem about bringing it down to earth and dropping it in a calm, coherent manner. Other people got to be able to understand what you're saying.
His pill is too jagged. The solder looks new.
Hello.
I would really like to hear an answer to my Polaris question.
Me too.
I mean, AI's not a fucking concaver, and he's a man that he's breaking it down just based on what he perceives from their model. And it's reasonable and understandable, but I could find issues with it too. But I'm smart enough to know that there's issues with all models because we're modeling stuff based on what we see. And our eyes can play tricks on us.
Well, at least I found a channel on YouTube that has some information about this concave, hollow, spherical, centered, universal idea. So I'll have a look.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if the guy's going to sign that letter and put his blood on it and jump in the hole in the center of the concave universe. That's all. You know, Jedi.
Fucking blood
Nail the
over intent, man. What the hell?
You wanted ridicule.
You still have the flat water dilemma.
I know, bro. I know. Where's the curving up water, man? I'd be surfing for days, man. I'd be a surfer dude talking about, hey, bro, surf's up, hey, all day, every day.
Yeah, where are the half pipe bridges?
You know what? If that were the case, you could surf on just about any body of water. Even a little puddle, you should be able to surf on that. It's perfect.
He said we should be freestyling on every bridge there is. It's me and my rollerblades riding a half pipe. And up north is really around the corner, you know. Everywhere's around the corner. Got to go around the inside of a ball. But the relative positions of the stars, to go to the sky to prove concave, for me, doesn't make sense because the angle to the view is going to change greatly as you're walking up the inside of a ball. So it would not comport with any of the observations of the known universe that we have. And that would be the first thing I'd want them to comply with if you're modeling it, what we observe.
They appear, and this is only cursory, so they appear to be deviating the path of light from the object in the sky to us. It arcs. How do I put this?
Yeah, it's a projection.
Yeah.
And it projects on a parabolic arc?
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, yeah.
A rainbow projection. Okay. See? Oh, is that the video you're watching? Yeah, that's why he doesn't want to take that model, because who the fuck put this projector crystal in the sky and programmed all that shit?
I don't know, man. I don't know. But hey ho, when we're investigating the shape of the Earth, I guess it would be prudent to look at this. I mean, it's not that I've never looked at this idea, but me and you go back some years, but our modernist was right at the beginning, so 5 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, look, we've all looked into concave, and that's why we have specific questions for it. If we were totally ignorant of concave, we wouldn't have model killers from the get-go. This is why AI is just like, hey, just bust one of these. You got 2 model killer questions, so you're talking modeling. Well, just help us out. Debunk the first killer question. Tell me how Polaris works, and then we'll move on from there. I mean, I went so far as to conceive light cycles day and night on a flat Earth, you know, atmospheric extinction, varying levels of fucking atmosphere. This is an intricate conversation. It's not like we're not going to understand what you're saying, but from the get-go, you want to take the position where we'll never consider it. But these are people who are real deep thinkers.
It's really weird. Get my north and my south kind of confused when I'm trying to think about this. But say, for example, you're standing in the middle of Antarctica, so the South Pole, and when you look up, you're looking at the underside. Is that right? Yeah, you're looking at the underside of a celestial sphere that's being projected, or however, from the interior. But yeah, you're looking upwards at a point that's rotating above you, and then directly straight up as you go through this universal celestial sphere, you come out to the North Pole, and then somebody standing upside down, pointing upwards to the North Pole, watching it rotate on this sphere. It's really weird. Yeah. I accept that. It's mind blowing.
Isn't this the Dyson sphere model?
I don't know.
That hollow earth theory that one big pond posted. It's a Dyson sphere or Tyson sphere or whatever.
Yeah, dude. So that was one of my alternate model theories back in the day. I used to argue against Globers.
A Dyson sphere or something?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you're inside a giant universe, but you're trapped inside a Dyson sphere that models the universe on your way to the new home for the Earthlings.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. So is this spaceship Earth essentially a seed for humanity, something we're sending? We are on the Ark.
Correct, yeah, it's a space arc. Yeah. Being shot across galaxies, and eventually we're going to arrive at a new galaxy that's just perfect for us.
Yeah, see, that's the one it had a story and everything that goes with it, where we destroyed our first universe, or our sun went supernova and all that crap, and our religious books actually speak of it. When the flood happened, we actually left that in the Dyson sphere, planet ship Earth.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, I seen a big long video back in the day on this.
Wow. Okay. So this reminds me of my really early days as a flat earther, trying to figure out what we were and listening to conceptual ideas that the Earth actually died a long time ago, but because of the Mandela effect, or so we're told, we got transported into this Earth-type simulator spaceship, and AI story kind of follows
Yeah,
that.
it's kind of like the same concept in Prometheus, that movie Prometheus, where the guy seeds a planet with his DNA. We're sending a planetary seed, but it's inside of a Dyson sphere, which is spaceship Earth.
Gotcha.
And humanity's original home, was destroyed. So it even goes into Battlestar Galactica with that. There's those that believe life didn't start here on Earth. It's the opening thing for Battlestar Galactica. That it started far, far away in a galaxy. Yeah, you know.
Panspermia.
Yeah, so they believed in panspermia forever, and this is a humanity sperm cell. This is a sperm cell.
Guess what?
What?
You guys ready for this one? So, the Earth is in Star Wars canon. So you guys like Star Wars, right? But there's humans in Star Wars, but there's no Earth. And it says in a galaxy far, far away, right? Long time ago. So in the Star Wars lore and history, the Earth was actually taken from their local area and exiled to another galaxy.
Yeah.
So quote unquote in the Star Wars story, we are come from where they are a long time ago. And we planet moving technology to where we are now.
Yeah, that's in the book. Yeah. You read the books when you were younger, AI?
Well, that explains why the black guy in the new prequels, when the security guards were coming after them, they're like, "Run away! It's the cops!" It's like, how does he go there to use the word "cops"? That's so inappropriate. Yeah, it's really bad, dude. You'll notice that in good fiction, they don't use common parlance terms or slang terms. They create their own slang.
Yeah, like the guard.
Yeah, like death sticks. They're clearly cigarettes, but they call them death sticks. Nobody in the lore calls them cigarettes. They're like, oh, give me some of those Philip Morris's over there.
What is it? The spoof of is it Family Guy spoof of Star Wars, and it says a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, but somehow in the future.
But why would you assume it's in the future though?
I don't know. Seth MacFarlane's logical reasoning.
I don't know.
Right.
No, even in the Star Wars universe, when you start going backwards into the prequels, it's more highly advanced society. It's a declining society. It's not an advancing society, basically, and it's declining because of war.
Just to be clear, where's this guy gone? Is he still here? If not, yeah, all glory. I can't be bothered to type this, but Battle Mod isn't keeping you on mute. He hasn't got the ability to unmute you, so that's not down to him. Anyway.
Oh my goodness, dude! All glory. Are you an intelligent man? Didn't I clearly give you 3 options? It's not that hard to figure out.
Oh, I've got to ask. AI, what were those 3 options I missed?
Actually, talk about the topic that is Concave Earth, and not just making an esoteric call it exists. And one day you'll reach the 9th level of nirvana and be able to understand it. 2,
Okay.
be on mute. 3, go somewhere else.
Okay, cool. If you can let us know which option you're going to take, then that'd be awesome.
Because, quite frankly, we already heard that concave Earth exists, right? The idea. And then we heard that eventually we'll get there. We'll get there with steps. And then that's it. So what more does he need to say? Nothing, right? Unless he's going to answer questions about it, what's the point of him even talking about it? I don't want to hear him just repeat ad infinitum that none of us are at the level yet. Because then he's just here putting us down. Why would we entertain that?
I mean, so far, I don't know if you can leave the text kind of way on it, so I tell you. It's all to do with the southern latitude lines decreasing in distance, and that's circumference. So I don't know how he's come to the conclusion that this is so.
that's a good point. How does he know? How does he know the circles are getting smaller?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be a question worth asking, worth being answered.
I mean, evidence, right? As soon as he's basically pointing to that, as soon as we understand that they are actually, then okay, next step. So how do you know that they are actually?
I mean, most of the expressions that I've heard about it, sighting things in the sky, is how you know that the latitudes are altering. Because first they're based off of declinations to Polaris, and then they're extrapolated past that, right? And when you go around and you say, okay, I'm at this place, you're at that place, and we both see the same thing in the sky. But everybody knows that in the model plane of the sphere, Earth, whether inverted or convex, the claim is that the latitude lines get smaller, and they represent a three-dimensional territory that is equivalent to the radius at that latitude line off of the center of rotation, or the axis, or whatever you want to call it. Right? That just repeating that assertion again doesn't do much for anybody. We already are all aware of that. Oh, so to say, oh, this assertion has some different merit when it comes to concave, it's no different. It's the same assertion. You still have to validate that assertion. So the next step for that would be to present the evidence that that's actually the case. He's saying that the first questions are disingenuous. So if Battlemont is asking about how he sees Polaris, why would that be disingenuous? To him, that's a defeater. To just dismiss it as disingenuous rather than address it some way, it's not very endearing to the other party if you wish for them to care about your topic.
This is quite funny.
Corey, I have conversations with foils all the time. It's quite useful for illustration purposes.
I don't know whether you want to unmute him and try and have a conversation, dude.
He says mute all opposition, but he's not in opposition because he's not presenting anything. Which is why one of his options was he has to actually present. Most so
I don't know if it was me, but you roboted really hard there.
Hey, I have a question. Does anyone here know any physicists that are openly flat earthers? Hello?
I'm just wondering, Felix, what do you hope to prove with this line of questioning?
What was the question?
No, I'm just curious. I would like to. I would like to
yeah,
engage in a
there's
conversation.
there's flat earthers that have studied physics, right, at college level or university level, and have occupations in specific fields such as spectronomy or spectroscopy. Sorry, and engineers and various fields. So yes, there are.
We shouldn't even entertain that, bro. Just to be honest. There's an implication there.
Well, I mean, it would just be interesting to see, like...
It would, but it
what their
doesn't prove
take on it.
anything. Whether there is or isn't, that doesn't prove anything.
Anyone that's passed high school's, learnt some basic physics, right?
Yes. I've got a bachelor's of science. So, yeah. But that doesn't prove anything. Is it interesting to say a highway engineer believes the Earth is flat and not a sphere, and there's no evidence? If it weren't for NASA, you'd be lost. It wasn't until NASA came that they said, "Look, Copernicus was right." That was the Apollo missions. Without that crap, you wouldn't be living in this fiction.
Felix, my friend, if a PhD level physicist specializing in optics conducted a laser test using dual band lasers inches off water's surface, projecting them at a range distance because he can mitigate any arcs alleged of refraction with the dual band lasers because they refract at different rates, and he can then calculate what's actually going on. And if he could prove via that methodology, which is, colloquially known as a laser transit level, that the surface of the water that he's doing this test over is not curving in the manner in which the globe model predicts, would you accept his findings?
Yeah, so, like, when I mentioned the whole, like, does anyone know any physicists in flat Earth, I'm not trying to appeal to anything like authority or credentials. Yeah, if according to the experiments, but to answer your question directly, if they did an experiment and it showed, those really the results weren't consistent with the globe model, then yeah, I would look at the experiment and see whether all the controls are correct, and if they are, then I would say, yeah, that calls into question the glow model, at least for the curvature. What's the expected curvature, right? So, yeah.
Bro, it sounds like you're flying an airplane. You got a fan on or something?
No, I'm in my car, so probably the wind outside. It's really windy where I am.
Probably.
Yeah.
Are you 99% sure of that?
I guess it's relative, right?
No, I think it's the wind, bro.
Oh, I'm also moving at a certain speed. I wasn't moving that fast a moment ago, like 30 miles per hour.
How the wind is created?
I do have an AC running too, but...
Nice. He just sounds like an AM radio DJ. Paul Harvey with the news.
This may be surprising, friend Felix, but there are actually numerous people at PhD levels and above that don't believe in standard heliocentric cosmology. Okay, they don't believe. Some of them don't believe in black
Yeah,
holes. Right? Some of them don't believe in the universes beyond what we can see with available light, or not universe, but galaxies and stuff. Like, there's all kinds of people that don't believe in the quote unquote mainstream version of the narrative. In fact, there actually isn't a technical carte blanche paradigm. You know what I mean? That covers all bases. It's a bunch of hodgepodge.
Yeah. So when I asked that question, if we could rewind, like I did mention whoever I asked if there's any physicists that are openly like flat Earth, and the reason I inserted that openly because I'm giving this idea. So I'm giving like I you could just consider me flat Earth friendly, regardless of what I believe, right? So the reason I said openly is because I do suspect that there could be like a level of suppression, right? Like there could be a physicist that because of his colleagues and whatever, that they may reject, he may be rejected, he may be fired or whatever for expressing any kind of thing related to flat Earth, right? So I was just curious, like if there is like a physicist, and or there's two reasons. One, I would be interested. I wonder if y'all personally know one that comes into the server, because I think I'll have a lot of fun,
Not
talking.
anymore. We had one that used to come in routinely, but he doesn't come anymore.
Okay.
But he does have his channel up, and on his channel is tons of optical tests and experiments that he did. So his name is Dr. John D.
Hey, I wonder if there's any climatologists that openly speak out against global warming after Fred Singer got destroyed for doing it. And he was the leading climatologist at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's pretty much same question. So we see what happens to a professional. The leading climatologist goes against the mainstream narrative in the 70s. That's Fred Singer. And he's shunned right out of the scientific community for it. You refer to him now and they laugh at you. Why? Because he had the data and all the evidence to prove what they were saying was just bullshit. And their narrative was based on economics, tax, and nations.
There's another good documentary that does touch on this loosely. It's primarily about evolution, but it does touch on Einsteinian and by proxy heliocentrism, which is called Expelled. The name of the movie is Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed. And it's conducted by Ben Stein, and he interviews a whole bunch of people, and he finds out that a lot of these people were blacklisted, and that there's actually an effort within academia to shun people from putting forth things that challenge Darwinian paradigm or challenge the Einsteinian paradigm. So Darwin and Einstein are considered sacrosanct, and you'll face repercussions one way or another if you try to publish stuff going against them.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Like in Gestapo and academia, like I'm aware of that, and I find most of the time though it's mostly run by money. So like a lot of like grad students or in universities, their research has to conform to whoever's giving them the grant, right? So if it's like a medicine, diabetes, then okay, but you better not cure diabetes. We don't want you to figure out how to cure it. We want you to figure out how to make this drug expensive so we can profit off of it, right? So yeah, there's this issue in academia. It's not as free and full of integrity as people believe it is. So yeah, I mean, I'm aware of that. So, and yeah, if you go against the grain, yeah, you're going to meet a lot of resistance. That's always been true in history, throughout history. Yeah, it's always been that case that way. Oh shoot. going.
Where are you driving to, Felix?
No, I was driving home, but I was like, I need to stop by Costco first, and my instincts just is taking me back home. So I was like, oh, I was supposed to go straight instead of making left, but that's fine.
You guys can't even tell when I'm in my truck, but I keep the windows up and I got noise cancellation, so you don't hear the road.
Pretty good. I drive a Ridgeline, which looks like a truck, but I guess technically it's not if you want to consider what the chassis it's on. But basically, it's not a body on frame; it's a unibody. It's basically a SUV with the truck bed.
Yeah.
I get made fun of a lot by people in the field with like F-150s.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Yeah. I was like, no, but I'm a real truck. And they're like, no, Pinocchio, you are not a real truck. But really, a Ridgeline all-wheel drive is good enough to, go on dirt. I'm not doing any crazy off-roading or anything.
It's a Honda truck.
Yeah,
What's
the Honda
like
Ridgeline.
the nicest right nowadays for trucks?
I'm being
I will
nice.
get a lot of
man.
flack
I
for
really
truck.
am. I'm from Michigan, man. I just so want to beat up on your truck, but I'll spare
What's
you.
like the best right now? The
Hey,
Denali's or
Battleman,
what?
I'm going to get a Cybertruck, so I don't know if you'll beat on me more.
You're all right, man. Hey, you said it though. You got all-wheel drive, man. You can go some places. So. You don't need a real truck.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I'll accept it. But to your question, the best truck, I don't know. I would say everything's going hybrid now. So they don't have the naturally aspirated like V8s anymore. So I think in terms of reliability, trucks will not be as good as it used to be because having a turbocharged engine to do like high torque, because you need a lot of torque. Like usually for towing, you want a lot of torque, right? So
Yeah.
if you have a turbocharged engine, it needs to rev high. And then, so it's not like a very nice, smooth torque curve.
So if you know stuff like that, why are you driving a Honda truck?
Oh man, because I'm not I don't, well, because the Honda Ridgeline has everything that I need and it drives smooth. It drives like an SUV, which is kind of what I wanted. I was gonna buy a Honda. What's the one? I can't remember.
My
I
buddy
was gonna get
says
a
low maintenance. So, and I'm cool with that. That's fair. Low maintenance. If you're not the guy that can maintain it, then yeah, sure, get the thing that.
Yeah. I was driving a Toyota Tundra before, a 2015. I think no, 2014.
Well, see,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have made fun of you for that.
Yeah, I know. I went with a Ridgeline because I'm in the city and I do mostly city driving. And if I do go to the field, it's just dirt. Like I'm not going too crazy. So I work for a civil engineering firm. They do software, but we also do consulting, mostly like geotech and structural stuff. So every now and then in the blue moon, I'll have to go out to the field, and of course there's no road.
Oh,
Yeah.
hold on a second. Are you a do we need to account for the curvature of the Earth to build this stupid bridge consultant?
Wait, sorry. Hold on. Okay, repeat the question. Whoever's.
Are you a do we need to account for the curvature of the Earth to build this stupid bridge consultant?
We do some consulting for Bridge, but in my experience, I haven't seen one. I'm sure my boss and coworkers have, but curvature, I don't know about the bridge building. So no, if we did do something with the bridge, we wouldn't have done the sections, like the road sections, which I imagine if there were a curvature, it would account for that. We do mostly like the structural support, so mostly the foundation. So we don't consider the curvature.
Yeah, so let me ask you this: if the expansion joints on a lot of bridges actually have more tolerance variance than the alleged Earth curvature could ever surmount, then how would you ever know if you actually engineered a bridge to account for Earth's curvature or not?
I think he said basically, listen, you said foundations, right? So you test the soil and you look at the probability of whether or not you can build a good foundation and structure in that area on that soil and stuff, right?
Correct. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So you're not really accounting for any curvature or erecting anything. You're telling people, yes, this has a good foundation of this composition, and you could build on it this much. It would support this much weight, and that's engineering or
Geotechnical. Yeah. Geotechnical. Yeah. Geotech. Yeah. Geotech. Yeah. So I'm
geotechnical.
geotech instructor.
Yeah, I've hired a firm before to build an asphalt plant. So yeah, you need to know the composition of the soil under it before you place a 10-ton or a 100-ton structure on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, we do like testing. But the question before was actually a good question. So, question before was like the expansion joints in the bridge, even like the tiebacks, tensioning the bridge and stuff like that. Does that account for the Earth's curvature? I'm not sure. I don't know the technical details, but I would suspect that it probably doesn't, because the variations locally is so much greater than what the curvature is. So
correct,
they
sir.
wouldn't account.
We have a winner. You have won the prize. You are right.
Hold on, but structural integrity, isn't that currently outside of your position?
No, that counts.
It's not
that
an
counts,
expertise within your position. A structural engineer will tell you how to do all that. I've done large construction, so we would use you for the foundation, but unless you're qualified to give me structural.
Yeah, well, we do both. Our company does both. We basically do soil structure interactions, so primarily geotech, but it also translates to some structural. And we also do like mechanical engineering, because we also sell software for engineering. So we do a lot of like finite difference, finite element analysis.
So like AutoCAD.
So we are qualified to do structural. We have structural and geotech like PhDs in the office. So yeah. We have both of them, and then we have some electrical engineers as well, because we do a lot of.
But I mean your position, your qualification.
I'm more like in engineering mechanics. Like, and when I like the thing is though, like anyone can mention their credentials to me, and also I believe to anyone else. It shouldn't matter. Like what matters is the argument. So regardless of my profession, the reason I only mention it is because you guys a lot of times ask for a direct personal observation, right? Which is fair. So that's why I mentioned that. So I could say, okay, I have literally seen it myself with my own eyes and measured it.
Okay,
and done the calculation myself, right?
That's basically what I'm
aside from that, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your background is, and so like again, the very first question I asked, like are there any physicists? It's not that I'm appealing to credentials or try to cite those credentials.
No, listen,
I'm just curious.
You said it. You said I answered that question within the knowledge of my experience, and I'm cool with that. That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. And no, I wasn't implying. I'm just wondering if that's something that isn't covered in your current position, you know?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's not covered directly, but I think people in my field, they should have an understanding of that, and if they were to at least, may not completely precisely, they should be able to understand how to like derive some kind of solution to that.
Well, if you got the problem, the solution's in there somewhere, right?
Hey, friends, since you guys seem to be adept at this stuff, let's talk about this comment here. All right, let's see if we can parse this out and how nonsensical it is. You ready?
Yeah.
So we're sitting here talking, and somebody comments in the chat while we're talking. Okay, pay attention. The foundation has to be tangential to the Earth curve in order to be level. Okay? So imagine the building foundation, right? It's large. Let's say it's 100 yards long. Okay, so we just at least have something to work with. All right, go ahead.
It wouldn't be square or true, bro. The foundation would be.
What it would be? What would it be, bro? If it was on an Earth curve and you had a level foundation, what would it be?
It'd be curved.
No. It'd be sloped.
Yeah, sloped. Okay, yes. The technical word is sloped, yes. There would be a sagittal in your foundation. Yes. To be technical.
Yeah, but when you're pouring a foundation, right? And when you're leveling a foundation, you're not considering that you're making a curved foundation, because a curved foundation wouldn't be tangential to a curve. It would be parallel to a curve. Okay?
Yeah.
So if you're talking about a tangent to a curve, that's a straight line, teeter-tottering on the top of a curve. So as you move away from the intersection point, you're raising in altitude, which means you now have reciprocal sloped foundation, which nobody wants.
Reciprocal slope.
Right.
Right. Not only that, my friends, but hold on, friend. You have to level the ground. So you're going to flatten the ground out, and that means that ground's no longer curved. So now what curve are you tangent to? This makes no sense.
Okay. Do you want my response? And I don't know who wrote that, but maybe they could speak on VC. So most of the time for foundations, like when we are doing an analysis, right, we just assume that the Earth's gravitational force is always vertically down. So the horizontal is in reference to the vector of gravitational force. So like what? So level
You
is
can't
whatever
have that,
gravity
sir.
is.
I know that's great. That's a cool story, but you cannot have that. Do you want me to tell you why?
Okay.
Because that only applies to a single point. As soon as you move along the line away from that point, you've raised an altitude radially from the center of the Earth, and you've increased your equipotential gravitationally. You've also increased your diagonal vector, and you are now on a slope. You are no longer on a line. That's horizontal.
Exactly.
Yes.
Fuck, I wish I could articulate it like you can.
Yeah, that's true.
Dude, I can see it in my mind. You guys ready? This is how you picture it in your mind, friends. It's so easy. Do you know a bow tie? It has a dot in the center and then two triangles coming off of it. That's exactly what you'd be building if you were building a horizontal anything on a globe. You'd be building two slopes that go in on each other.
Yep.
All right. So, would you like a response to that? Right. All right. So, like in theory, like on anytime you're on a circle or a sphere, anytime you change positions, you're technically on a new vertical and a new tangent as a result, right? Like a new horizontal tangent. Horizontal being the perpendicular to the vertical, right? So anytime you move on a curved surface, you're changing your tangent. That's true. But like in the case of like foundation engineering, or when we're building a building, because the footprint of the building is so small relative to like the curvature plane, we just assume that gravity is always vertical. So it's an assumption. So like I've mentioned before, a lot of the curvature aspect is so insignificant compared to other factors that it's not really even considered. It's assumed. So even like the gravitational acceleration.
Well, yeah, but can we change terms? And you don't have to accept my terms. You can meet me in the middle. But can we just change terms to? Can we change terms to that the curvature's not present?
Okay, yeah, sure. I could whatever term you prefer. I could use.
Right. So I just want to be noted that we went from negligible to not present, which are equatively the same thing.
Okay. Well, what about this? Like, it's assumed to be there, but because it's insignificant. We just ignore it. So it's just ignored. Like, is that okay? Because I can't factually say that.
Yeah, no problem. I understand.
Okay. Yeah.
So we could agree. We could agree that the things that are built, it is irrelevant whether you account for the idea that curvature exists or that it doesn't, because it's not showing up for work that day.
Right. And the reason for it is out of practicality, and that would be the reasoning. That would be the reasoning. So
okay, so stop right there, friend, because you and I both understand what that means, but let's parse it out for the people who don't. I think what you're saying, and I think I would agree with you, is that to try to account for it would be practically impossible based on the tolerances of the tools and materials we have available, correct?
Yeah, that's a very good way to put it. That's exactly the case, yes.
Would be impractical.
Yeah, it would actually even be impossible to some degree, like, because we don't have the precision for that. Like, even to describe a circle, like pi, because today's Pi Day, by the way, pi itself is an irrational number, or basically it could be as infinitesimally precise. So that 0.141, it could go on forever. So it's only a conjecture to how far it goes, and it never repeats. Like it goes on forever, meaning that there may not actually be a perfect circle in existence in the universe. So pi is a theoretical thing. It's a concept.
No, dude, you're missing something. You're expressing a circle, which is a shape, in a numerical equivalency that's a calculation. So while it's not saying that there's no such thing as a perfect circle, it's saying that the language of the interaction of pi is insufficient to describe a perfect circle.
I guess so. I mean, this kind of gets into like a little bit of semantics, in my opinion. But okay, I'll just accept that.
Well, let me explain it in a different way, and I think you'll understand what I mean. If you define a circle, right, as a center point, a point being a point, and radials from that point that are equidistant, right? So they're all the same length and rotated around that point. Okay. When I say that, in your mind, you would recognize that that's a perfect circle.
Right. Yes.
Right. So I've just used a different way of expressing it, which makes it clear that that's what we mean by a perfect circle. So pi in and of itself isn't precise enough to describe a perfect circle.
Well, the concept of pi is the perfect circle, but because that pi being, so this is more of like a theoretical. This is more of like an abstract thing. Even calculating. So yeah, pi represents a perfect circle, but the numerical value, the defined numerical value of pi, it's like it can't be expressed. Like for example, the square root of 2 is also another irrational number, and because that 1.41 and then all those numbers, it'll go on like infinitely. But at the same time, in physical reality, it's defined because you have a right triangle that has sides of 1, then the hypotenuse will be a square root of 2. That's the length. So it's defined,
fine,
right?
Yes, fair, but you got to understand that even in math, you have different languages within math that can be applied to a physical activity that don't accurately represent what's occurring in reality. I'll give you the most concrete example of this. It's the old, I chop a bar of gold into 3/3. 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3 equals a whole. But if I convert it to decimal, I end up with 0.999. Where did the 0.01 go? It didn't go anywhere. You still have the exact same 3 pieces of gold.
Yeah, it's just all it's saying is you could get infinitesimally precise. That's all it means.
Correct.
And
we can do that with numbers, but we cannot do that with physical structures, which we both agreed which is the whole point of this
Right.
math thing we're going down, is that you can't build
Yeah.
in the manner in which Globers have wet dreams over at night. That we built the the reserved parking for handicap sign to account for the curvature of the Earth in the parking lot.
That's funny. So would it be reasonable to say that you're building a bridge, right? And you're establishing your 90 degrees to vertical on one side of like a river or a body of water, and then on the other side, right? And you got your two tangential horizontals, right? Is it reasonable to say that for practical purposes that you can consider them to be parallel?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry, I just got out to Costco, so I probably won't have good connection because too many people here. But in terms of
Okay.
like a bridge building, I can't personally. I mean, I personally, I would assume like depending on how far the bridge is and how how far apart the towers are or the abutments are. Yeah, maybe they would have a curvature, but I can't say that from direct experience, so I don't know. I would assume that they do account for the curvature, but like if you have a suspension bridge, then there is this kind of leaning away from the center in this arc, because obviously an arc is a stronger support than a flat road, right? So there usually naturally is an arc. Now, how much does that arc correspond to the curvature? Like I don't know. So seeing the curve in a bridge alone isn't enough to say there's a curvature. I would agree. I would say you guys have that point. The question is, how much of that was to account for better structural stiffness and rigidity versus to account for curvature?
Well, hey, friend, how about we run down a claim that's out there, and you could critique it as we go. How about that?
Okay.
Okay, so bridge in question is the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York City. Okay, it's a 2-tower suspension cable bridge. The claim on the table is from the History Channel television show called Modern Marvels. Modern Marvels is a show about, giant structures and all kinds of things that people build. And before they cut to commercial, they have these little 10-second, 15-second quips that they do, just, giving you a little factotum about things. And in there, they say this: the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York City was built to account for the curvature of the Earth. The tops of the towers are 1 5/8 inches further apart than the bottoms of the towers. What an amazing modern marvel. Cut to commercial. So the claim on the table is we have this bridge. The tops of the towers are 1 inch and 5/8 of an inch further apart than the bottoms. That's the claim they're making. And they're claiming in this thing that was specifically done to account for the curvature of the Earth. What say you?
Okay, well,
to validate this, and I would say, okay, you could take that discrepancy in the inch or whatever it is, and you could check if that corresponds to some curvature of the Earth. However, I highly doubt that leading away from vertical is strictly like curvature. I think it has more to do with structural considerations rather than the curvature. That's just my own opinion.
Interesting. Okay, so let's parse it out some more with some ancillary data beyond just the claims made in this History Channel show. So, you notice how the History Channel said it was done this way to account for the curvature of the Earth. However, in reality, man, do you have your seatbelt unplugged?
Well, I'm parking, so I'm violating the law right
Fair
now.
enough.
This is the craziest thing I've done today, done in this year.
Fair enough.
I feel like a bad person right now. I will repent later.
At least you're not one of those. At least you're not one of those terrorists that always comes on without having changed their battery in their smoke detector.
Yeah. Well, I do want to kind of live on the wild side a little bit, so I had to do something illegal, like drive around without my seatbelt on in a parking lot. All right, I parked now, so
Let's get back to the story.
I'm
So
safe.
the story goes that what it is that these bridges were erected perfectly plumb. Eat a sandwich. Holy moly.
Hey, yeah, I think either me or you, Roboti. I suspect I'll probably not have good connection in a little bit because
I
got a lot of
have
people and they all use their cell phone.
I'm connected to a Verizon store personal cellular repeater that's designed to broadcast for activation. So I probably have a really good signal right now.
I hear you both fine.
Does it account for refraction there?
I don't know. So so the Arizona Narrows Bridge, right? Inch and 5/8 out. The claim is that it is an inch and 5/8 out because the towers are perfectly parallel based on their locational distance apart from each other and the radial on which they are laid upon that points directly to the center of the Earth. Now, I think if you think about that for a few seconds, you recognize that the claim that Modern Marvels made is false. Because the model projection of what the splayed out radials would be of the towers based on a perfect ideal model of the Earth would not be engineered into a bridge. I think we can both agree on that.
Okay, sure. And if it is possible I might miss something because I think I heard most of it, but yeah, okay, we'll agree on that.
I mean, you're going off now.
Are you guys there?
I think you're just gonna have to mute up, bro.
Okay, yeah, I probably I'll be back in 10 minutes. And just, I'll be back, guys. Because yeah, it's probably my bad cell section here now, or more like bandwidth is yeah, bandwidth is full.
All right, brother. We will welcome you back when you're back. Make sure you send us a message so we can unmute your mic. Right, so if anybody else was following along, Modern Marvels claimed to the public that the bridge was engineered to account for the curvature of the Earth to be an inch and 5/8 out. That's a bologna sandwich. The actual real claim was that the towers are a certain height, they're a certain distance apart, and if the Earth was a globe with a certain circumference, this is what the splayed out radials would be to the center of the Earth. Okay? So Modern Marvels misrepresented the facts of the model claim in the first instance. Secondarily, plumb lines do not point to the center of the Earth. One more time for the slow kids in the back. Plumb lines do not point to the center of the Earth in the globe model. So to just take a circumference and project it in mathematics to a radial center point and say if these two towers were this height and this distance apart, they would be this far apart is false. Why? That would require perfectly distributed mass. According to the globe model, the Earth doesn't have perfect distribution of mass. Plumb lines point in different directions. Not only that, friends, but the globe claims that the Earth is spinning. So you have another force that you have to take into account for, which is centrifugal force, which will skew the plumb lines away from pointing towards the center of the Earth. One more time. So, to purely make a model projection of perfect plumb lines pointed directly to the radial center of your circumference is erroneous. To then go on to national TV and tell your audience that they engineered this bridge to account for a perfect model that doesn't exist in reality is misinformation. Now,
I can see all the people listening to that going, yeah, that checks out.
Yeah. So if anybody is contending anything that I just said and they have a counterpoint to bring up about that, I'd be interested to hear it. Otherwise, we'll field any comments on what's been said so far so we can get a little more people involved. Yep, so since there's no rebuttal, it's clear that what I said is so obvious on its face that it can't be argued with. So everyone listening, when you come in and claim that these bridges are engineered to account for the curvature of the Earth, from this point forward, you have no excuse to make such a claim.
I heard the bridge was actually engineered that way. I don't think I'd drive over it.
Look, like, which way is the slope?
Clear yesterday, another kid tried to bring up the Humber Bridge, and he put a citation after he was asked for the validation that his claim is true, and it was an article where a different dude tried to find out if anybody ever measured the Humber Bridge in the manner in which he claimed, and the little article kept on saying, the author of the article kept on saying, I can't find that it was ever done. I can't find that they did it. I can't find that they ever actually measured it, etc., etc. He says multiple times that in his research he can't find that anyone actually validated the claim. Yet Homeboy presented this reference as if it proved his claim that the Humber Bridge was designed with Earth curvature taken into account, or generally that the towers were apart at the top specifically because of Earth curvature. Because rest assured, friends, two towers built by humans are probably going to be a little bit off at the top versus the bottom. If you get what I'm saying. To be able to say whether it's construction error, material tolerance, any of those things versus quote-unquote splayed radials, right, of orientation, being divergent plumb lines, to say which is going on, it's going to be next to impossible to ascertain. Even if you could prove that they're off. That just proves they're off. It doesn't prove why they're off necessarily. But actually in the article what it said is that the reason why the tops of the towers are off is because they sway in the wind constantly throughout the year.
Well, the tops on most of the bridges, wouldn't they engineer them so they were out because of the most of them are suspension bridges and they're going to be pulled towards all the wave anyway?
Not necessarily. Some of them are hung in a manner in which the column that supports the cables is like a balance for the cables on both sides, right? So the idea is that the cable on either side has the appropriate counter tension to the cable on the other side, that they want it to be perfectly balanced.
Yeah.
So they want that tower. Yeah.
I'm thinking of a heavier one side situation. I don't. That's just me thinking.
Yeah. There's bridges of both kinds. Okay, it depends on which bridge you're talking about, basically. Let's check if we have any rebuttals in text. All right, let's see. The rebuttal in text is somebody put quotation marks around the phrase radial center point and then says, "What's that about mass?" I'm not sure if that's intended to be an argument or what. So yep, no rebuttals on the table. Okay, he says, I said there's mass in the planet. Okay, keep in mind I was parsing a hypothetical, which was a globe claimed model, that the reason why they have radials that splay out is because of their claim about gravity and the distribution of mass. So that's what I would say about mass, in which in the globe model, it's not homogeneous. It's differently distributed, which would result in different vectors of gravity at different locations on the Earth. This is known and accepted in the standard globe paradigm.
That would make for some wonky construction.
All right, so now Mr. Talent types, so you answered your own question. No, it wasn't a question. I simply recited what the thing was. Any variation in plumb line would be because of the variation in mass. Okay, so that means there'd be no way to know if the plumb line deviation was because the towers were actually on a curve. Wow. So Talon agrees with me that it'd be impossible to know these bridges were actually curved outwards or not.
Does anybody really deny that if the Earth was spinning, that the plumb lines wouldn't be like leaning out? Like they would literally be crooked all the time.
Please. Some idiots don't know how to use a roundabout.
Hot mic.
Oh, hello. Am I? Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Okay, so you got a
Well, I
new.
was gonna respond, but I mean, I'm back, so I'm out of Costco. I have better reception now.
Okay, cool, but before we do, we got to address Mr. Parsival, who wrote in there. I think you got it backwards. I'm not sure he's referring to maybe to me, since I'm speaking, otherwise Talon, because he just wrote previously. You're assuming that gravity just points down, but we, I'm guessing Globers, have a better explanation than that. You mean the explanation that I just parsed out, where I explained that the different distributions of mass results in different down vectors, not to mention the centrifugal differential? So I don't think I got it backwards at all. The people who got it backwards, friend Parsival, are the people who get on national television and make stupid claims that two bridges are 1 5/8 out based on perfect radials to the center of a circle. Not the Earth, a circle.
Why is that?
Why is what?
Why do we have that?
Why do we have a circle? Because someone drew a circle with a compass, that's why.
Why did they do that?
Because they're operating on an assumption that they live on a giant circle.
Where do we infer that assumption? Like, why would we make that assumption to begin with?
Usually because they are raised in an education system that tells them so.
What does that
Right.
education
So if
system
you want to have an
say?
accurate measurement, you would need to use the givens based on what's important for your measurement and your calculation.
What?
Like there's more than one kind of assumption. An ontological assumption has basic facts in front of us, but so you can make assumptions based on the facts in front of you because the facts in front of you can only lead to one explanation. So gravity is a good example of something that we know exists, but like we don't need to know everything about it.
Check this out, friend. The claim on the table, if you haven't been here, is that a particular bridge has two towers, and the towers are on the surface of a curved giant circle, and they have a radial from the top of the tower to the base of the tower pointed straight to the center of the earth, right? And this is represented as a circle of a particular circumference. And then they say, based on that, the towers would be 1 5/8 out. And then they go on to claim, therefore they are 1 5/8 out. Now, we both know that that would only work if the vector of down is a perfect radial, which it isn't. So their claim is false on its face without even parsing any of the particulars in reality.
Well, I think it would be better just to say that you don't need the perfect radial and just be like it does, gravity is just accounted for by not having a building that falls over.
Right, but that's not the claim on the table. The claim that's being proffered out there is that these towers are explicitly 1 5/8 out due to the curvature of the earth. That is a verbatim quote from their publication.
Okay.
So would you agree that that is a erroneous claim?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not.
So if it's not, then that means that it's true, and that means that the buildings are actually, literally, in practical reality, 1 5/8 out at the top than the bottom, because they are lying on radials that are splayed out from each other, pointing directly to the center of the earth. That would have to be true.
Well, it depends on how tall it is. Like the taller the buildings, they wobble. Tall buildings wobble, so yeah, they're never like straight up and down because that would suck.
But I think we missed over the part where 1, the Earth is not a perfect sphere, and 2, the mass isn't evenly distributed, and 3, the centrifugal force adds another vector that puts the plumb line off of directly towards the center of the Earth. So it's not possible, friend, based on those three factors. It's not possible, friend. Oh my goodness, dude.
What's the contradiction here?
Hold on, friend. Let me finish. It's not possible.
Centrifugal force goes outward. The gravity is what's pulling us towards the center, not centrifugal
Okay,
force.
friend, hold still for a second. Okay, let me finish my one sentence, and then I'll parse it out for you based on what you just said.
Okay.
It's not possible, based on the previous three factors that I said, for the plumb line that represents the radial of the orientation of the tower to point directly to the center of the Earth, and for the other tower to do the same. It's not possible. Now, centrifugal force, okay, is away from the axis of the center of rotation, okay, not towards the center of the Earth. So, for example, something around the equator would be pointing towards the center of the Earth in regards to centrifugal force, or away, but something above the equator would now be diagonal, right? So the center of gravity and the center of rotation in regards to centrifugal force vector are two different directions, which you now must equalize those forces, which will result in a plumb line that is not pointed to the center of the Earth.
Where is it pointed to?
It's pointed, well, depending on which location you pick on the Earth, if this model were true, it would be pointed towards somewhere that's not the center. Depending on which location you picked, it'd be different. Every location would be different.
Yeah, where is it? Where would it be pointing? Like, where are the locations of pointing?
It'd be pointing to the differential of the alleged center of mass, right, which wouldn't be the center of the Earth, versus
So, but it is
the
pointing
vector
towards
of
the Earth,
centrifugal
right?
force.
Like the Earth, it is like straight up, just right at the Earth, though, isn't it?
No, it's not straight up, dude. That's the point you're missing.
Straight up right at the Earth, so it's like straight up and then vertical,
So,
and then plumb to the center.
you want,
Like, where else are you
I
getting
can
vertical
clear
without
this.
the center? Sounds like you are getting it there. But you can't.
Listen,
like, I mean,
dude.
you say you can't do it, but then you say that buildings are left to plumb, which is vertical. Because I mean, you say alleged, but like they're not alleging these buildings into existence. They're building them to vertical, which is plumb to gravity.
Listen. Okay, let's say. Listen. It's not plumb to gravity, dude. It's not.
What do you mean? Where else would it be plumbed to? What's plumbing the plumb?
Dude, I already told you there's at least one other force.
What? Which force?
Correct? Centrifugal force.
Well, that's going in the opposite direction.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is. That's why the equator is wider at the poles.
Hey, listen, friend. Let me be clear. Okay, you're not grasping it, so I'm going to try to say it in a different way. Okay.
Okay. So you're just going to assume the one force, right?
No. Oh my goodness, dude. How about you let me try to make it more clear, and then after I try, then you can tell me where it's not clear. How about that?
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
I'll tell you right now.
Okay, so if you have the idea of gravity towards the center of a ball, you're imagining the ball, you're imagining the surface of a ball. Every point on that ball, you could run a line directly from that point to the center. Okay? And then anything you place on the surface of the ball, on the top of that point that you just did, if you were orienting it vertical, would be along that same line, extending out from the surface into space. Follow so far?
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
Vertical.
Now, now you have a secondary thing. You're going to start spinning the ball.
Okay.
Now, centrifugal force works perpendicular to the axis of rotation, correct?
Okay.
Perfect. Sure. So, the center of the Earth would obviously be the center. And if you move away from the center, like let's say towards the North Pole or towards the South Pole along the axis of rotation, you are now on a different circumference. Do you see what I mean? As you go up and down? So you get towards the pole, well, the pole is obviously going to be the least circumference. And as you get towards the equator, it's going to get the biggest. And then obviously it's going to be the biggest at the equator. So in layman's terms, they claim that the Earth is spinning, right?
I'm here.
So they claim the Earth's spinning, right?
Of course.
And it's claimed to be spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and then it decreases as it goes down because it's not going as big of a circumference. Now, the vector of that centrifugal force is towards the center of the axis of rotation, right? So imagine each one of these as a CD or a record or a disc, right? So the center of that disc that's rotating is not going to be the center of the ball that you're alleging is gravitating. They're going to be two different centers, correct?
I would say that the momentum of something on the surface is not going to be exactly perpendicular to the gravity.
There's your answer, friend. So you have two different vectors. So the plumb line that would result from those two vectors would not be pointed at the center of the Earth. Therefore, for someone like Modern Marvels to make a claim, these bridges are out this much because of radial centers that point directly to the center of the Earth is wrong on its face.
What's wrong? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get DC'd. I'm sorry.
Why
I missed
wouldn't
that last part.
the component
Why would it
that
be
doesn't
wrong?
align will be very negligible, right?
Okay,
Yeah, you're talking
listen,
about like
friend.
tiny fractions.
Okay, fine. Let's say it's tiny fractions, but that still means their claim is wrong.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, dude.
What do you mean? You just said tiny fractions. Their difference is negligible at that scale.
No, I didn't say it was negligible. I said tiny fractions.
You know,
So
you're
an
saying
inch and
that's
5/8.
what we're claiming. That's what Globers are claiming because
Okay, that's great. That's great.
on the evidence.
That's great, dude. That's great.
Okay,
How
cool.
about you quantify it for me? How about that?
And so the vertical, so the vertical plumb based on like the center of gravity of the Earth is how we distribute the weight of the buildings that we build. And so when we use like giant, have you ever seen like the different super skyscrapers in China and stuff? And I don't know what kind of counterweights are, but they have these huge balls that shift back and forth for when earthquakes occur, and so a lot of buildings are constantly moving around. Have you guys ever did that high school thing with the bridge and the toothpick bridge? You guys ever build that? That's all gravity too.
So?
And vibrations. That's how we know about the differences in the Earth surface is through vibrations
that's a
and
cool
seismic
story.
activity.
Yeah, it's a cool story. There's nothing to do with the radials of a bridge, dude.
What are radials? I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by radials versus the radius of the globe.
Okay, so a radius is a radial. Did you know that?
Okay, cool. So so the radial of the globe is perfect.
So, but a radial can be described as a continuous line that extends from the center through the surface, because the surface point is defined by the radius, correct? But past the radius is still on the same radial line. Do you follow? So a building that's
Past
100.
radius is still a radius. Yeah, no, I got you. Like,
Yeah.
I see. The radius. Are you saying a radial is like the axis goes past?
Yes,
okay.
correct.
Okay.
So a building oriented vertical, according to this, would be on a radial.
Right.
Follow me?
Yeah. Okay. I see.
Correct.
Oh, I get it now. I get it. Totally get it now. Okay. So the radial. Yeah. So that is the radial the plumb line? Yes. Yeah.
If all things being equal, if you have no other extraneous forces, then yes, you could consider a radial as the plumb line.
All right. Cool. And we're getting the radial from the radius, right? The radius is just the radial the radial is just the radius getting a boner, right? A globe radius boner.
Right.
Radial.
Right. The problem is that the radial being the radius, being a plumb line would only work if you had a non-spinning object and all forces equidistant, which means you must have homogeneous distribution of mass. Now, the Earth is, in their view, doesn't have those things. In their view, the Earth is spinning. In their view, the Earth has differential distribution of mass. Therefore, a radial, a radius, and a plumb line cannot be the same thing at all points on the Earth. It simply cannot be the case.
What do you mean? Okay, hold on. Say that begin. So you're saying the radial can't be the radius?
No, and a plumb line. It can't be a radial, a radius, and a plumb line simultaneously.
Well, that's what they are, though. A radial is just
no, they're not, dude.
It's just an extension of a radius. You can't have a radial without extending it from a radius.
Correct.
Okay, cool. So that's what a radial is. A radial is just a radius extension.
I know, dude. We already agreed on that point, and then we added a third caveat being a plumb line.
What's wrong? Wait, so the radius extension is where we get the plumb line and to build.
Wrong,
right?
sir. Wrong.
Why? Where do we get it?
Wrong.
The radius extension.
One more time. I'm going to say one more time, dude, to see if you can stop thinking long enough to listen. Okay. What you said would be true if the Earth was not spinning and it had an even distribution of mass. That would be the only way. Now, in the heliocentric worldview, why?
Yeah, why?
Okay, bro. I just spent 5 to 10 minutes explaining to you the differential vectors of the center of rotation versus the center of mass on an axis. I just got through telling you a whole bunch of information. Okay, so you were either not competent to understand it or not paying attention. Which one?
I'm sorry. I was mesmerized by that guy jumping on the balls that Amish posted. So I did miss like a tiny portion of that, but I was trying to keep track of all of that. And so just I understand, like, so you're, yeah, like I am having a hard time like catching the part where you're saying that we're claiming something but it's wrong, but then that's what we're claiming and then they're building it from that.
You asked for a quantification of the centripetal.
So hold on.
There's gravity too, right? Did you account for gravity?
So hold on. 2021, I believe, geological digressions. A plumb line is a line that indicates the direction of gravity at a point on Earth's surface. It's also the line along which an object will fall when dropped. A plumb line points in the direction of maximum gravity at its location, which may not be the same as the direction to the center of Earth.
Oh, bazinga! Sounds like a citation to me.
You don't understand what I just read you?